Ryuto McLean died during a traffic accident in Japan, ending his ordinary life without warning completely. His consciousness returned elsewhere, reincarnated within another world, awakening beside unfamiliar surroundings and people. Ryuto discovered his class was villager, forcing him into labor, despite disappointed expectations. Accepting reality, Ryuto decided peacefully enjoying village life seemed better than chasing greatness. Cordelia and Moses found Ryuto working alone, reminding him about their shared meal plans. Ryuto realized Cordelia possessed extraordinary talent, making her a celebrated prodigy unlike ordinary individuals. While explaining himself, Ryuto accidentally touched Cordelia, startling her and creating awkward misunderstanding. Moses discussed important magical research, while Ryuto reflected on controlling unusual physical reactions carefully. Cordelia and Moses possessed cheat-like abilities, earning recognition as powerful figures capable of changing wars. Ryuto felt embarrassed comparing himself against them, knowing only exceptional individuals reached such status. Ryuto carried gathered monsters playfully, surprising Cordelia and Moses while returning through wilderness together. During dinner preparations, conversation drifted awkwardly, leaving Ryuto struggling to follow scholarly discussions. Around their campfire, Cordelia teased Ryuto's caution, while he defended his limitations honestly. A ferocious monster suddenly emerged from darkness, rushing forward with terrifying speed and aggression. Cordelia reacted instantly, cutting down the beast effortlessly while Ryuto watched her impressive strength. Cordelia brought Ryuto aside, revealing personal feelings, and showing a side rarely seen publicly. She explained future ambitions, honestly trusting Ryuto enough to share dreams and vulnerabilities. Gathering courage, Cordelia admitted affection toward Ryuto, becoming flustered when he seemed confused. Ryuto hesitated answering immediately, distracted briefly while handling an awkward practical situation. Cordelia became embarrassed and frustrated, puffing her cheeks while demanding Ryuto understand her. Cordelia instructed Ryuto carefully, reminding him to call her whenever monsters appeared during travel. Ryuto accepted the arrangement quietly, continuing support duties while following behind Cordelia faithfully. Moses handled washing duties, explaining village tasks, suited Ryuto better than scholarly work. Sitting together afterward, Moses apologized sincerely, while Ryuto wondered whether they were friends. Hearing those words, Ryuto became overwhelmed emotionally, his body trembling as memories surfaced. Moses laughed at Ryuto's friendship claim, questioning how a villager could match a sage. As medicine affected Ryuto, painful memories surfaced, leaving him confused and emotionally vulnerable. Moses revealed he was reincarnated too, explaining shared backgrounds between himself, Cordelia, and Ryuto. Declaring himself extraordinary, Moses continued speaking confidently, believing Ryuto could never fully understand. He admired Cordelia obsessively, imagining her angelic future while eagerly anticipating years ahead. Paralyzed yet determined, Ryuto declared himself worthy beside Cordelia, answering Moses's doubts firmly. Moses mocked Ryuto's ambition cruelly, dismissing him as insignificant before kicking him away. Cordelia sensed something wrong immediately, turning toward the disturbance after noticing sudden movement. Ryuto plunged into the water helplessly, while Cordelia rushed forward desperately to assist. Seeing Cordelia chase him, Ryuto smiled weakly, relieved she cared despite looming danger. Falling helplessly, Ryuto apologized internally, while Cordelia desperately reached out, unable to save him. Darkness consumed Ryuto's awareness, then memories surfaced showing carefree moments shared with Cordelia. He recalled adventures together, from hunting and exploring to laughing through countless simple experiences. Ryuto remembered guiding Cordelia forward, their hands connected like a revolving lantern's light. Reflecting upon everything, Ryuto admired Cordelia's strength deeply, while feeling painfully inadequate himself. Remembering Cordelia's tears, Ryuto resolved becoming stronger, refusing helplessness despite overwhelming circumstances and despair. A dragon appeared before Ryuto, sensing his connection with Cordelia and examining him closely. The dragon explained, legends where humans gained extraordinary power after encountering dragons throughout history. Desperate for strength, Ryuto begged accompanying the dragon, hoping transformation could change his fate. The dragon refused immediately, explaining strict requirements prevented young orphans from joining yet. The dragon revealed Ryuto was already dying, making his desperate request seem completely impossible. Realizing his condition, Ryuto confronted death directly, while Cordelia remained unaware of everything. Ryuto accepted strict conditions, securing the dragon's promise alongside access to forbidden knowledge. The dragon read Ryuto's thoughts effortlessly, becoming startled by unexpected information hidden within. Recognizing familiar memories, The dragon realized this encounter connected strangely with another meeting. The dragon honored his promise, altering fate's course while Ryuto's original life finally ended. Ryuto awakened within a strange white space, confused yet alive. Despite recent death, realizing success, he concluded his gamble worked, allowing him to overcome certain demise. A goddess explained his resurrection skill, revealing he returned from death under conditions, seeking advantages. Ryuto requested another resurrection skill, but the goddess firmly refused immediately. The goddess presented available options, instructing Ryuto to select 2 additional abilities carefully. Confirming his villager status remained unchanged. Ryuto celebrated another successful gamble regarding reincarnation. He selected persistence and farm cultivation, believing both abilities would support future growth. Thinking about Cordelia's happiness, Ryuto wished to protect her smiles and flowers, accepting his choices. The goddess granted both skills and sent him onward peacefully. Reincarnating within a poor household, Ryuto prepared relentlessly, determined reaching strength despite humble beginnings. Ryuto awakened within an infant body after reincarnation, while villagers celebrated his 2nd birthday. The celebration continued joyfully as guests offered congratulations, while infant Ryuto observed everything. Ryuto noticed young Cordelia, whose birthday approached soon. Meanwhile, another child cried loudly. Villagers exchanged gifts and food generously. Ryuto's family gathered together while a woman remained close. Watching, the woman quietly approached and held Ryuto gently. Another woman noticed them, surprised by their interaction. Ryuto watched silently while the woman offered herself as another caregiver. His reaction showed complete disinterest. She seemed confused by his refusal. Ryuto remained comfortable with his mother, strengthening their close bond. His mother explained Ryuto usually cried when held elsewhere. Curious villagers watched, expecting another familiar reaction. Ryuto stayed calm, despite another woman's embrace. His mother panicked, suspecting illness and demanding explanations immediately. Convinced something was wrong, his mother seized Ryuto and rushed away, leaving everyone startled behind. Night arrived peacefully as Ryuto's worried mother finally relaxed, relieved her son healthy. While resting quietly, Ryuto reflected on familiar memories. He prepared himself for future growth. Ryuto repeatedly cast a simple wind spell from bed, carefully testing its limits, despite weak results. Exhaustion overwhelmed him after exhausting his magical energy. Even so, determination pushed him toward greater strength. Remembering his previous life, Ryuto consulted wisdom. The skill offered knowledge for strengthening a villager class. Using wisdom, Ryuto accessed countless books mentally. He discovered research explaining magical growth. The records revealed infants gained magical power fastest. Researchers once studied talented babies through extreme methods. Ryuto realized his new persistent skill reduced suffering. Unlike before, he could endure intense training. Confident in his advantage, Ryuto continued pushing magical limits. His power growth accelerated beyond expectations. Though remaining a villager, Ryuto refused resignation. He resolved to surpass everyone through relentless advancement. 2 years passed. Reaching age 4, Ryuto visited the village priest and finally checked his status. The status plate revealed remarkable growth. Ryuto confirmed his training had raised abilities far beyond expectations. Ryuto regularly explored mountain paths alone, collecting herbs and vegetables while strengthening himself. Rather than gathering everything personally, Ryuto purchased useful materials from merchants, saving effort and valuable time. Cordelia insisted on accompanying Ryuto during outings. Frustrated by neglect, she demanded attention. Ryuto apologized to Cordelia and departed alone. He believed independence was necessary. Entering the forest, Ryuto reviewed plans carefully. He activated skills while considering money and destinations. Using strengthened abilities, Ryuto found work beyond the village. His unusual strength helped him earn money. Ryuto traveled widely seeking improvement. He learned recovery magic, valuing practical skills that increased survival chances. Merchants welcomed his healing services. Ryuto treated injuries efficiently, gaining experience, reputation, and income. Ryuto balanced work and training. Constant magic use drained energy, while earnings steadily increased savings. Months of effort produced results. Ryuto accumulated substantial money and secured resources supporting future. Returning home, Ryuto encountered Cordelia waiting angrily. She crossed her arms, clearly demanding an explanation. Cordelia revealed she had waited since morning. Ryuto realized his prolonged absence caused considerable frustration. Attempting reconciliation, Ryuto offered food as a souvenir. Cordelia accepted happily, ending her complaints. Cordelia finally caught Ryuto and held his hand. She worried he might leave her behind forever. Another year passed. Ryuto accompanied Cordelia across fields, though he still preferred quiet moments. Traveling peddlers arrived carrying foreign goods. Their visit attracted villagers and temporarily brightened local life. Ryuto learned poor harvests hurt many families. Villagers struggled greatly, surviving through sacrifice. Despite hardships, Ryuto and Cordelia enjoyed playful conversations together. Their friendship continued growing stronger. Cordelia answered every question with love repeatedly. Ryuto treated it jokingly, leaving her increasingly embarrassed, misunderstanding his intentions completely. Cordelia became delighted. She believed Ryuto had confessed genuine romantic feelings. Ryuto awkwardly clarified his perspective. He viewed Cordelia as a childhood friend and younger sister. Although rejecting romance, Ryuto valued Cordelia deeply. He considered her precious and important. The pair explored the bustling market together. Cordelia admired everything excitedly, while Ryuto observed calmly. Cordelia suddenly stopped Ryuto and offered a small pouch. She nervously prepared something special for him. Remembering his birthday, Cordelia revealed she had saved pocket money carefully. Ryuto genuinely surprised. Cordelia happily presented her gift. Realizing her birthday approached soon, Ryuto considered an appropriate response. Ryuto selected a flower ornament and offered it immediately. Cordelia listened curiously, awaiting his explanation. Placing the ornament gently, Ryuto congratulated Cordelia. She stared silently, touched by his gesture. Cordelia suddenly called Ryuto's name excitedly. Her emotions overflowed as she stared directly at him. Without warning, Cordelia kissed Ryuto. The unexpected action completely stunned him, leaving him speechless. Ryuto panicked and demanded an explanation. Cordelia innocently compared it to affection shown between parents. Cordelia happily admired her flower ornament. Ryuto confirmed it suited her, easing lingering embarrassment. Remembering her forgotten snack, Ryuto retrieved it. The pair sat together, peacefully sharing the treat. Ryuto traveled through the mountains. Rustling sounds surrounded him as he approached a secluded destination. Following gathered information, Ryuto reached an isolated house. He intended meeting a mysterious village outsider. Reviewing his status, Ryuto confirmed steady growth. Despite progress, he recognized missing knowledge. The stranger finally appeared inside the cabin. Ryuto immediately realized this person could become his teacher. Ryuto demanded guidance, but the ragged swordsman rejected him, raising barriers. Despite refusal, Ryuto persisted respectfully, offering valuables repeatedly until Bernard finally acknowledged his determination. Bernard's past emerged. Once celebrated, he built a family before tragedy reshaped everything around him without mercy. A monstrous attacker appeared, leaving devastation behind. As Bernard faced overwhelming loss and suffering, stripped of everything, Bernard vanished, then resurfaced decades later, carrying scars and unspoken burdens. Bernard recounted joining the victorious Night Order, dedicating himself completely to hunting orcs and earning fame. Ryuto listened quietly, as Bernard refused teaching anyone, burdened by memories and consequences. Ryuto revealed a rare elixir capable of saving Bernard, leaving the astonished swordsman. Questioned about payment, Ryuto explained healing earned wealth, then offered access to inspect his status. Bernard examined Ryuto's extraordinary numbers, doubting humanity itself, while Ryuto casually he ordinary. Bernard questioned why gifted Ryuto sought guidance, noting prestigious academies offered superior magical instruction. Ryuto explained his villager class restricted growth, leaving advanced magic unreachable, despite remarkable abilities. Pressed for reasons, Ryuto admitted needing greater strength, withholding details while Bernard worried about consequences. Bernard paused the discussion and entered another room, leaving Ryuto waiting quietly without understanding intentions. Several treasured belongings surrounded the elixir, suggesting Bernard considered sacrificing meaningful possessions. Bernard reflected on cherished memories, choosing family keepsakes before finally entrusting Ryuto. The elixir restored Bernard completely, revealing his former appearance and proving Ryuto's sincerity. 6 years passed. 12-year-old Ryuto recalled future events, preparing before goblins threatened the village. Remembering history, Ryuto predicted a dragon would eliminate invading goblins, then planned a different approach instead. Reviewing unfinished matters carefully, Ryuto identified his first priority and immediately started addressing lingering problems. Ryuto awakened as his affectionate mother demanded another morning kiss. Misunderstanding his objections completely, his mother excitedly assumed romantic feelings, while Ryuto struggled explaining. Embarrassed, he insisted the morning kisses should end, hoping maturity would finally change her behavior. Learning Ryuto was already 12, his mother briefly reflected, leaving him expecting reasonable acceptance from. Instead, she immediately resumed demanding affection, forcing Ryuto into another futile attempt at resistance again. Ryuto escaped another overwhelming display of affection, leaving his mother emotional. Ignoring distractions, Ryuto focused on future threats, planning departure before goblins arrived and events unfolded. Remembering Bernard's lessons, Ryuto asked about Steel Body, seeking strength beyond ordinary villager limitations. Bernard explained strengthening skills, comparing benefits carefully, while noting Steel Body required difficult qualifications first. Demonstrating knowledge unexpectedly, Ryuto revealed forbidden techniques, shocking Bernard and proving unusual experience. Bernard described Demon's Gateway, a forbidden technique opening demonic paths while demanding terrible sacrifices from users. Questioned about his knowledge, Ryuto explained previous experience, while Bernard detailed Risk's methods. Despite severe dangers draining life force, Ryuto remained determined, convincing Bernard his resolve. Bernard evaluated Ryuto carefully, concluding extraordinary potential could unlock Demon's Gateway far beyond expectations. Accepting Ryuto's determination completely, Bernard declared he would become stronger and surpass ordinary limits. Ryuto reaffirmed his determination, accepting harsh methods, because gaining strength remained his highest priority now. After relentless preparation, Ryuto reviewed his growth, satisfied yet aware only 1 week remained. Meanwhile, Cordelia received notice about joining the Night Order, facing responsibilities extending beyond noble expectations. Officials praised future opportunities, describing valuable combat experience and a clear path toward knighthood. Despite encouragement, Cordelia feared genuine warfare, realizing battlefield dangers differed greatly from ceremonial training exercises. Cordelia forced confidence before departure, hiding fears behind determination while accepting responsibilities. Her father questioned her worries, insisting a hero should never fear challenges or dangerous missions. Officials reminded everyone that prophecy selected Cordelia, placing great expectations upon her future. Cordelia smiled weakly, privately wishing the oracle had chosen someone else. Despite denying fear, unable to reveal her feelings further, Cordelia excused herself and retreated quietly to her room. Cordelia releasing overwhelming power unexpectedly, while struggling to understand her own abilities. Realizing the attack targeted her father, she panicked immediately and desperately tried stopping the magic. The blast struck him regardless, leaving the household shocked as Cordelia blamed herself. Surrounded by disturbing visions, Cordelia stood frozen, questioning her identity and purpose amid growing confusion. Fleeing the estate, Cordelia searched for answers alone, overwhelmed by strength she could not comprehend. Overwhelmed by confusion and guilt, Cordelia ran desperately, pleading for help while struggling. Elsewhere, townspeople prepared celebrations, decorating streets and gathering vendors for the anticipated flower festival. Cordelia remembered the cancelled festival, reflecting sadly upon lost memories and unexplained events surrounding flowers. Lost in thought, Cordelia sat alone until someone called her name, breaking her troubled concentration. Ryuto found Cordelia crying, then invited her outside, hoping companionship might ease her burden. Walking beside Ryuto, Cordelia accepted a gift and realized his presence felt different from childhood memories now. Cordelia sensed their shared path changing, understanding future choices could separate them. Cordelia questioned battle and monsters, wondering whether fear contradicted expectations placed upon heroic responsibilities. Ryuto challenged those expectations, insisting she should choose her path instead of forced sacrifice. Speaking impulsively, Ryuto suggested escaping together, surprising Cordelia with an unexpected possibility beyond duty. Cordelia considered Ryuto's proposal seriously, imagining escape together, yet doubting whether such freedom could survive at all. Ryuto guided Cordelia onward, revealing blooming flowers, and her surprise briefly replaced lingering fears. Seeing cherry blossoms personally, Cordelia rejoiced, fascinated by beauty absent from previous memories. When Cordelia questioned the location, Ryuto explained he created it himself. Ryuto revealed cultivation skills produced the garden, dedicating effort solely because Cordelia loved flowers. Ryuto revealed the flower garden existed solely for Cordelia, expressing care through actions. Hearing his explanation, Cordelia froze completely, overwhelmed by emotions she had never experienced before. Confused by her reaction, Cordelia examined unfamiliar feelings, while Ryuto quietly realized their meaning himself. Ryuto explained everyone possessed different strengths, describing his cultivation abilities while encouraging Cordelia's heroic role. Cordelia, deciding her power should protect cherished people, then thanked Ryuto sincerely. Ryuto happily accepted Cordelia's gratitude, pleased his efforts finally restored her confidence. Discussing the garden, Ryuto revealed concerns about approaching disaster, explaining unusual signs affecting nature. Cordelia promised protection regardless, while Ryuto suspected disturbed earth spirits contributed to looming dangers. Watching injured Cordelia among flowers, Ryuto regretted previous helplessness and strengthened his resolve further. 2 days passed. Goblins advanced toward the village, signaling the beginning of the anticipated crisis. As goblins approached, Ryuto resolved to defend his birthplace, refusing to abandon the village despite danger. Cordelia rejected escape completely, embracing her destiny as a hero, and preparing to confront fate directly. Ryuto sprinted through streets as armed goblins chased relentlessly. Closing distance, Cordelia leaped into battle, striking multiple goblins with sweeping attacks that disrupted their pursuit. Cordelia anxiously checked on Ryuto, showing relief yet concern while he regained awareness and composure. Reassured by his condition, Cordelia continued fighting fiercely against goblins as Ryuto declared he would handle everything. Ryuto revealed he had altered events, believing future history depended on different outcomes. Ryuto noticed Cordelia's hidden scar worsening during combat, recognizing dangerous black magic threatening her condition. Remembering her unusual clothing habits, Ryuto concluded the scar remained contained and posed no danger. Fighting beside Cordelia, Ryuto questioned his growing strength, rejecting heroic ambitions. Cordelia challenged his mindset, suggesting strength existed for critical moments. While questioning his chosen path, Ryuto answered confidently, revealing fierce determination and embracing the identity, shaping his actions and decisions. Activating multiple skills simultaneously, Ryuto overwhelming goblins while Cordelia watched the fierce assault. Ryuto landed a powerful punch, crushing a goblin completely and realizing his enhanced abilities worked effectively. Surrounded by enemies, he unleashed relentless attacks, defeating numerous goblins rapidly. Blood dripped from Ryuto's clenched fist, while remaining goblins hesitated, shaken by his brutal display. Despite victory, Ryuto felt intense pain from injuries, recognizing his young body still had limits. Ryuto recalled Cordelia's tragic fate, refusing repetition while villagers urged retreat and entrusted battle responsibilities. Facing surrounding goblins, Ryuto declared himself the strongest villager, revealing unwavering resolve. Concerned townspeople noticed disturbances around Ryuto's home, struggling to understand events unfolding beyond sight. His mother rushed forward, carrying tools, determined to help Ryuto, despite dangers threatening. Ryuto himself confronted his actions, questioning hidden motives behind decisions that changed expected events. Goblins attacked relentlessly, damaging buildings while Ryuto discovered their weapons shattered easily against stronger resistance. Using farming tools instead, Ryuto cut through enemies efficiently, appreciating equipment better suited for combat. He rushed across the battlefield, striking multiple goblins, while archers failed to stop his advance. Activating a cultivation skill, Ryuto manipulated massive roots, trapping enemies and disrupting formation. Reaching a heavily armored goblin commander, Ryuto confronted him directly, suspecting he led the invasion. Ryuto analyzed the commander carefully, recognizing formidable speed and power. The commander counterattacked fiercely, landing blows against Ryuto and forcing him backward. Ryuto retaliated immediately, striking hard enough to stagger the commander while shocking Cordelia and onlookers. A devastating impact tore through the commander's armor, leaving his massive body heavily damaged and exposed. Black fluid erupted from the commander, revealing something unnatural as surviving goblins reacted with alarm. Ryuto examined the fallen creature, explaining its appearance matched an oracle's warning about future dangers. Bernard remained silent, while Ryuto confidently suggested understanding thoughts offered the quickest explanation. Ryuto promising to visit the dragon's den while requesting assistance with unresolved matters. Bernard accepted his proposal, allowing trust to form as Ryuto secured cooperation for plans. As discussions concluded, Cordelia noticed movement and questioned Ryuto, wondering where he intended going. Ryuto explained his departure, seeking greater strength through dragon training, while promising eventual return someday. Cordelia broke into tears, upset by his burdens and unable to accept years of separation. Emotionally, Cordelia embraced Ryuto tightly, expressing feelings she could no longer restrain. Ryuto gently reassured her, promising faithfully that he would return and meet her again. Riding the dragon, Ryuto bid farewell, leaving Cordelia behind, while beginning his next journey. Cordelia chased, crying and accusing Ryuto of selfish decisions, unable accepting his sudden departure. Still shouting promises of resentment, Cordelia watched the village below while emotions overwhelmed her completely. Flying beside his master, Ryuto vowed to shoulder Cordelia's burdens, grow stronger, and return someday. The dragon crossed distant mountains beneath dim skies, carrying Ryuto toward training and destiny waiting far ahead peacefully. Ryuto entered the Dragon King's vast library, learning dragons inhabited hidden lands. A hooded girl bluntly stated she preferred another visitor, leaving Ryuto confused. Bernard the dragon escorted Ryuto onward while demanding proper respect for the Dragon King from him. Seeking an audience, Ryuto argued with the girl, but Bernard explained sacred rules governing selection. The girl introduced herself as Lilith, apologizing awkwardly while revealing her youth among dragons. Lilith explained ranking bracelets, measured status, while Ryuto realized he still owed payment there. Ryuto eagerly prepared himself for an audience with the Dragon King, while Bernard announced permission, granted. Bernard suddenly reacted to Ryuto's status, shocked by numbers exceeding human limits. Ryuto learned mental magic, hindered Bernard's reading ability, accidentally protecting him from unusual scrutiny. Leaving together through towering shelves, Ryuto thanked Lilith warmly, while Bernard guided their continuing journey. The Dragon King recognized Ryuto's reincarnated nature, allowing him respect, while Bernard remained respectfully kneeling, discussing reincarnated people. The Dragon King unexpectedly praised Ryuto's clothing. Ryuto explained his garments arrived accidentally, while Bernard compared the situation to a wandering soul. Offered hospitality, Ryuto apologized for blunt remarks, and their strange discussion continued across different perspectives. Amused by circumstances, the Dragon King granted library access, trusting Ryuto, despite Bernard's lingering concerns. The Dragon King proposed welcoming Ryuto officially, astonishing Bernard with an unprecedented decision. Bernard explained, acceptance exceeded ordinary hospitality, while Ryuto struggled understanding the significance. Bernard panicked under pressure, yet the Dragon King calmly revealed overwhelming authority beyond challenge or doubt. Explaining further, the Dragon King noted Ryuto's status surpassed his own magical power measurement. Ryuto questioned the reason, and the Dragon King answered simply that strength naturally earned respect. The Dragon King calmly revealed Ryuto had lived before, confirming this world was his second chance. He explained special treatment existed, because Ryuto's irregular existence differed greatly from ordinary reincarnated individuals. The Dragon King warned Ryuto his actions were guiding the world toward destruction, leaving him stunned. The Dragon King revealed protecting Princess Cordelia triggered destruction, while Ryuto lacked awareness. He explained, Cordelia was among 4 heroes, destined to save the world from calamity. Ryuto argued heroes should defeat darkness themselves, questioning why his protection changed anything. The Dragon King asked what occurs when a villager protects a hero, unsettling Ryuto and raising doubts. He stated Cordelia should have grown stronger through hardship, but Ryuto altered that path. The Dragon King explained Ryuto's desire protecting others surpassed reason. He revealed saving Cordelia disrupted fate, diverting her growth from hardships necessary for heroic development. Warning continued as he described global decline, while Cordelia's lifelong goal risked becoming unattainable entirely. The Dragon King predicted failure against the evil dragon, leaving Ryuto burdened by consequences ahead. Refusing despair, Ryuto declared he would surpass heroes themselves, ensuring Cordelia gained strength and survival. Ryuto declared he would defeat the evil dragon himself, making Cordelia's burdens unnecessary and irrelevant. Confidently, Ryuto demanded divine protection, believing greater power would solve the looming crisis. The Dragon King tested Ryuto's resolve, revealing ruthless methods while measuring his determination. Mentioning demons, the Dragon King lowered himself respectfully, emphasizing the gravity behind Ryuto's reckless proposal. His expression darkened immediately, warning that anyone contracting devils faced execution without mercy or exception. Ryuto accepted the Dragon King's strange behavior, recognizing amusement behind his intimidating demeanor. Delighted by Ryuto's response, the Dragon King praised him enthusiastically and welcomed their unusual friendship. Their handshake sealed an agreement, surprising Ryuto as powerful energy surged between them. The Dragon King granted divine protection, removing villager limitations and allowing unrestricted future growth potential. Understanding the blessing's effects, Ryuto resolved to train relentlessly and surpass previous boundaries. The Dragon King asked Ryuto's plans, but he focused solely on rapid growth and strength ahead. Confident and motivated, Ryuto declared leveling quickly remained his immediate objective. Officials investigated the Goblin Raid aftermath, carefully documenting reports while examining conditions throughout the village. Authorities concealed unusual details, crediting heroic efforts, while suppressing information surrounding Ryuto's mysterious origins. Returning unexpectedly, Cordelia hurried toward Ryuto and apologized, startling everyone gathered around the area. Cordelia blamed herself for Ryuto's dangerous journey, fearing her circumstances pushed him toward risks. Her companions reassured her gently, explaining Ryuto chose his path independently. Encouraged by their support, Cordelia regained confidence and promised protecting their homeland until return. Deep within forests bordering Dragon's Den, Ryuto advanced toward a hidden underground labyrinth alone. Entering the first trial, Ryuto immediately encountered a monstrous beast. Realizing victory seemed impossible initially. Lilith discovered Ryuto entering impossible trials, questioning his choices while recalling events. Meeting within the library, Lilith learned Ryuto planned departure, causing visible concern despite her restraint. Pressing further, Lilith revealed she lacked a guardian, explaining why Ryuto's journey affected her. She described strict rules governing Dragon's Den, mourning the Earth Dragon, who once protected her. Lilith exposed a slave crest upon herself, leaving Ryuto disturbed by the painful revelation. Lilith revealed the slave crest's curse, explaining lifelong control prevented resistance and freedom. Despite her suffering, Lilith cherished her name proudly, refusing despair and preserving personal dignity. Hearing her determination, Ryuto realized the depth of Lilith's burden and difficult circumstances. Ryuto invited Lilith along, declaring they would enter the dungeon together and train extensively. Accepted as a dragon citizen, Ryuto recovered from challenges while preparing for greater trials ahead. Lilith explained becoming her custodian required, completing the rite of trials and reaching dragon maturity. Grateful for Ryuto's help, Lilith determined protecting exiled slaves without sacrificing him. Ryuto rejected retreat completely, angrily refusing Lilith's acceptance of slavery and diminished self-worth. Lilith warned his death would achieve nothing, yet Ryuto answered through unwavering determination and resolve. Ryuto insisted abandoning her contradicted his goals, choosing personal conviction over caution despite objections. They suddenly noticed something watching nearby, interrupting his preparations and drawing his attention immediately. Studying the wall carefully, Ryuto concluded hidden information existed within it and requested Lilith's assistance. Confidently, he ordered Lilith gather countless branches, preparing an unconventional strategy against impossible odds ahead. Lilith examined a strange branch inside the shelter, questioning its nature. Ryuto returned, carrying firewood, announcing preparations were finished while maintaining the shelter's steady progress. He explained cultivation transformed green wood, demonstrating his skill's effects as Lilith watched. Remembering trial knowledge, Ryuto analyzed the gatekeeper's restrictions and tested firewind interactions against barriers. 10 hours passed as intense flames spread through structures, leading Ryuto toward the long-sought answer. Ryuto revealed the gatekeeper's defeat through suffocating smoke, while Lilith struggled understanding. Defeating the guardian raised Ryuto's level significantly. Then a metal golem emerged. Studying the arena, Ryuto recalled prior knowledge and assessed the golem's strengths and weaknesses. Ryuto presented a shovel to Lilith, calculating requirements while preparing materials for his strategy. Believing dragon endurance helped, he dug traps tirelessly as Lilith doubted their chances of success. Lilith worried about dungeon time limits, while Ryuto questioned why finishing quickly mattered. Confused, Ryuto asked whether anyone chased them outside. Learning no immediate danger existed, Ryuto confirmed the objective required completion within limits, while Lilith firmly insisted promises remained absolute. Ryuto argued careful preparation mattered more than haste, teasing Lilith gently when she became frustrated. Embarrassed by his response, Lilith imitated a fierce beast, attempting intimidation while hiding her feelings. Lilith realized Ryuto's earlier guardian observations explained his behavior, though she still disliked following directions. Ryuto concluded Lilith lacked independence, believing her trusting nature could easily invite danger. 15 hours passed. Ryuto activated enhancement skills and launched the operation exactly according to plan. The metal golem charged aggressively, but Ryuto maneuvered around attacks, forcing reactions. Seeing the trap succeed, Ryuto confirmed progress while the damaged golem struggled against mounting pressure. Ryuto explained the golem's defeat, revealing the trial expected practical preparation rather than direct combat. He reminded Lilith that wisdom supplied valuable knowledge. Though she remained surprised, Ryuto activated another mechanism, convinced greater rewards awaited beyond the completed trial's immediate conclusion. Passing onward together, they entered a bonus stage filled with defeated monsters everywhere. Suddenly, creatures rushed from darkness toward them, signaling fresh challenges despite clearing previous obstacles already. Entering deeper chambers, Ryuto identified a goblin nursery, while Lilith reacted with confusion. Ryuto explained dungeon creatures were raised for trials, revealing captives existed merely as future prey. Remembering similar circumstances, Ryuto reflected grimly while witnessing lives discarded whenever stronger beings benefited. Rejecting that fate, he attacked decisively, determined to save victims despite the danger. Bodies covered the area as Ryuto continued fighting relentlessly, pressing forward through the horrifying scene. Ryuto checked newfound growth, then advanced with Lilith toward the underground lake, awaiting another trial. At the cavern lake, an enormous whale catfish resembled an island, astonishing both. Ryuto planned carefully, intending wash away blood and drain water before confronting the slippery creature. Entering the water, Ryuto expected the hibernating catfish remain inactive during approach attempts. The sleeping monster suddenly moved, dragging Ryuto underwater and revealing an unexpected additional threat. Underwater, a monstrous fish seized Ryuto, crushing his neck while its terrifying jaws closed. Refusing panic, Ryuto realized improved endurance helped him breathe longer, then counterattacked the enormous predator. Escaping briefly, Ryuto questioned assumptions about hibernation, suspecting unexpected circumstances had awakened dangerous creatures. His fears proved correct when the parent monster awakened, leaving Ryuto trapped between two threats. Ryuto awakened underwater, recalling past drowning memories while sensing danger. Lilith unleashed powerful magic, despite restraints, creating violent explosions that struck enemies and disrupted surroundings. Exhausted from casting, Lilith explained her gamble succeeded, surviving the attack while offering support through rings. Learning Ryuto risked himself earlier, Lilith angrily slapped him, frustrated by his reckless behavior. Tears streamed down Lilith's face as she begged Ryuto not shoulder every burden by himself. Lilith blamed herself for Ryuto's danger, while he urged survival and rejected reckless sacrifices. Ryuto gently reassured Lilith, encouraging determination as both faced hardships together and sought survival. Lilith studied Ryuto's expression, then accepted his answer, finding comfort within his resolve. Entering the fourth trial, Ryuto discovered stronger undead opponents, while his abilities improved significantly. Understanding maze patterns and ancient markings, Ryuto quickly cleared challenges, finishing objectives with remarkable efficiency. Reaching the fifth trial, Ryuto and Lilith discovered lesser dragons, realizing previous floors demanded greater preparation. Assessing accumulated resources carefully, Ryuto suggested resting first, choosing caution. Ryuto carried Lilith toward safety, explaining recovery remained necessary despite victories achieved through exhausting battles. Elsewhere, harsh memories surfaced, revealing violence, captivity, and suffering endured by people across lands. A fierce warrior reacted suddenly, sensing movement nearby while gripping weapons, and preparing himself immediately. Little Lilith endured suffering and violence, remaining expressionless, while witnessing brutal events unfolding around. Fascinated by a towering creature, Lilith reached forward innocently, finding beauty despite harsh circumstances. She spent years studying books, gradually learning knowledge under an elderly mentor's guidance patiently. Growing closer through shared lessons, Lilith happily read alongside the mentor and matured steadily. Time passed relentlessly until illness weakened the mentor, leaving her faithfully beside him. Lilith attended her mentor's farewell ceremony, quietly grieving while facing separation. She awakened confused by unfamiliar sensations, struggling to understand surroundings before recognizing consciousness. Returning slowly, Ryuto greeted Lilith warmly, explaining excessive magic caused lasting strain, while gradually draining his vitality. Refusing delay, Ryuto continued working despite concerns, revealing his immediate objective involved setting fires. Flames spread across structures rapidly, transforming the area as Ryuto's plan advanced toward completion. Ryuto ignored Lilith's doubts, pushing damaged magic relentlessly, because retreat meant failure against overwhelming obstacles. Lilith watched in shock as Ryuto suddenly ignited flames, committing fully to his risky strategy. Revealing hidden knowledge, Ryuto explained roots-supported structures, then accelerated their growth. Ryuto demonstrated how expanding plants weakened foundations, creating countless openings that compromised defenses. Together they observed burning walls crack apart, as Ryuto's preparation transformed the battlefield. Ryuto explained experience surpassed knowledge alone, gaining strength through battles, while disregarding the ruined labyrinth. Furious, Ryuto declared abandoned victims mattered more than titles, rejecting any honor protecting wrongdoers. Lilith watched silently as Ryuto laughed, surprised by his confidence and determination. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lilith praised Ryuto's achievements while he celebrated surpassing level 80 successfully. Activating farming cultivation, Ryuto unleashed explosive growth, causing vegetation to erupt across the battlefield. Reaching level 99, Ryuto planned departure, intending to revisit earlier trials and gather equipment. Returning confidently, Ryuto recovered the Minotaur's axe, recognizing valuable rewards overlooked. Testing newfound strength, Ryuto handled the massive weapon effortlessly, amazed by dramatic growth achieved. Advancing through another trial, Ryuto crushed the armament golem, overwhelming opponents with superior power. Achieving level 100, Ryuto unlocked Rage of the Villager, gaining a devastating new skill. Excited about his new ability, Ryuto eagerly sought testing despite recognizing its apparent limitations first. Preparing another challenge, he asked Lilith to remain behind while he investigated alone briefly. Facing the whale catfish once more, Ryuto activated Rage of the Villager and attacked directly. Waiting patiently, Lilith noticed the Minotaur axe returning unexpectedly, leaving her completely confused momentarily. Ryuto returned safely carrying rewards, cheerfully thanking Lilith for waiting and completing his objective. Ryuto confirmed his experiment succeeded completely, proving the skill's power by defeating the whale catfish. Returning exhausted, Ryuto admitted overwhelming mana consumption limited practical combat use, then collapsed before Lilith. Cradling the sleeping Ryuto gently, Lilith accepted defeat against concern, knowing one final trial remained. Ryuto learned dragon zombies retain spirits and abilities, making the final trial a meaningful challenge. Lilith explained ancient dragons' past knowledge through rituals, allowing worthy successors to inherit strength. Ryuto discovered Divine Dragon's Blessing, a powerful reward greatly enhancing abilities beyond ordinary limits. They reached an altar, where Ryuto examined the chamber while Lilith quietly observed everything. A massive dragon appeared before them, and Lilith recognized her father, revealing their connection. Ryuto learned Lilith's father had perished recently, turning the sacred ritual into a solemn farewell. The guardian dragon suddenly attacked, smashing through stone while Ryuto and Lilith dodged. A strange creature emerged and charged forward, clashing fiercely against the dragon's overwhelming force. The beast roared repeatedly, forcing continuous exchanges as both monsters struggled for battlefield control. Ryuto activated farming cultivation, unleashing countless vines that restrained enemies before shattering defenses completely. Ryuto's vines ripped across the guardian, yet overwhelming mana exposed weaknesses and shattered their growth. The dragon counterattacked fiercely, releasing destructive force that struck Ryuto and hurled him backward. Ryuto leaped forward again, spinning through attacks before landing directly atop the charging dragon. Explosions erupted everywhere as Ryuto continued attacking relentlessly, refusing surrender, despite overwhelming opposition. While evading crushing blows, Ryuto realized dragons treasured battle because constant struggle forged greater strength. The guardian overwhelmed Ryuto, launching him away while proving its terrifying strength beyond expectations. Excitement filled him despite danger, prompting activation of Steel Body and Demon's Gateway simultaneously. Relying on combined strengthening skills, Ryuto pushed beyond limits and briefly matched draconic power. Determination surged through him as he activated Rage of the Villager and gathered everything. Ryuto and the Guardian charged directly together, unleashing decisive attacks that collided with force. The clash ended abruptly, leaving Ryuto standing before the Guardian. While uncertainty filled his mind, Ryuto lowered his weapon instead of attacking, sensing the battle carried deeper meaning than victory. Lilith noticed his hesitation and questioned him. While Ryuto admitted he could not continue, tears streamed down Lilith's face as powerful emotions surfaced from witnessing her father. Ryuto explained her human heart resisted acceptance, helping Lilith understand her painful feelings better. Ryuto urged Lilith to accept her father's farewell and honor both sides of her heritage. Lilith worried the divine dragon's blessing would pass elsewhere, but Ryuto dismissed the concern. Encouraged by his words, Lilith gathered courage and prepared to face her father. Lilith approached the fallen dragon quietly, placing her hand against him with trembling emotions. Through tears, Lilith thanked her father sincerely for raising, protecting, and caring for her. Lilith's farewell awakened powerful energy, causing the dragon's body to radiate brilliant light everywhere. The Guardian's remains dissolved peacefully, leaving sacred traces behind while Lilith knelt silently there. Overcome by grief and relief, Lilith buried her face against Ryuto and wept freely. Ryuto comforted Lilith gently, allowing her to remain close while releasing long-suppressed emotions. Once calmer, Lilith thanked him softly as her father's spirit appeared content before fading. Ryuto checked his rewards, believing shared experience gains were enough, despite missing expected abilities. A notification revealed Divine Dragon's Blessing, surprising Ryuto with the powerful skill's effects. Another reward appeared unexpectedly, granting protection and growth benefits linked to the dragon's spirit. Lilith questioned the situation curiously, while Ryuto laughed awkwardly at the unexpected outcome. Ryuto joked that Lilith's father cared deeply for her, leaving a special gift behind. Ryuto assured Lilith her father remained with her, easing lingering sadness within her heart. He promised to stay beside Lilith, drawing a shy reaction despite her attempted composure. While resting together, they discussed future plans and possibilities awaiting beyond the labyrinth. Ryuto offered guardianship and support, encouraging Lilith to pursue whichever path she preferred. Then Ryuto invited Lilith along, offering companionship instead of letting her remain alone. Lilith happily accepted Ryuto's invitation, marking the beginning of their shared journey together ahead. The story shifted centuries earlier, introducing memories from the Earth Dragon's distant past life. The Earth Dragon recalled battling an evil dragon, believing defeat by strength honored draconic pride, rejecting regret. The Earth Dragon reflected quietly, while memories guided thoughts toward another figure. Those memories revealed an older man standing before a home, beginning an important recollection. Disguised as a human, the Earth Dragon welcomed a young woman and shared tea together. The Earth Dragon questioned her motives, struggling to understand why she rescued him. Unable to grasp her reasoning, he insisted saving a defeated dragon brought neither value nor reward. The woman answered simply, leaving the Earth Dragon surprised as her sincerity challenged assumptions. She revealed personal hardships, explaining lost family happiness while the Earth Dragon listened. The woman apologized for her story, yet the Earth Dragon listened despite considering it meaningless. She described hardships, debts, illness, loneliness, and loss, though determination continued sustaining her resolve. Smiling brightly, she promised recovery and future travels, expressing hope despite overwhelming circumstances. The Earth Dragon revealed her disease was incurable, shocking the woman and ending optimism. He apologized sincerely, admitting even dragon knowledge lacked any method capable of curing it. The Earth Dragon pondered human compassion, questioning why the woman still cared despite approaching death. He realized her love for her daughter outweighed fear, revealing strength dragons rarely understood. Learning the truth, the Earth Dragon admitted responsibility and regretted forcing her deception. Unable to forgive himself, he vowed to fulfill her greatest wish before her passing. Hearing Lilith's name, the Earth Dragon promised protection and began searching for her immediately. Several years later, Lilith visited a grave with her father, wondering about the person buried there. Learning the truth, Lilith prayed her benefactor would find happiness alongside her in another life. Beside the grave, Lilith expressed gratitude for salvation, closing a cherished chapter from childhood. Cordelia watched a noble rider, realizing idealized knights never truly existed beneath appearances and expectations. Villagers gathered indoors as unexpected visitors arrived, their reactions revealing concern, curiosity, and uncertainty. Cordelia examined documents, then imagined herself armored, comparing reality against heroic images from childhood. Ceremonial figures addressed gathered citizens, presenting honored warriors, while spectators raised hands in support. Cordelia studied cheering crowds closely, noticing hidden expressions suggesting motives differed from public admiration. Ryuto admitted becoming a hero frightened him, while Cordelia resolved confronting dangers threatening everyone there. He asked Cordelia's wishes. She wanted protecting people, yet feared devils, dragons, demon lords. Cordelia broke down crying, unable accepting cheerful masks concealing intentions she could neither understand. Seeing her distress, Ryuto immediately promised support, reaching out and reassuring Cordelia. Ryuto vowed defeating any threat opposing her path, and Cordelia treasured his encouraging promise. Cordelia remembered childhood days fondly, viewing Ryuto as dependable family, despite his unusual maturity. Growing older separated them. Status, growth, and skills created distance between hero and villager. Others opposed their connection, yet Cordelia accepted everything gladly, finding satisfaction despite surrounding criticism. During her 12th year, reality shattered expectations when Ryuto displayed strength surpassing recognized heroes. Cordelia realized ideal knights were imaginary, yet trusted Ryuto completely whenever danger threatened anyone. Cordelia proudly declared Ryuto remained her trusted companion, believing they could safeguard countless lives. Listeners mocked her tale, dismissing claims that a villager surpassed heroes and challenged dragons. Several knights questioned her judgment, arguing achievements against goblins hardly proved extraordinary strength. Cordelia recalled records denying Ryuto's deeds, claiming confusion distorted memories surrounding that incident. Overwhelmed by frustration and embarrassment, Cordelia struck her cheeks, attempting regaining composure quickly. The captain scolded everyone sternly, reminding them Cordelia's sixth sense protected expeditions from danger. Ignoring embarrassment and tension, Cordelia quickly drank from her mug while remaining lost in thought. Discussion shifted toward expedition achievements, sponsors, monsters, and sandworms, defeated through coordinated effort. Cordelia's heartbeat intensified unexpectedly, suggesting troubling thoughts resurfaced, despite attempts maintaining composure calmly. Recognizing potential danger, leaders ordered every member alert immediately, while Cordelia quietly confirmed concerns, Soldiers formed defensive circles immediately, trusting Cordelia's warning, despite failing to detect any threat. Cordelia urged retreat without hesitation, prompting commanders to withdraw forces while maintaining strict vigilance. A sudden attack severed a knight instantly, shocking everyone, and confirming Cordelia's fears completely. The unseen assailant mocked escape attempts, laughing while demonstrating overwhelming speed and deadly confidence. A sinister woman revealed herself openly, promising total slaughter and denying every possibility of survival. Cordelia identified the attacker as evil dragon Amanta, realizing heroes had vanished because of her. Refusing panic, she ordered everyone surround Amanta immediately, believing combined strength could overcome danger. The soldiers hesitated briefly, confused by developments, while carefully watching movements across the battlefield. A companion questioned Cordelia's plan, but others trusted her instincts and followed instructions. Commanders restored confidence swiftly, organizing formations and declaring Amanta defeatable through coordinated combat. Remembering Ryuto's promise, Cordelia recalled his vow supporting heroes regardless of recognition or reward. The knights launched coordinated attacks, activating defensive skills while pressuring Amanta from multiple directions. Amanta countered effortlessly, firing attacks confidently and forcing combatants into dangerous positions during battle. The squad executed preparations carefully, using specialized abilities to restrict Amanta's options and movement. Despite severe injuries, a determined knight pierced Amanta successfully, proving their strategy partially effective. Amanta faced relentless attacks, yet countered skillfully, while surrounding knights pressed forward without hesitation. Multiple warriors struck simultaneously, forcing her backward briefly as coordinated assaults landed from directions. The battle intensified rapidly, but Amanta evaded attacks effortlessly and disrupted formations through strength. She mocked their efforts casually, claiming restraint alone prevented complete destruction of everyone. While taunting opponents playfully, Amanta noticed movement behind her as soldiers prepared another attack. Amanta massacred soldiers mercilessly, mocking survivors while presenting slain victims to provoke despair further. She manipulated corpses cruelly, forcing witnesses toward hopelessness while taunting them with grotesque displays. Recognizing her target, Amanta suddenly ordered desecration of the hero, escalating tensions dramatically further. Cordelia charged forward immediately, cutting through approaching enemies while ignoring fear and personal safety. Witnessing unbearable atrocities, she gritted her teeth fiercely and continued fighting with determination. Cordelia rallied frightened soldiers, urging discipline while demonstrating enemies could still be defeated together. Amanta mocked their formation, launching powerful attacks and ridiculing leadership for failing maintain order. Refusing intimidation, Cordelia advanced aggressively, exchanging blows directly while enduring pressure from Amanta. Cordelia unleashed repeated strikes relentlessly, forcing Amanta to defend continuously against an overwhelming barrage. Exhaustion finally appeared during combat, yet she remained standing, despite weakened hands and breathing. Cordelia's attacks finally connected, forcing Amanta to react while narrowly avoiding retaliatory strikes repeatedly. Amanta scattered projectiles everywhere, pressuring Cordelia continuously and restricting movement across the battlefield. Noticing Cordelia isolated, Amanta approached calmly and questioned whether loneliness troubled her deeply. She gestured toward corpses and orcs, claiming companionship remained available despite widespread devastation. Cordelia rejected Amanta's twisted reasoning angrily, refusing happiness built upon suffering and death. Amanta described horrific torture proudly, explaining victims eventually begged for death, while orcs consumed them. She celebrated endless suffering further, praising recovery magic because it prolonged agony without release. Amanta became ecstatic, discussing despair, obsessively admiring expressions created through pain and hopelessness alone. Mocking Cordelia relentlessly, Amanta laughed loudly and claimed humiliation represented entertainment beyond comparison. Without warning, she attacked suddenly, grabbing Cordelia directly and forcing the battle closer. Amanta mocked Cordelia cruelly, claiming heroes surrendered easily and abandoned their convictions under pressure. Cordelia revealed a psychological skill activation, resisting manipulation while Amanta questioned her determination. Amanta struggled against the mental effect, recognizing the hero's ability disrupted her influence. Frustrated by resistance, Amanta complained openly, admitting Cordelia proved unusually difficult to break. Losing interest gradually, she dismissed Cordelia as boring and prepared another attack immediately. Amanta launched another attack confidently, expecting victory while Cordelia struggled against overwhelming pressure. A sudden strike interrupted Amanta completely, sending her crashing away and shocking nearby combatants. Cordelia turned immediately, stunned by an unexpected figure crossing the battlefield with impossible speed. Recognizing him instantly, she remembered the protector she always trusted beyond every hero. Ryuto finally arrived calmly, apologizing briefly while standing before everyone as their salvation. Ryuto explained hearing Cordelia faced the evil dragon, arriving hurriedly, despite lacking complete information entirely. Noticing her trembling arm, Ryuto supported Cordelia gently, recognizing exhaustion hidden beneath determination and lingering emotional strain. Cordelia embraced him tearfully, reminding Ryuto about promises while expressing frustration over his absence. Ryuto apologized sincerely and comforted Cordelia, then sensed hostility around them and shifted focus immediately toward danger. Amanta attacked again, questioning Ryuto's identity, while Cordelia proudly defended his ordinary status and steadfast character. Declaring himself a villager, Ryuto confronted Amanta confidently, standing beside Cordelia without hesitation or fear. Ryuto confidently holds Cordelia, while Amanta questions villagers' strength, showing strange interest. Ryuto lightly answers that evil dragons seem unimpressive, leaving Amanta amused rather than offended. Seeing countless victims, Ryuto challenges Amanta's actions, condemning needless slaughter while Cordelia watches silently. Amanta cheerfully compares victims to insects, claiming entertainment alone motivated her brutal killings without remorse whatsoever. Furious Ryuto attacks, immediately unleashing swift strikes as Cordelia joins battle against Amanta. Amanta dodges attacks effortlessly while noticing Ryuto's rare sword, questioning its origin during combat fiercely. She mocks Ryuto's weapon choice, claiming the sword suits someone else far better instead. Ryuto ignores interruptions, entrusts others with enemies, then challenges Amanta personally using confidence alone. Excited by resistance, Amanta pursues Ryuto eagerly, declaring he has earned her attention completely. Ryuto activates powerful skills mid-charge, preparing his answer through action while closing distance rapidly. Ryuto suddenly lands a devastating punch, sending Amanta flying before she fully reacts defensively there. Maintaining pressure, he releases overwhelming power, refusing Amanta any opportunity to regain momentum completely. Amanta crashes hard onto the ground while Ryuto approaches steadily, watching her condition carefully. Recovering quickly, Amanta reveals excitement instead of fear, praising Ryuto's successful surprise attack enthusiastically. She grins wildly and admits defeat never occurred, treating the clash like entertainment instead. Ryuto unleashes relentless attacks, forcing Amanta backward, while powerful impacts tear through surroundings repeatedly. Amanta acknowledges Ryuto's strength, yet believes such attacks remain insufficient against her completely. His continuous assault overwhelms Amanta, leaving her confused while desperately resisting every strike launched. Amanta reveals dragon power confidently, but Ryuto immediately activates the same ability himself. Shocked by revelation, she learns Ryuto once qualified for dragon kingship through extraordinary achievements. Amanta accuses Ryuto of stealing dragon authority, refusing belief that any villager earned it. Ryuto reveals another dragon reward skill, calmly inviting Amanta to demonstrate her strength fully. Witnessing repeated dragon abilities, Amanta grows shaken, realizing Ryuto possesses genuine extraordinary qualifications already. Doubt overwhelms Amanta as fear emerges, leaving her unable to accept reality before her. Amanta suddenly notices Ryuto relies solely on physical power, never using magic throughout battle. Amanta mocks Ryuto's reliance on equipment, sealing enhancements before revealing greater power confidently afterward. She unveils countless demon eyes, proudly displaying abnormal abilities and overwhelming magical potential, completely explaining her charm magic. She boasts nobody withstands it while Ryuto remains visibly unaffected. Amanta approaches intimately, attempting domination through charm, expecting Ryuto to surrender without resistance. Unmoved, Ryuto violently rejects Amanta's advance, disgusted by her behavior and intentions entirely. Ryuto reminds Amanta her strongest abilities failed completely, exposing weaknesses she never acknowledged before. Thanking her sincerely, Ryuto explains their battle helped him achieve even greater strength personally. Enraged, she boasts her unmatched status and power, refusing acceptance of Ryuto's superiority entirely, despite anger. Amanta suddenly agrees with Ryuto's demand, smiling strangely while surrendering herself. She explains evil dragons revive repeatedly, treating death lightly while promising another encounter someday. Ryuto rejects Amanta's promise completely, raising his sword while declaring her return impossible forever. Amanta panics upon learning Ryuto's weapon specifically exists to destroy evil dragons permanently. Cordelia arrives after defeating enemies, unknowingly creating distraction, while Amanta notices an opportunity suddenly. Before Amanta acts, Lilith appears and effortlessly interrupts her desperate movement. Startled and confused, Amanta questions Lilith's identity, receiving only a cold response instead. Amanta desperately claims her death threatens world balance, But Ryuto remains completely unconvinced by excuses. Ignoring her warning, Ryuto strikes decisively, ending Amanta's resistance before further arguments emerge entirely. Ryuto explains divine destruction prevents resurrection, ensuring Amanta's soul can never return again. Cordelia welcomes Ryuto back warmly while admitting confusion regarding complicated explanations surrounding events. Companions warn Ryuto carries dangerous curses, revealing hidden consequences behind his extraordinary strength. Cordelia learns Ryuto's immense power carries curses, causing suffering whenever protective restraints disappear completely. Ryuto reassures her sincerely, declaring he would endure any hardship to remain beside her. Hearing those words, Cordelia becomes flustered, struggling to process Ryuto's heartfelt determination fully. Cordelia smiles warmly and thanks Ryuto, while he happily accepts her response without hesitation. Their peaceful moment ends when she asked him who the mysterious hooded girl, Lilith, standing beside them. Ryuto appeared during days preceding the evil dragon's destruction, carrying determination. Lilith entered an immense library, studying countless shelves and searching carefully through records containing knowledge. She crossed a grand chamber, reached massive doors, and opened them toward a hidden section. Inside, a solitary book rested upon a pedestal, preserved carefully beneath brilliant light for generations. She opened the tome, discovering dragon-created magical records containing accumulated research, secrets, and techniques preserved. Lilith learned the tome became readable because a special individual enabled access beyond normal limitations. 2 years earlier, another candidate attempted the trial, yet the tome rejected that person's efforts. Leaders argued permission required unanimous approval, refusing exceptions despite orders and discussions. Dragon King dismissed objections calmly, declaring strength, determined justice, and authority surpassed collective agreement. A man struck a protesting leader directly, ending resistance forcefully while supporting Dragon King's position. Ada Lord acknowledged Ryuto's strength, while Ryuto apologized casually, easing tension. Their discussion shifted toward the tome, and Ryuto admitted its secrets greatly increased his power. Ryuto prepared to depart, but Lilith suddenly appeared and called out from the doorway. Lilith worried about separation, while Ryuto explained her presence would hinder his dangerous objectives. He promised reunion after training, assigning Lilith memorization duties while pursuing growth through harsh study. Ryuto memorized dragon spells, yet lacked dragon nature, preventing practical use, despite extensive knowledge. Lilith endured years waiting faithfully, believing Ryuto's promise while fearing he abandoned their agreement. Ryuto finally returned, surprising Lilith completely and proving his commitment through actions. Overcome with relief, Lilith rushed forward and embraced Ryuto tightly, releasing emotions held for years. Lilith scolded his lateness through tears, while Ryuto apologized sincerely and accepted her feelings quietly. Ryuto explained mastering dragon knowledge, granted magical understanding, allowing analysis despite lacking genuine dragon abilities. He patting her head gently while recognizing efforts made throughout years of study. Ryuto revealed a ring, explaining prolonged absence resulted from searching specifically for Lilith's gift. He presented the ring, encouraging Lilith to accept it while placing it upon her finger. Noticing the ring's position, Lilith became overwhelmed, realizing the implication and reacting with shock. Still flustered from the ring, Lilith grabbed her belongings hurriedly, while Ryuto urged immediate departure together. Ryuto revealed their destination involved destroying the evil dragon, leaving Lilith surprised yet ready beside him. Hours after victory, Cordelia gently released birds while surveying devastation, as Ryuto observed. Cordelia informed Ryuto reinforcements required 2 more hours, revealing their vulnerable situation. Ryuto questioned whether Cordelia should abandon heroic duties and escape, suggesting survival over sacrifice. Cordelia entertained the suggestion, jokingly proposing fabricated excuses and departure together, though clearly conflicted about duty still. Rejecting retreat, Cordelia declared herself a hero, renewing determination while Ryuto recognized her unwavering resolve. Cordelia rejected escape, declaring steadfast resolve while promising future growth, determined to surpass Ryuto's abilities. Ryuto departed, vowing to protect everyone through his methods, while Lilith watched. Cordelia observed quietly as Ryuto left, while Lilith realized unanswered questions remained regarding mysterious events. Traveling together, Ryuto endured Lilith's clingy behavior while she complained, misunderstanding Cordelia's decision completely. Ryuto reflected that Cordelia's struggle differed greatly now, believing his actions altered crucial circumstances. Lilith dismissed humanity's fate, proudly displaying Ryuto's ring, while he explained its remarkable abilities and value. The ring's description revealed unusual power, a astonishing Lilith as she examined the treasured. Ryuto and Lilith traveled beside a noble convoy, discussing appearances while observing. Armed guards suddenly blocked passage, displaying aggressive behavior, while Ryuto preferred avoiding unnecessary conflict entirely. A disturbance reached the carriage, prompting orders to halt movement as concerned retainers prepared. A noble inspected Lilith closely, demanding her hood removed. The detector reacted strongly, revealing Lilith carried a slave seal, causing the noble's interest. Claiming ownership rights, the noble ordered Lilith transferred away, while Ryuto quickly recognized serious trouble. Ryuto attempted reasoning, explaining slavery mattered little to him, yet negotiations failed completely with everyone. Exploiting slave commands, the noble forced Lilith forward, leaving Ryuto desperately trying to stop her. Ryuto struck the noble suddenly, shocking everyone present while Lilith remained under enforced control. Chaos erupted immediately as guards attacked, while the furious noble demanded Ryuto's execution without hesitation. Ryuto calmly healed injured horses, leaving knights confused, and the noble struggling to understand events. A gladiator named Marissa arrived, accepting orders to judge Ryuto, while the noble regained confidence. Seeing Marissa appear, Ryuto warned Lilith back. Realizing circumstances had become worse than expected, Marissa launched relentless attacks, forcing Ryuto defensive while testing his reactions. Spectators praised Marissa's terrifying reputation, describing countless victories, and expecting another effortless triumph against Ryuto. The crowd mocked Ryuto's chances, convinced Marissa would crush him completely before resistance became meaningful. Observing carefully, Ryuto judged Marissa's strength disappointing. Realizing the feared gladiator appeared surprisingly weak, Marissa analyzed Ryuto cautiously, restraining lethal force while recognizing unusual reactions exceeding expectations for commoners. Ryuto struck suddenly, leaving Marissa stunned and speechless as the feared gladiator failed to react. Marissa collapsed, astonishing spectators while Ryuto casually pretended the outcome resulted from pure accident. The noble ordered treatment quickly, abandoning confrontation as Ryuto's unexpected victory shattered confidence. Ryuto reclaimed Lilith openly, warning everyone never touch his precious companion again under any circumstances. Leaving together, Lilith clung happily to Ryuto, while he realized her attachment kept growing stronger. Lilith misunderstood slave obligations completely, imagining embarrassing possibilities while Ryuto ignored her strange assumptions. Reaching a seaside city, Ryuto admired the scenery, while Lilith happily shared his excitement. Ryuto outlined important goals, including removing Lilith's seal, establishing a base, and gaining strength. At the Slave Association, Ryuto learned superior seals required expensive procedures, leaving him frustrated. Additional restrictions appeared, preventing purchase without proper guarantees, causing Ryuto's plans to stall. Unable to resolve Lilith's seal, Ryuto left frustrated while association staff mocked their difficult circumstances. At tavern, Ryuto discovered his funds insufficient, while suspicious gold coins remained unusable. Learning local conditions, Ryuto realized money shortages threatened progress, forcing him toward practical solutions. Nearby patrons discussed murdered runaway slaves, prompting Ryuto's attention when identification details emerged. Hearing seal involvement caused madness, Ryuto urgently demanded information, suspecting connections to Lilith's situation. At the inn, Ryuto investigated slave seals further. Realizing Lilith's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, they learned neglected seals eventually deteriorated, causing severe consequences once visible symptoms finally emerged. Historical records revealed runaway slaves suffered agonizing deaths, connecting current incidents to past criminal activities. Examining Lilith's seal, Ryuto estimated limited time remained, discovering deterioration had already progressed significantly. Desperate for answers, Ryuto considered confronting the slave dealer, seeking ownership transfer through mana. Lilith encouraged Ryuto, reminding him time remained, helping replace despair with renewed determination and purpose. Motivated again, Ryuto headed toward the guild, planning intensive work to gather required funds. Guild staff rejected his proposal, leaving Ryuto frustrated because ordinary methods seemed insufficient. Further explanations revealed strict registration rules, making recruitment difficult despite Ryuto's urgent financial needs. Lilith advertised her rare skill publicly, hoping capable adventurers would join their party willingly. Lilith's recruitment announcement attracted silence, leaving observers doubtful while Ryuto awaited responses anxiously there. 2 adventurers volunteered unexpectedly, offering assistance and giving Ryuto hope for progress toward goals. The newcomers recognized Lilith and linked her to investigations, revealing suspicious knowledge about recent events. Their true intentions surfaced quickly, as they demanded Lilith accompany them, instead of joining willingly. Angered, Lilith unleashed powerful magic inside the guild, overwhelming aggressors and shocking everyone. Ryudo realized Lilith's uncontrolled anger threatened disaster, while guild punishment could ruin their plans completely. Lilith suddenly noticed her magic fading unexpectedly, leaving her confused as a strange irregularity emerged. Ryuto noticed confusion spreading across the guild hall, while Lilith stood exposed. The angry adventurer attacked Lilith directly, blaming her magic failure, but she countered his assault. Ryuto stepped forward calmly, stopping the swordsman instantly with his hand, preventing further trouble inside. A mysterious eye-patched man identified Ryuto, revealing knowledge about hidden strength and dispel magic abilities. The stranger introduced himself as Sage Gilmenas, acknowledged their achievements, then granted recognition. Ryuto thanked Gilmenas, then wondered whether the renowned sage shared similarities through reincarnation circumstances. Gilmenas departed, predicting another meeting someday, while guild members praised Ryuto's newly earned recognition. Ryuto studied request boards quietly, considering future opportunities while Lilith accompanied him through guild activities. He explained versatile support magic to Lilith, emphasizing protection, resistance, and practical experience over combat. Reviewing guild regulations, Ryuto selected rank B subjugation quests, aiming for better earnings despite restrictions. Ryuto chose a gathering quest involving rainbow fruits, valuable treasures impossible to cultivate through ordinary means. He revealed a hidden villager skill, explaining unusual harvest chances, despite the fruit is rarity. Reaching the mountain outskirts, Ryuto and Lilith prepared supplies while recovering from their journey. Lilith discovered moldy black bread inside storage, realizing their provisions had deteriorated. Ryuto accepted the inconvenience, suggesting replacement food supplies while conserving money for future necessities. Ryuto filled containers with water, rejecting rest while prioritizing rainbow fruits, and another important objective. He activated cultivation skills, scanning wide terrain efficiently while searching for traces hidden underground. Enhanced senses guided Ryuto forward, locating the target area and confirming valuable resources existed. He discovered animals consumed ripening rainbow fruits, explaining why mature specimens remained exceptionally scarce. 2 hours passed gathering fruits, yet Ryuto obtained limited amounts, proving their rarity once again. Ryuto counted gathered fruits, yet remained focused on locating another objective before leaving the area. Sudden noises erupted across the field as goblin monsters emerged, surrounding Ryuto and Lilith unexpectedly. Ryuto assessed the situation calmly, instructing Lilith to defeat approaching monsters while he observed. Lilith accepted, unleashing powerful magic attacks that struck enemies and disrupted their advance. One goblin charged aggressively with axes raised, attempting a desperate attack despite overwhelming opposition. Lilith exhausted her magic defeating monsters, while Ryuto noticed her condition and questioned the depletion. Ryuto shared equipment restoring magic power, reminding Lilith excessive spell usage carried serious consequences. He explained careless casting consumed magic reserves, creating dangerous situations during extended battles. Ryuto emphasized her low level, warning that certain threats required preparation instead of reckless actions. He encouraged continued growth through practice, believing stronger magic control would naturally develop over time. Ryuto encouraged Lilith to rely on her abilities, prompting her senses toward something concealed. Lilith reacted suddenly, while Ryuto recognized her discovery and realized they had found valuable prey. A giant insect-like creature appeared across the water, revealing the source behind their search. Lilith identified mutant insects hiding through camouflage, explaining why ordinary observation failed detecting them. Ryuto warned their targets were powerful, stressing caution because reckless behavior could quickly invite danger. Holy swords failed piercing protective barriers, proving the mutant insects possessed formidable defenses against attacks. Ryuto explained his strategy calmly, planning efficient extermination while avoiding direct confrontation. The pair rushed across terrain, positioning themselves carefully before executing the prepared hunting method. Following Ryuto's command, Lilith expanded her storage ability and released accumulated soapy water everywhere. The flooded insect lost stability immediately, exposing weaknesses and creating an opening for capture attempts. Ryuto signaled the attack, and Lilith unleashed lightning magic simultaneously against every exposed insect target. The strategy succeeded completely, stripping protective barriers through soapy water and allowing magic attacks. Ryuto reviewed Lilith's status, concluding her successful battle performance justified significant growth. They enjoyed a meal while calculating rewards, satisfied with profits earned from materials and quests. Gilmenas appeared unexpectedly, while Lilith reported completed fruit collection and Ryuto discussed recognition objectives. Gilmenas approached Ryuto, explaining he sensed powerful individuals easily and tracked them without difficulty. He discussed restoration magic casually, joking with companions while examining Ryuto's condition and reactions. Gilmenas proposed a challenge, summoning a preferred fighter and insisting Ryuto participate despite reservations and visible hesitation. Suddenly Marissa the gladiator appeared, introducing himself proudly, while displaying impressive strength. The match ended instantly, leaving Marissa defeated and apologetic, as shocked spectators watched silently. Marissa thanked Ryuto sincerely, while companions offered money compensation and expressed gratitude for his restraint. He rejected the payment angrily, punishing offenders himself and declaring dignity could not be purchased. Walking together, Ryuto reflected on karma, believing actions create bonds that eventually return to people. The following day, a mysterious witch approached Ryuto, sensing unusual qualities and inviting conversation. She introduced a gathering request, involving Mandragora, offering rewards and sparking Ryuto's immediate interest. The witch revealed Mandragora's immense value, while Ryuto realized the request offered exceptional opportunities and rewards. She described rumors surrounding Ryuto's achievements, confirming his growing reputation among influential individuals already. Explaining further, she revealed university involvement and trusted Ryuto with a mission requiring expertise. The witch promised assistance purchasing Lilith's freedom, strengthening Ryuto's motivation to accept immediately. Ryuto discussed Mandragora demand, recognizing its importance for medicine and understanding its persistent scarcity. The witch explained abnormal Mandragora growth signaled danger, suggesting unusual forces were affecting surrounding regions. She revealed Mandragoras grew near Arrakis volcano, where deadly basilisks inhabited forests and threatened travelers. To ensure success, experienced Haku Fae clan adventurers joined Ryuto's expedition, preparing for hazardous encounters ahead. Ryuto's group entered basilisk territory, discovering oversized monsters whose numbers exceeded expectations. Sensing danger ahead, Ryuto examined unusual traces carefully, while remaining alert toward hidden threats. He separated from Lilith briefly, intending to investigate a stronger presence and confirm suspicions personally. Deep within the forest, Ryuto encountered Manticore, containing a valuable Mandragora core inside. Ryuto vanished, suddenly pursuing the target, leaving startled adventurers confused and scrambling to react. Panic spread among adventurers as their leader suggested abandoning Ryuto, shocking Lilith and others. Discontent surfaced, with members rejecting their leader's decision and questioning his judgment openly. Lilith confronted the monster herself, discovering her attacks caused almost no meaningful damage. The creature launched a violent assault, forcing adventurers into desperate defensive actions against overwhelming pressure. One warrior resolved to stall the monster, urging companions and Lilith to escape immediately. Lilith refused retreating, declaring her determination to fight, while allies continued resisting the monster's assault. Encouraged by Lilith's resolve, Bernard advanced boldly, believing cooperation could defeat the dangerous creature. The monster struck violently, overwhelming Bernard, and sending him crashing backward through force alone. Witnessing defeat repeatedly, Lilith questioned her weakness while struggling against fear and harsh reality. Sensing imminent danger, Ryuto intervened immediately, positioning himself before Lilith as the beast approached. Ryuto protected Lilith successfully, reassuring her safety and praising her efforts, despite overwhelming circumstances encountered. Stunned, Bernard questioned Ryuto's identity, surprised by his abilities, and concerned for Lilith. Recovering at an inn, Ryuto listened while the veteran discussed adventurers and hidden backgrounds. Bernard praised his own self proudly, offering assistance and sharing experiences gathered through many journeys. Before leaving, he warned Ryuto and Lilith against unnecessary trouble, speaking with genuine concern. Ryuto explained his plan clearly, preparing Lilith for intensive training focused on rapid growth. He instructed Lilith to unleash powerful magic repeatedly, using himself as a durable training target. Lilith attacked continuously with lightning spells, yet Ryuto endured through skills and extraordinary resilience. The relentless training continued, while Lilith complained angrily and Ryuto remained focused on objectives. Despite protests, Lilith kept casting thunder magic repeatedly, gradually gaining experience through sustained practice. Lilith exhausted her magic reserves completely, collapsing weakly while remaining conscious. Lilith recovered enough through repeated casting, astonishing companions while displaying remarkable growth. Despite lingering harm, Ryuto's party reached the Mandragora location, yet barren ground stretched widely, revealing no visible traces. Bernard inspected crumbling soil carefully, doubting Mandragora survived where dryness devastated conditions severely. Sensing life beneath earth, Ryuto reassured companions confidently, sending the elder away before investigating further. 2 weeks later, the witch presented requested mandragoras, questioning soil conditions. Ryuto revealed surviving seeds, cultivated rewards through villagers' skills, then realized purchasing everything seemed impossible to him. Examining one closely, the witch trembled, declaring it no mandragora, leaving Ryuto deeply confused. The witch excitedly identified a rare breed, praising Ryuto's contribution and promising lasting recognition. Hearing its value, Ryuto negotiated payments, planning sales, while securing additional profits from future transactions too. The witch explained its rarity, suggesting specialized buyers, while Ryuto questioned depending solely. An older man arrived excitedly, finally locating Ryuto and interrupting discussions before business arrangements concluded. He delivered rewards immediately, exchanging prize money while insisting urgent matters regarding completed requests required attention. Explaining circumstances, he mentioned defeated lake monsters, believing Ryuto deserved recognition. The man apologized sincerely, admitting he claimed credit previously, then returned achievements and glory properly. Ryuto quietly approached the elder, proposing profitable opportunities while ensuring attention remained focused. Meanwhile, another report revealed Ryuto purchased Lilith's slave collar, resolving lingering concerns. Their journey led toward Vismal, a border city where wealth enabled nearly any desire. Inside the arena, crowds celebrated a rising champion who boldly challenged the reigning title holder before roaring spectators. Observers praised powerful contenders, comparing achievements while anticipating fierce matches that could reshape rankings. The arena match began, with the champion reclining casually, leaving spectators bewildered completely. Mocking limitations openly, the champion invited attacks confidently, claiming handicaps necessary because victory remained certain. The challenger struck decisively, yet his weapon shattered empty ground. Discovering his target vanished. She countered relentlessly, exploiting superior speed repeatedly, landing precise blows. Defeated and exhausted, the challenger collapsed helplessly as the champion mocked expectations surrounding his reputation. The champion accepted surrender, puzzled by her opponent's gesture, while she criticized his reckless behavior. A mysterious forbidden mage arrived, requesting mercy for the hero and revealing unexpected interest. After victory, the champion dismissed challenges, mentioning a remarkable villager whose future intrigued her greatly. She learned Ryuto traveled toward Sunrise Tower, where heroes faced sacred trials protecting legends and ancient relics. The mage explained his objective extended beyond holy swords, focusing on something hidden beyond them. Smiling confidently, she prepared a welcome, anticipating Ryuto's arrival and an important encounter, soon for both. Cordelia remained inside a frozen settlement, while heavy snow covered rooftops and streets. Cordelia sat cross-legged inside a cavern surrounded by candles. She meditated quietly beneath tangled roots, seeking control over mana and growth. Strange energy gathered before her closed eyes. Cordelia sensed the disturbance and concentrated harder, hoping to guide the flow. The attempt failed again. Cordelia lowered her hand and reflected on her limitations. She questioned passing time and her prolonged isolation within darkness. Cordelia remained seated in the cavern. She recognized 2 reasons for staying there. First, she needed certainty about herself and her true purpose. Cordelia reflected on her failures as a hero. Despite expectations, Ryuto repeatedly saved her life. She blamed insufficient determination for stagnation. Comparing herself with renowned heroes, Cordelia felt inadequate. Their achievements grew rapidly while she remained a B-rank adventurer. Memories resurfaced of Ryuto, rescuing her from deadly situations. Realizing dependence troubled her, she sought strength beyond comfort and attachment. An elder explained Devil's transformation through Mana Berserk. Cordelia could exceed normal limits, though society viewed such power with fear. The elder described Mana Berserk as survival instinct unleashed completely. Cordelia listened carefully, pursuing hidden potential rather than combat utility alone. The elder warned Cordelia that mastering Mana Berserk required abandoning hesitation. She needed balance, preserving sanity while approaching dangerous madness carefully. Cordelia explored her mind and observed hidden aspects of herself. She accepted every emotion and desire, instead of denial. Disturbing personalities emerged from her subconscious. Several versions obsessed over Ryuto, money, and selfish wishes, exposing impulses she normally suppressed. Seeing those manifestations disgusted Cordelia. Despite their shameful behavior, she understood they originated from herself and could not disappear. Cordelia resolved to confront every aspect directly. Declaring her determination, she challenged the unruly personalities and began asserting control. Cordelia accepted direct confrontation as the only solution. Though embarrassed by violence, she advanced against her manifestations without retreating anymore. Her determination exploded into action. Cordelia struck fiercely, refusing defeat and overwhelming several unruly personalities that challenged her resolve. One remaining manifestation questioned her sincerity and exposed hidden darkness. Its words unsettled Cordelia, forcing deeper reflection beyond anger. Rejecting weakness completely, Cordelia attacked that lingering self. She declared she would never return to her former dependent mindset. She awakened from the mental trial before the Elder. Having overcome her desires, she successfully completed Devil's transformation training. Having completed the trial, Cordelia received instructions to reach Khazro Tower. She accepted the challenge and prepared to prove herself. Far from the cavern, a mountainous landscape stretched beneath open skies. A small figure observed the wilderness quietly below. A fierce wyvern suddenly emerged and charged forward aggressively. Its massive body surged across the area while searching for prey. The wyvern opened its jaws and lunged ahead. A swift attack flashed across its path before impact occurred. Ryuto effortlessly defeated the wyvern and celebrated lunch. Beside him, Lilith worried her leveling progress had nearly stopped completely. Ryuto examined Lilith's status and discovered unusual growth. Her experience gains reflected monster continent conditions rather than human territory. He reviewed their remaining objectives within the city. He planned to remove Lilith's slave seal and continue training. While eating grilled meat enthusiastically, Lilith heard mention of Khazro Tower. The unfamiliar location immediately captured her attention completely. Ryuto explained Khazro Tower and its sacred surroundings. Despite concerns about Cordelia, he believed their goal required moving forward. Confident in the opportunity ahead, Ryuto proposed training within Khazro Tower. A hidden area beyond sacred grounds suited them. Ryuto explained their business within the city had ended. With funds secured, he left remaining details for Lilith. Walking through town, he sensed suspicious figures watching them. Recognizing hostile intent, he focused on the hidden observers. Ryuto suddenly rushed away and ordered Lilith back to the inn. He moved quickly toward the source of trouble. Left alone, Lilith reassured herself and continued onward. A particular location within the city had already attracted her curiosity. Entering a crowded marketplace, Lilith examined the surroundings carefully. She wandered among merchants and visitors while considering where to go. Exploring a bookstore alone, Lilith searched through shelves enthusiastically. Counterfeit books disappointed her, yet touching them still brought comfort. While browsing quietly, she reflected on missing genuine grimoires. The collection lacked authenticity, though reading materials remained enjoyable. Two suspicious men approached Lilith and offered assistance. Their behavior concealed harmful intentions, despite presenting themselves as friendly strangers. One man reached toward her, prompting immediate retaliation. Lilith struck decisively, sending both troublemakers reeling across the area. Shocked by her own reaction, Lilith realized prolonged safety had changed her. Hidden instincts surfaced before she could process them. Lilith found herself surrounded by numerous pursuers. Realizing their magic had failed, she assessed opponents calmly and prepared resistance. Confident against ordinary enemies, Lilith relied on taijutsu instead of magic. She rushed forward and overwhelmed several attackers easily. Stronger adversaries entered the fight and blocked her advance. Their coordinated attacks pressured Lilith, far beyond expectations significantly. A powerful enemy seized Lilith and mocked her recklessness. Trapped and exhausted, she struggled while searching for escape. Lilith recognized her overconfidence had become a weakness. Despite increased strength, she remained unable to overcome the situation alone. Cornered by enemies, Lilith lashed out desperately. Her frustration erupted openly as she resisted capture and rejected their threats. Rage replaced hesitation completely. Lilith shouted fiercely and struggled harder, determined to survive while terrifying her opponents unexpectedly. Ryuto arrived and neutralized the attackers immediately. Debilitating vines immobilized them, leaving the remaining enemies helpless and frightened. Safe again, Lilith apologized for causing trouble. She blamed her reckless choices while Ryuto listened without criticism carefully. He reassured Lilith and dismissed her worries. Their conversation shifted toward Khazro Tower as they prepared continuing together. Ryuto warned Lilith that future growth depended entirely on her resolve. Failure would mean returning her to Dragon Village. Distressed by those words, Lilith pleaded desperately. Determined to remain beside Ryuto, she vowed to become much stronger. News spread throughout the city that Cordelia would challenge Khazro Tower. Merchants immediately recognized opportunities and anticipated increased attention. Ryuto arrived at a crowded festival where merchants gathered and spectators anticipated a hero tournament. A public notice announced the Hero vs. Holy Sword match, and Lilith happily sampled food while observing preparations. Lilith watched from the stands, eating snacks and judging contestants. as rumors spread regarding attacks involving important figures across the city. Ryuto explained that the tower, once reserved for heroes, became accessible through trials designed to attract visitors from many regions seeking growth opportunities. Guiding Lilith, Ryuto chose the tower route over crowded festivities, aiming for their objective, while she considered its dangers and possible benefits. Ryuto and Lilith used a farsight device to inspect a distant building, focusing on a lit balcony room. Ryuto examined several rooms through the device, finding decorations and stuffed toys, while Lilith struggled understanding unfamiliar equipment. He explained that strength largely depended on levels and status, allowing persistent individuals to improve physical abilities steadily while gaining experience. Ryuto described effort-based training, noting locals ignored it because defeating enemies provided faster advancement and rewards, making traditional exercise seem inefficient overall. Looking again, they spotted a troubled woman alone. Ryuto identified a dangerous transformation process, correcting Lilith's misunderstanding about the scene. Ryuto explained that the woman's strange behavior was discipline training, helping her preserve sanity while steadily strengthening her dangerous berserker status. Cordelia confronted an imagined version of her former self, reliving painful memories and accusations connected to fallen comrades and failures. Accepting responsibility, Cordelia faced the vision directly, rather than denying blame. She acknowledged her mistakes and endured the emotional burden. The memories continued as dead soldiers appeared before her. They recalled their loyalty, sacrifices, and inability to protect everyone involved. Surrounded by grim figures, Cordelia heard their final regret. Their remains were ruined, leaving nothing meaningful behind except lingering sorrow. Cordelia sank deeper into despair, blaming herself for fallen comrades. Convinced their deaths proved her failure, she wished for punishment. Watching through the device, Lilith remained silent. Cordelia's condition appeared serious, making the emotional trial seem far harsher than expected. Ryuto explained that Cordelia endured headaches and slow progress, despite relentless effort, proving genuine improvement demanded persistence beyond simple statistics. He compared Cordelia's struggle with Lilith's situation, hoping her determination would inspire Lilith to train harder and pursue greater strength. Analyzing Cordelia further, Ryuto concluded she remained trapped by self-destructive thoughts. Her training advanced, yet important abilities stayed incomplete. Lilith suddenly asked what Cordelia truly meant to Ryuto. Her direct question caught him off guard, forcing him to reflect carefully. Ryuto hesitated before answering. As he watched Cordelia's struggle, he searched for words capable of expressing his feelings clearly. The tournament introduction began, presenting Cordelia and the Holy Sword wielder before spectators. Lilith listened while observing Ryuto's reaction closely. Combat started immediately. Cordelia launched a fierce attack, creating a powerful clash that shocked onlookers and demonstrated her determination. An official announced the match commencement. With attention fixed upon the arena, spectators eagerly awaited the outcome between both fighters. Cordelia and the Holy Sword wielder raised their weapons calmly. Neither rushed forward, carefully studying movements before committing to an attack. Cordelia struck first, unleashing rapid assaults from multiple angles. Her opponent remained composed, deflecting every strike without yielding ground whatsoever. The exchange intensified as both fighters crossed blades repeatedly. Lilith watched nervously while Cordelia pressed harder against unwavering defenses. Despite relentless pressure, the Holy Sword wielder blocked each attack precisely. Cordelia recognized the growing gap between their abilities, refusing retreat. Cordelia adjusted her footing and launched another charge. Determination overcame hesitation as she searched for an opening. Cordelia praised the Holy Sword wielder's strength, acknowledging her disadvantage. She admitted uncertainty about victory while respecting his overwhelming skill. The Holy Sword wielder encouraged Cordelia, advising continued training. He believed experience and persistence would eventually help her improve further. Rejecting defeat, Cordelia activated her frenzy state deliberately. Determined to surpass stronger opponents, she released greater power. Spectators watched nervously as Cordelia's appearance changed. Her intense presence alarmed observers. While the Holy Sword wielder remained focused, Cordelia unleashed a devastating attack toward her opponent. The arena shook from the impact, demonstrating the destructive force of her transformation. Cordelia's decisive strike landed successfully. A small creature reacted dramatically, signaling that the fierce exchange had finally reached conclusion. The Holy Sword wielder raised his hands and accepted defeat. Spectators watched in surprise as Cordelia secured victory through determination. Officials declared Cordelia the winner. The crowd applauded both fighters, recognizing their efforts and celebrating an exciting match together. Cheers filled the arena while spectators discussed the battle. Lilith quietly reflected, unable to fully understand the final exchange. Observing Cordelia's achievement, Lilith realized her assumptions were mistaken. She acknowledged that extraordinary talent and relentless effort could coexist. Watching Cordelia's victory, Lilith realized their abilities existed on different levels. She accepted the immense distance separating them completely. Overwhelmed by the comparison, she broke into tears. She admitted she could not surpass Cordelia through ordinary effort alone. Back at their lodging, Lilith remained troubled. The realization lingered heavily, pushing her to reconsider her own limitations. Ryuto visited her room carrying food and checked on her condition. Lilith answered honestly, showing she remained awake. Their conversation shifted toward Keijiro Tower. Ryuto revealed important developments concerning the location, immediately capturing Lilith's attention and curiosity. Crushed by self-doubt, Lilith decided to return to the Dragon Village. Ryuto respected her choice, left food behind, and departed quietly. Walking alone, Ryuto reflected on their relationship. Lilith depended heavily on him, while he had unknowingly accepted and encouraged that dependence. Thinking about Cordelia, Ryuto called her someone dear to him. Realizing how personal it sounded, he immediately felt embarrassed. Bernard eagerly purchased exploration tokens for himself and 2 children. Ryuto accompanied him quietly while preparing for their tower expedition. The group entered Keijiro Tower using a family package. Lilith appeared discouraged while Ryuto observed silently and followed onward. Inside the tower, Bernard explained their route through several floors. He remained determined to guide Lilith there successfully. Bernard shared information from his experienced grandfather, confident about trap locations and manageable risks. He reassured Ryuto completely. Ryuto listened carefully to the adventurers' guidance throughout their journey. Appreciating the effort and support, he offered sincere thanks. Bernard explained the entrance trial using his guide. Trusting the recorded route, he instructed Ryuto and Lilith to proceed carefully. As they entered, arrows launched unexpectedly from multiple directions. Lilith reacted immediately, protecting the group while Bernard froze briefly. Ryuto noticed the arrows differed from the guide's description. Using erase magic, he removed threats while questioning the outdated information. A hidden floor trap activated beneath Bernard. Sharp spikes pierced his body instantly, leaving Ryuto and Lilith staring silently. Lilith watched Ryuto's expression following the accident. Concerned by his reaction, she wondered whether anger was building inside him. Ryuto examined the deadly trap and activated a detection skill. Comparing circumstances carefully, he suspected connections to Cordelia's dangerous trial. Requesting the map, Ryuto studied every marked section closely. He searched for inconsistencies, refusing to trust previous assumptions completely. He identified that most trap locations matched the guide. Realizing only specific details differed, he reached an important conclusion. Certain of his deduction, Ryuto touched the floor confidently. He prepared to expose the hidden mechanism behind the trial. Activating another skill, he unleashed overwhelming force across the chamber. Concealed traps and structures shattered, revealing the room's secrets. Ryuto dismissed the destroyed traps as minor obstacles. Explaining they only delayed movement briefly, he urged everyone forward immediately. Reaching the next area, the group learned a giant golem blocked their path. The trial demanded overcoming an extremely difficult guardian. Ignoring caution, Ryuto suggested bypassing the challenge entirely. He attacked surrounding structures directly, creating a massive destructive impact. Bernard prepared to distract the powerful golem while Ryuto advanced. Evaluating its defenses, Ryuto searched for weaknesses quickly. A heavy door suddenly sealed the chamber entrance. Shocked by the unexpected change, Bernard realized their retreat route vanished. Elsewhere, a mysterious masked woman revealed she had altered the dungeon's settings. Expecting Ryuto's struggle, she monitored events confidently. A tremendous impact echoed through the tower unexpectedly. Massive destruction spread across structures, disrupting plans and drawing the woman's attention. Surveying the chamber, the woman discovered pathways opened unnaturally. The damaged environment suggested someone had bypassed intended challenges completely. Confronting her, Ryuto identified the person responsible for increasing the dungeon's difficulty. He accused her while advancing without hesitation. The woman questioned Ryuto's methods in disbelief, explaining he created shortcuts and removed traps. Ryuto shocked everyone present. The woman explained Keijiro Tower existed outside normal dimensions, preserved across ages. It served heroes while hiding another purpose. She revealed the tower contained a legendary devil sword. Long associated with heroic trials, its history stretched far back. According to her explanation, immense magical power from that weapon created the tower. Keijiro Tower existed as its shadow. The woman stopped discussing history and addressed Ryuto directly. She revealed another individual waited beyond the sealed doorway. As the door opened, the woman urged Ryuto forward quickly. Suddenly immobilized, He realized the knife controlled his movements. Ryuto examined the knife controlling his body and realized additional magic restrained him. He recognized the woman had prepared thoroughly, while Bernard and Lilith remained immobilized. Ryuto focused calmly. He considered his situation carefully instead of panicking immediately. Determined to continue, Ryuto advanced toward the chamber's center. The mysterious woman waited ahead beside a dark weapon. The woman acknowledged 2 challengers remained in the trial. Ryuto identified the legendary devil sword and questioned its presence. A familiar figure entered the room carrying a sword. Ryuto recognized Lilith instantly, though her appearance seemed unusually serious. The masked woman attacked Ryuto directly, while explaining the devil sword's power. She intended claiming its strength through sacrifice. Ryuto defended against repeated strikes while analyzing her movements. Realizing she teleported frequently, he searched for weaknesses carefully. The woman introduced herself as Eslin and declared hostile intentions. Standing beside Ryuto, Lilith listened to the threat. Ryuto remained calm despite Eslin's confidence. Trusting their strategy, he instructed Lilith to continue preparing their planned response. Eslin launched another attack toward Ryuto immediately. Before reaching him, Lilith intercepted the strike and challenged her directly. Lilith and Eslin exchanged rapid sword strikes across the chamber. Ryuto observed closely while their fierce battle revealed valuable information. Watching carefully, Ryuto noticed Eslin restrained her abilities. He concluded her threatening claims exceeded the actual force displayed. Ryuto unveiled his solution by performing an unexpected handstand. Both Lilith and Eslin paused, confused by his behavior. Analyzing the battle, Ryuto narrowed Eslin's ability possibilities. He eliminated unlikely options and focused on practical combat evidence. Combining every observation, he reached a conclusion. He determined Eslin's unusual movements originated from super acceleration rather than teleportation. Ryuto identified the weakness behind Eslin's acceleration ability. Maintaining proper distance, he prepared a method to counter her movements. Eslin raised her weapon confidently and questioned his deduction. Believing her advantage remained intact, she pressed the attack aggressively. Predicting her approach, Ryuto manipulated positioning and timing carefully. Eslin rushed forward, only to miss her intended strike. The opening allowed Lilith to launch a coordinated attack. Working together, they successfully knocked Eslin away from combat. Recovering from the hit, Eslin realized she had been deceived. Annoyed by the simple strategy, she questioned when it began. Eslin regained her footing following the coordinated attack. Realizing Ryuto anticipated her movements, she reassessed the battle cautiously. Ryuto explained how scattered weeds exposed Eslin's movement pattern. Combining observations and skills, he successfully predicted her destinations. Understanding his reasoning, Eslin acknowledged the deception. Her earlier confidence faded as Ryuto revealed the preparation behind everything. Eslin retaliated immediately, striking Ryuto despite his precautions. Wounded by the attack, he realized she remained extremely dangerous. Standing over Ryuto, Eslin abandoned her restraint completely. Declaring serious intent, she prepared to unleash her full strength. Ryuto endured Eslin's relentless assault as multiple weapons pierced his body, yet he remained standing, gripping his sword despite severe wounds. Eslin prepared another attack, raising a curved weapon confidently. Violent impacts erupted across the battlefield, showing their struggle escalating further. Ryuto charged through the barrage and swung decisively. His blade cut across Eslin's position, forcing her backward while maintaining pressure continuously. Eslin realized Ryuto had countered a technique considered impossible to repeat rapidly. His unexpected response shocked her during combat. Breathing heavily, Eslin glared at Ryuto and called him stubborn. Despite exhaustion and injuries, neither fighter showed intentions of yielding. Ryuto analyzed Eslin's abilities while enduring pressure. He recognized instant teleportation patterns, trusting experience and predictions to guide decisions accurately. Eslin noticed Ryuto advancing, despite her spell preparation. His behavior seemed unusual, making her question whether he intended disruption. A growing sense of unease spread through Eslin. She paused to reconsider the battle, searching for her opponent's hidden objective. Eslin launched another attack, but strange objects appeared around her position. Their placement confused her before a sudden strike followed. Ryuto revealed poisonous gas concealed within the objects. Although resistance prevented complete paralysis, his plan successfully weakened Eslin considerably. Ryuto anticipated Eslin's desperation. Watching her condition worsen, he concluded she would attempt one decisive attack to determine victory. He endured repeated strikes intentionally, gathering information. Every exchange helped him understand her movements and identify her fastest reaction. Ryuto advanced confidently toward Lin. He believed predicting her destination nullified instant teleportation's advantage, allowing him to maintain control. Lislin smiled beneath her mask as realization struck. Ryuto sensed danger immediately, recognizing she still possessed a hidden plan. Mocking his confidence, Lin unleashed her ultimate assault. Weapons materialized from every direction, trapping Ryuto within an overwhelming barrage. Lin activated her ultimate technique, surrounding Ryuto with countless blades. The attack converged simultaneously, leaving almost no avenue for escape. Before the barrage concluded, terrifying spirits erupted from Ryuto's body. Their sudden appearance shocked Lin and disrupted expectations completely. The spirits violently attacked Ryuto instead of protecting him. Their claws and fangs tore into him while he struggled desperately. Lin understood those spirits remained unstable and dangerous. Seeing Ryuto overwhelmed, she considered intervening, despite being his opponent. Lilith stepped forward and stopped Lin immediately. Determined to save Ryuto herself, she insisted on carrying out her plan. Ryuto explained a hidden tower secret. Granting a wish required sacrificing half one's lifespan, making the reward extremely costly. Lilith listened quietly and reached a conclusion. One wish mattered enough that surrendering her entire life seemed acceptable. Determined to help Ryuto, she activated a powerful dragon skill. She willingly offered half her lifespan without hesitation. The skill transformed its user into a dragon. Lin immediately realized Lilith intended to change herself for Ryuto's sake. Ryuto apologized for forcing such risks upon everyone. Despite concerns, Lilith firmly urged Lin to proceed with the plan. Lilith unleashed Golden Roar through her dragon power, creating a massive attack that struck Lin while shielding Ryuto from danger. Lin survived the blast but recognized its limitation. The technique consumed immense energy and could not be repeated. Ryuto stood beside Lilith and rejected thoughts of victory, believing the battle remained unfinished, despite their successful counterattack and continuing pressure. Lin revealed the Ring of Nocturne, an artifact capable of absorbing magical power and draining Ryuto's reserves to replenish Lilith's exhausted energy. Empowered once more, Ryuto and Lilith charged together as Lilith released another Golden Roar, forcing Lin onto the defensive. With Lin defeated, Lilith worriedly approached Ryuto. Relieved by survival, she asked whether her efforts had truly been helpful. Ryuto thanked Lilith sincerely and listened quietly. Embarrassed yet determined, she hesitantly requested something personal from him instead. Lilith asked for an honest answer regarding her feelings. Ryuto gently patted her head, encouraging her to continue speaking. Gathering courage, Lilith directly questioned her place in Ryuto's heart. The unexpected question left him briefly speechless and thoughtful. He finally answered without hesitation, declaring Lilith belonged to him. Shocked by his response, she stared silently in disbelief. Ryuto admitted Lilith had become someone extraordinary. Recognizing her courage and growth, he confessed she inspired him far more deeply. Pulling Lilith into an embrace, he thanked her sincerely. He credited her persistence for changing his outlook and future path. Lilith happily accepted his feelings and hugged him tightly. Her long-held wish was finally answered, filling her with relief. Their intimate moment ended abruptly when a strange woman appeared dramatically. Her sudden entrance startled both Ryuto and Lilith. The eccentric newcomer loudly congratulated them while teasing their relationship, amused by the situation. She mocked their behavior playfully. Ryuto suspected the masked newcomer guarded the tower's secret. He offered Lilith's sacrificed lifespan, hoping to obtain answers at that moment. The woman dismissed his proposal immediately. She agreed to return Lilith's lifespan, arguing the sacrifice benefited nobody in its current state. Unimpressed by Ryuto's attitude, the woman mocked him lightly. Her reaction suggested familiarity with unusual requests and bargains from countless visitors. Without warning, she fired a powerful attack into the distance. Ryuto and Lilith stared, stunned by the sight. Lilith stared wide-eyed, as Ryuto's head was shattered, while a masked observer watched silently, intrigued by the sight. Lilith stood beside fallen figures, studying the scene with confusion, while a distant woman remained under the archway. Trying to understand events, Lilith leaned closer and gently called for Ryuto, hoping he would respond and explain the strange situation before her. Receiving no answer, Lilith climbed onto him and shook repeatedly, growing frustrated as her efforts failed to wake Ryuto from his condition. The masked woman suddenly realized what Lilith was doing, and reacted with overwhelming shock, pressing her cheeks. The masked woman mocked her failure, claimed Ryuto's victory was accidental, and tried provoking him while Lilith remained unconscious. Ryuto suddenly rose and struck the woman, demanding she honor her promise to restore Lilith's lifespan, leaving her completely startled. Recovering quickly, The woman revealed her deathly embrace failed against someone familiar with death, recognizing Ryuto as a reincarnated person. Interested rather than hostile, the woman approached Ryuto and admitted she wanted a discussion, surprising him with her unexpected attitude. She praised Ryuto's devotion toward Lilith, noting he rejected memory restoration and accepted sacrifice, despite remaining only an ordinary villager. Questioning her identity, Ryuto listened carefully as the mysterious woman introduced herself as Lucifer, drawing interest from his previous world knowledge. Lucifer explained her connection to Hell, revealing part of her existence resided within the sword, entertaining countless visitors across ages. Remembering their earlier discussion, Ryuto brought up compensation requirements, seeking clarification regarding the conditions attached to granting wishes. Lucifer confirmed lifespan payments funded wishes, explaining humanity's brief lives fascinated her, inspiring a desire to watch people live fully. Ryuto demanded Lilith's restoration first, then requested further explanations, while Lucifer reacted with surprise at his unwavering priorities and confidence. Ryuto proposed another wish without compensation, promising greater entertainment later, while Lucifer questioned his confidence and demanded a proper explanation. Without warning, Ryuto launched forward and attacked, testing Lucifer directly instead of continuing negotiations, forcing the conversation into combat. Lucifer avoided the assault effortlessly, wondering whether an ordinary villager could truly provide the extraordinary amusement Ryuzumo promised. Activating Rage of Villager, Ryuto unleashed greater power and accelerated fiercely, transforming his reckless charge into a serious offensive. Lucifer watched calmly as his strengthened strike approached, smiling beneath her mask while evaluating the limits of his potential. Ryuto's empowered attack connected directly, smashing Lucifer's face and launching her violently away, while the force damaged his own arm. Pain spread through Ryuto's injured hand, as Lilith regained awareness, rushed toward him, and worriedly questioned his reckless condition. Refusing defeat, Lucifer's voice emerged from a deep crater, signaling survival, despite the devastating blow that had buried her. While trapped within the crater, Lucifer became distracted by the enormous moon above, admiring its beauty with unexpected fascination. Satisfied by the view and Ryuto's display, Lucifer agreed to restore Lilith's lifespan freely, leaving both companions astonished. Lucifer explained Lilith had already received power through Ryuto's wish, then questioned why he still sought another reward instead. She revealed their souls were deeply connected, offering a transformation ability linked to the Dragon King title hidden within Ryuto. Lucifer recounted an ancient legend describing a gigantic wolf that consumed a god, gaining overwhelming power and lasting fame. Realizing the implication, Ryuto understood Lucifer was presenting an opportunity to devour a god and obtain divine abilities. Lucifer casually transferred the God-Eater skill to Ryuto, leaving him stunned while she jokingly worried about being eaten. Ryuto jokingly warned Lucifer not to tempt his new skill, while Lucifer reminded him about delivering the promised amusement later. Lucifer reflected on an ancient farming god devoured by her offspring, wondering what fate awaited Ryuto after obtaining God-Eater. The following day, attention shifted elsewhere as Princess Cordelia, the northern hero, prepared herself to undertake a significant challenge. Cordelia entered a ruined structure, explored deeper passages, and approached the destination where a legendary sword awaited selection. Bernard, assigned by Ryuto, greeted Cordelia warmly, offering congratulations while preparing to witness her attempt to claim the sword. Cordelia completed Keijiro Tower's trial successfully, yet her expression showed dissatisfaction, suggesting the outcome failed to meet her expectations. A year passed, shifting events to Altina Academy of Magic, where new students and opportunities gathered beneath prestigious halls. While inside the academy, Cordelia noticed something unusual and paused, her attention drawn toward unexpected activity beyond sight. Following the commotion, Cordelia learned entrance examinations were underway, while Moses dismissively described many applicants as wealthy newcomers. Cordelia criticized Moses' harsh opinion, while narration explained both heroes attended special academy classes and received support from knightly authorities. Watching the applicants below, Cordelia observed their excitement quietly, while memories stirred as familiar feelings gradually resurfaced within her. Moses dismissed the newcomers as untalented weaklings, but Cordelia's attention shifted towards someone within the crowd, triggering recognition. Realizing who she had spotted, Cordelia suddenly leapt forward in excitement, startling Moses with her unexpected reaction and urgency. Unable to contain herself, Cordelia proudly revealed the newcomer was Ryuto McLean, who had recently enrolled at the academy. Moses stunned as he heard Ryuto's name and reacted coldly, showing the resentment carried since their previous encounter. A few weeks before the institute examination, Ryuto prepared to leave with Lilith. She confirmed her readiness, and both departed. Outside the village, the Dragon King and Uncle Bernard appeared unexpectedly. They stopped Ryuto and Lilith, disappointed they planned leaving. Recognizing them immediately, Ryuto called out to Uncle Bernard, and Ryuo, Lilith stood beside him while awaiting their explanation calmly. The Dragon King questioned Ryuto about the slave crest. Ryuto explained he received permission, while Bernard scolded his careless attitude. Bernard revealed village bracelets, suppressed illnesses, curses, and crest activation. Realizing their importance, Ryuto understood information he never requested. The Dragon King explained dragon folk ignored human affairs. Still, he offered acceptance, preparing Ryuto's future role among dragons someday. Ryuto refused the offer respectfully. He declared his strength existed to support the hero, while another responsibility remained unfinished. Turning toward Lilith, the Dragon King criticized her weakness. He recalled her exile and questioned whether she remembered past words, despite criticism. He praised Lilith's dedication, protecting Ryuto, acknowledging her growth and effort. He proudly recognized her as family. With farewells finished, Uncle Bernard raised both arms and blessed their journey. The Dragon King watched quietly as they departed. Bernard asked whether Ryuto knew about Shuanglong Gate. The Dragon King believed they reached it already by now. The ancient Shuanglong Gate stood weathered by centuries, once protected by magic. Only its physical structure remained intact through the passing of ages. The Dragon King revealed an additional trial requiring passage through the ancient gate. Every challenger failed and returned ashamed without completing the task. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the gate's direction. Shock waves spread outward, startling both observers with overwhelming force. Realizing what happened, they suspected Ryuto smashed through the gate. Uncle Bernard found the possibility absurd. The Dragon King reflected on Ryuto's declaration to surpass the hero. He believed that decision had already altered countless future possibilities. He predicted Ryuto would continue growing stronger without limits. Such growth could hasten approaching disasters and reshape the world's fate. Rather than fearing that outcome, the Dragon King smiled. He eagerly anticipated discovering how powerful an ordinary villager could become. Far away, the scene shifted toward the Magic Institute. A grand academy awaited candidates, preparing to challenge its entrance examination. At registration, Ryuto submitted his information. The examiner noted his villager profession and limited magic, then marked him unsuccessful. The examiner dismissed Ryuto immediately, claiming daily magic could never pass. He pointed toward a protected target requiring exceptional power. While Ryuto considered the situation, someone suddenly called toward Lilith. The interruption shifted attention away from the unreasonable rejection. A boastful noble approached and ignored Ryuto completely. He offered Lilith assistance, claiming his influence guaranteed success within examinations. The noble introduced himself proudly as the royal family's younger brother, confident and smug. He expected admiration from everyone present, showing off his status, wealth, appearance, lineage, and strength. The noble prepared for the first test and struck confidently. The noble's attack cleanly split the target apart. Convinced of success, he immediately assumed the examination officials would approve him. Hearing Ryuto mention Galeblade, the noble reacted with disbelief. He refused accepting that a villager could wield such magic. Officials paused the first test when another participant collapsed. While assistance arrived, examinees received permission to continue following regulations. The second test measured magical potential through a special orb. Ryuto questioned the method while Lilith examined it carefully. The noble proudly displayed a bright flame within the orb. Seeking Lilith's attention again, he boasted about his remarkable talent. Lilith's orb produced overwhelming output. Concerned it might shatter, Ryuto secretly reduced the power using his senjutsu technique. The crystal erupted with energy, causing panic among exam staff. He remained calm, while everyone rushed to control confusion. Confident in their results, Lilith praised Ryuto's performance. Ryuto reflected that controlling her immense power had been challenging. The arrogant noble suddenly accused him of disrupting the examination. Pointing aggressively, he labeled him a dangerous troublemaker. His accusation immediately failed when officials announced Ryuto had passed. The noble protested furiously while others ignored his complaints. Officials explained Ryuto passed because he ignited fire on the protected crystal. The noble angrily complained while his objections were dismissed. The examiner revealed one final trial remained. Smiling calmly, he suggested the noble spar against Ryuto to settle matters. Delighted by the opportunity, the noble accepted immediately. He imagined punishing Ryuto personally, while boasting about his authority and position. The third test began unexpectedly. Moments later, the noble lay defeated on the ground. leaving only smoke and silence. While attendants rushed toward the fallen noble, Princess Cordelia finally found Ryuto. She called out urgently, demanding an explanation. Cordelia finally reached Ryuto after searching for him. Seeing her again, Ryuto sincerely complimented her beauty, leaving Cordelia completely stunned. Embarrassed by the unexpected praise, Cordelia loudly rejected his words. Despite her reaction, Ryuto remained calm while watching her closely. Lilith immediately stepped between them and confronted Cordelia. Both girls argued fiercely over Ryuto, refusing to back down whatsoever. Students rushed through academy corridors while discussing Cordelia's mock battle, drawing attention toward an applicant whose extraordinary magical power reading. A worried girl observed as the students moved toward the 5th training ground, fearing they would miss the anticipated confrontation. 2 participants faced each other and summoned weapons simultaneously, revealing serious intent as spectators watched the match begin. The battle escalated when powerful magic erupted across the arena, sending explosive energy outward and forcing shocked reactions from observers. Destructive attacks tore through the field repeatedly, leaving onlookers alarmed as the duel surpassed expectations and devastated surroundings. Spectators analyzed the duel, while Lilith maintained flight and launched continuous magical attacks, causing elders to question her unusual growth and behavior. Ryuto observed and realized Cordelia's holy sword neutralized offensive spells, making Lilith's relentless barrage seem impossible under normal circumstances. Cordelia abandoned defense and charged forward aggressively, swinging through magical pressure while closing distance, determined to force direct engagement instead. Lilith acknowledged Cordelia's remarkable holy sword, then mocked her efforts, remaining airborne while provoking Cordelia into pursuing a different approach. She proposed a physical contest and revealed an electrified weapon, surprising Ryuto as she prepared an unexpected tactic against Cordelia. Cordelia stood ready with her sword while Lilith hovered high above, creating distance. Lilith calmly declared Cordelia's chance of victory was non-existent, causing Cordelia to pause briefly and question the sudden confidence. Moments later, a violent blast erupted, throwing Cordelia backward through the arena as shock spread across spectators, witnessing the unexpected strike land. Lilith rushed forward and unleashed several electrified attacks, surrounding Cordelia with relentless pressure, while preventing any effective counter from her side. Cordelia struggled to block the assault, realizing the attack remained partially effective, despite her holy sword, while numbness gradually spread through her body. Cordelia recognized Lilith's pike's restricted movement, so she sprinted forward immediately, choosing offense instead of remaining trapped and overwhelmed there. Lilith responded by accelerating her attack pattern, summoning greater numbers of pikes and directing them toward Cordelia's advancing position. Cordelia weaved through the barrage and continued charging, ignoring danger while preserving momentum, determined to reach Lilith before another attack. Lilith grew startled when Cordelia rapidly closed their distance, realizing her opponent could approach directly without slowing or requiring preparation. Cordelia leaped toward Lilith with sword ready, while the summoned pikes lagged behind, leaving insufficient time to intercept her advance. Lilith expected Cordelia's attack and prepared to evade calmly, believing her aerial position still provided complete control over the encounter. Cordelia shocked Lilith by using a summoned pike as footing, changing direction instantly and continuing pursuit through the air relentlessly. Lilith panicked as Cordelia approached unexpectedly, realizing her emotions disrupted concentration and weakened control over her carefully maintained magic. The clash carried both girls downward, and their struggle ended with a violent impact that blasted debris across the battlefield. Lilith landed atop Cordelia after the crash and immediately declared victory, convinced she had secured the duel before circumstances changed. Ryuto intervened before Lilith could continue, releasing overwhelming pressure that frightened her instantly and forced the dangerous confrontation to stop. Shaken by his warning, Lilith surrendered immediately, bringing the match to an official conclusion as spectators erupted with excitement. While others celebrated the duel, Ryuto noticed Lilith appeared, disappointed, quietly reflecting on the outcome, despite widespread praise. Cordelia rejected victory claims and credited Lilith instead, explaining the battle changed only because Lilith halted her attack suddenly. She offered her hand warmly, and both girls agreed to restore their friendship, ending the conflict with mutual respect. Lilith accepted Cordelia's offered handshake, but hesitation crossed her face when Lilith unexpectedly reached toward her neck. She revealed a mark connected to Ryuto, explaining its meaning proudly, while Cordelia struggled to process the explanation she had just heard. Lilith cheerfully declared her bond with Ryuto, forming a heart shape with her hands and expressing the connection. Cordelia froze completely as the statement sank in, her expression turning blank while frustration quietly built beneath the surface of her thoughts. Ryuto noticed Cordelia's reaction and called out, yet she suddenly rushed away at full speed, leaving him confused. Lilith struck a triumphant pose beside Ryuto, celebrating enthusiastically while he stared in confusion, questioning her actions. A week after examinations, Princess Cordelia appeared exhausted at the academy. Moses noticed her condition. Cordelia gave a weak response while Moses accompanied her indoors. He remarked that she would become the commoner's savior in the future. Cordelia questioned the date when someone mentioned the month's first day. Her reaction suggested confusion, leaving others concerned. Ending the conversation, Cordelia walked away without explanation. Moses watched silently, puzzled by her dismissal and strange attitude during their brief meeting there. Left alone, Moses reflected on a shocking realization. Thinking about Ryuto McLean, he struggled to accept his survival, despite everything believed before. 10 years earlier, Moses encountered Ryuto within a village. Recognizing him immediately, Moses approached and confirmed the boy's identity. Introducing himself politely, Moses explained his recent move. He extended friendship toward Ryuto, hoping their matching ages would encourage companionship. Ryuto rejected the offer and walked away. Watching his departure, Moses expressed disappointment, hiding deeper thoughts behind courteous behavior. Alone with his thoughts, Moses revealed a terrifying side. His hatred surfaced openly as he promised future chances to eliminate Ryuto. Returning to the present, Moses reflected carefully. He remained astonished that Ryuto, once weak and insignificant, had survived this long. Moses analyzed Ryuto's examination performance carefully. Suspecting similarities with himself, he considered whether Ryuto might also possess reincarnated memories. Cordelia stood within the forest, recalling recent events. New possibilities emerged in her mind, reshaping assumptions she previously accepted. Ryuto approached Cordelia and stopped her path. He confirmed the month's first day, causing visible surprise across her face. Without hesitation, Ryuto extended a bouquet toward Cordelia. The unexpected gesture left her staring silently at the offered flowers. He explained the flowers' qualities and local rarity, smiling warmly. He believed they suited Cordelia perfectly, deepening her confusion. Ryuto noticed Cordelia still possessed their old ornament. Realizing he remembered shared history, she listened while recalling earlier memories. He shifted the discussion toward Lilith. Requesting information about her, he warned Cordelia that the explanation would require considerable detail. Sitting together within the forest, they exchanged information quietly. Cordelia reflected on events, struggling to process everything she learned. Ryuto clarified the slave seal situation directly. He revealed Lilith's seal was broken, explaining the mark remained merely decorative. Cordelia reacted with surprise, while hunger interrupted discussion. Ryuto teased her lightly, turning the serious conversation into playful banter. Walking together, Ryuto mentioned preparing a bouquet for Lilith. Cordelia questioned his reasoning, though he insisted Lilith would appreciate it. A stern instructor greeted the new students aggressively. His intimidating introduction immediately established the harsh atmosphere awaiting everyone there. The instructor explained their class ranking bluntly. Students faced restrictions on skills, magic, and items, relying solely on physical abilities. Carrying heavy packs, the students began their challenge. Following orders, they marched toward an old-school building inside woods. Their destination was Wellham Forest, a dangerous region. Once ordinary land, a mysterious incident transformed it into forbidden territory. The students learned their class was divided into groups. Their objective involved exploring the forest where an old school vanished. Ryuto met Arthur Malcolm, a friendly villager student. Arthur introduced Brian, whose attitude showed little interest in socializing. Ryuto reflected on their status within society. Even among struggling nobles, villagers occupied a position considered beneath respect. A hierarchy chart explained regional structure clearly. Villagers ranked low socially, while religious and political leaders dominated authority completely. Further explanations described villagers lacking suitable professions. Society judged worth through combat potential, reducing many people to inferior classifications. The lesson continued describing villagers' hardships. Society treated them as expendable workers, forcing survival through labor without recognition or opportunity. During the explanation, Ryuto noticed someone approaching him. Curious yet cautious, he turned toward the unfamiliar presence quietly. A cheerful girl introduced herself as Segusa Koharu. Sharing his group, the international student, immediately attracted attention from others. Lilith suddenly appeared and confronted Koharu. Declaring affection for Ryuto, she dramatically interrupted the conversation before tensions escalated. She boldly announced her intention to protect Ryuto. Her confidence stunned everyone, while classmates questioned her unusual behavior. 2 hours passed while students reviewed written materials. The lengthy briefing continued, preparing everyone for demanding training requirements ahead. The instructor revealed an extremely strict schedule. Magic cuffs restricted abilities, forcing students to rely upon effort and discipline. Students discussed the harsh program with concern. Training emphasized physical growth, mental endurance, and constant improvement through relentless practice. Ryuto welcomed the restrictions without complaint, believing his abilities exceeded normal limits. He viewed the training as beneficial. Early the next morning, training preparations began. Ryuto noticed Koharu standing alone and questioned Lilith's absence from the group. Koharu found the situation unusual while discussing Lilith's absence. Elsewhere, Lilith avoided crowds, finding comfort through Ryuto's lingering scent. Students observed the fortified grounds surrounding Wellum Forest. No monster attacks appeared within the barrier, maintaining relative safety. Ryuto explained the area's historical significance. Once humanity's final defense line, strong protections preserved the location despite surrounding wilderness. Lessons shifted toward catastrophes and dangerous monsters. Instructors described calamities creating powerful creatures beyond ordinary classifications and expectations. Records revealed a disturbing pattern among catastrophes. No survivors remained afterward, leaving only unexplained devastation and unanswered mysteries behind. Instructors explained how rare monster tribes could trigger sudden evolution, raising an entire species threat level and creating greater dangers. Using goblins as examples, they described catastrophic evolution, where ordinary monsters advance through ranks, eventually producing overwhelming rulers. One such creature, Ultima, surpassed goblin emperors completely. Its power matched evil gods, allowing it to devastate nations and command unstoppable monster forces. The lesson emphasized humanity's decline, explaining that catastrophes accelerated destruction. Heroes offered only temporary resistance against threats. Hearing this, Ryuto remained focused on personal priorities. He wanted to protect his village, Cordelia, Lilith, and also his companions, mentor, and master before training began. Koharu approached Ryuto nervously. Wanting to discuss something important, she admitted concern about enduring the challenge ahead. Koharu confessed lacking confidence in her stamina. Ryuto and their teammates listened seriously, wondering whether she could overcome the demanding lessons. Ryuto trained alongside Arthur, Brian, and Koharu, pushing through exhausting exercises together. Ryuto noticed Koharu could barely continue, so he carried her on his back, conserving her strength during the demanding training. At breakfast the next morning, the dining hall served sparse portions. Brian, Arthur, and Koharu stared quietly, each facing limited food after training. Seeing their dissatisfaction, Ryuto offered his share to Arthur and Koharu. Both refused, though Arthur admitted hunger while trying to remain considerate. Examining a bowl of porridge, Koharu learned Ryuto had grown crops himself. His practical skills impressed the others, revealing resourcefulness beyond ordinary expectations. Ryuto acknowledged only offensive tools were banned, while Brian scolded Koharu's mistake. Ryuto listened quietly as confusion spread among them during breakfast. Koharu worried about Ryuto and hesitated to eat despite receiving food. Everyone insisted he was fine, yet concern remained visible on her face. Ryuto presented another bowl and urged Koharu to eat first, explaining she could keep trying later once her hunger no longer distracted her. Koharu finally accepted his advice and ate the porridge with relief. Ryuto noted its warmth and ingredients while watching her regain strength steadily. At the supplementary lesson, an instructor assigned the losing team a punishment task, climbing a rope toward the ceiling to end their penalty. Arthur asked whether failure would worsen their punishment. The instructor refused, stating their reduced food portions would simply continue unchanged. Unwilling to hesitate, Arthur grabbed the rope confidently. Believing risks brought rewards, he challenged the task with determination despite uncertainty. He lost his grip before reaching the top and crashed down hard. The instructor watched calmly while Arthur recovered painfully. The instructor requested another challenger. Brian reasoned that if Arthur failed, neither he nor Koharu stood much chance succeeding. Ryuto volunteered immediately and seized the rope. While others watched from below, he began climbing upward with steady control. Ryuto climbed steadily without magic, relying on endurance alone. Arthur watched in disbelief as the difficult challenge seemed manageable for him. The instructor expected students to surrender once exhaustion broke their resolve. Ryuto struggled visibly, yet his determination remained completely unshaken. While climbing, Ryuto suspected the punishment existed to force failures and remove students. Even so, he focused on advancing upward. Injured participants groaned elsewhere, blaming themselves for dragging teammates into hardship. Their suffering highlighted how severe the Academy's trials. Ryuto continued ascending despite fatigue. Koharu and Brian cheered enthusiastically from below, encouraging him as he approached the goal. Ryuto paused briefly during the climb, His hands were battered and trembling, showing the accumulated strain from pushing himself relentlessly. A strange change spread through Ryuto's body as he slipped. Koharu watched in alarm, fearing he had finally reached his limit. Koharu shouted nervously about his fall. Brian immediately smacked her head, telling her to stay quiet while watching. Refusing defeat, Ryuto activated fortitude and endured mounting fatigue. Trusting years of training, he forced his exhausted body onward. Koharu stared upward in astonishment. Ryuto regained momentum and climbed higher again, drawing closer to the ceiling, despite danger. Reaching the top, Ryuto nearly fell, but the instructor caught him. Realizing the rescue, the teacher expressed genuine gratitude immediately. Ryuto rested while Koharu, Brian, and Arthur gathered around. Arthur silently watched him, his expression growing unusually intense. Elsewhere, Moses observed events through a magical device. Intrigued by Ryuto's performance, he regarded the student with interest. Following the challenge, Arthur's attitude changed noticeably. Ryuto sensed hostility developing but could not understand the reason behind it. During combat practice, Arthur partnered with Ryuto and attacked seriously. Confused by the aggression, Ryuto questioned what caused it. Brian explained Arthur's father had once led a famous chivalric order. Ryuto listened carefully while entering the room quietly. The former captain supported villagers joining sword competitions. Defeat by a villager forced his resignation, damaging both reputation and status. Brian added that the disgraced captain eventually declined. Ryuto remained silent, considering how deeply the incident affected Arthur. Arthur despised his fallen father despite respecting him greatly. Those conflicting feelings shaped his views and fueled lasting resentment. Brian concluded one villager had triggered everything. Ryuto wondered whether that person should have understood the consequences beforehand better. On the third day, the instructor changed training completely. Students carried heavy packs and faced a 100-kilometer forest march. The instructor declared it an individual challenge. Anyone unable to finish alone risked failure, regardless of teammates' situations or success. Many students viewed Brian and Koharu as burdens. Completing such a demanding march seemed impossible for weaker participants within. Ryuto understood the challenge differently. He believed overcoming hardships would eventually let him stand beside Cordelia as an equal. Looking at Brian and Koharu, Ryuto questioned the academy's motives. He wondered whether targeting vulnerable students was simple bullying. During the forest march, Ryuto protected Koharu when a powerful eastern oni appeared. Suddenly, the monster charged directly toward them. Carrying Koharu securely, Ryuto struck the creature repeatedly. His usual weapon skill seemed unavailable, forcing him to fight differently. He continued attacking while evading danger. His blows damaged the oni, yet he realized the situation remained extremely dangerous. More monsters emerged from multiple directions. Understanding they had been lured deliberately, Ryuto recognized the encounter was a trap. The assault intensified around them. He was struck hard and crashed away, leaving Koharu shocked as she called out. Ryuto survived the impact, astonishing an approaching monster. Despite heavy damage, he remained conscious while the enemy prepared another attack. Multiple oni rushed forward aggressively. Their coordinated assault tore through the area, forcing Ryuto into an increasingly dangerous position. Hidden among the trees, Ryuto watched anxiously. Koharu faced a monster alone, while additional enemies closed from behind. Ryuto noticed Koharu frozen by fear and unable to move. Injured and exhausted, he searched desperately for a solution. Realizing escape was impossible, Ryuto made a difficult decision. Determination replaced hesitation as he prepared for drastic action. A mysterious horned figure appeared within Ryuto's thoughts. The being observed calmly while the desperate situation continued unfolding around them. The figure sat before a massive demonic presence and examined Ryuto with interest. Its attention focused entirely upon him reaching toward the giant creature. The figure commented on an appealing scent. The strange interaction carried an unsettling atmosphere. The horned figure spoke casually about a family outing while surrounded by corpses. Ryuto listened without understanding its intentions. Reality returned abruptly. Ryuto stood among defeated monsters, while Koharu remained unharmed, suggesting the crisis had ended somehow. Ryuto examined his altered hand while checking Koharu's condition. Confirming she could walk, he encouraged her. The Dragon King criticized the absurd combination of God-Eater and Beelzebub, while Ryuto explained the abilities countered each other. The Dragon King described how Gluttony and God-Eater continuously devoured one another, generating energy while keeping the unusual power stable and active. Ryuto admitted he barely understood where the energy went, but noted rage of the villager remained constantly active. The Dragon King speculated Ryuto's transformed right hand might be attempting to merge Gluttony and God-Eater into part of the Dragon King. The Dragon King explained. Ryuto's excess energy sustained his human form. Ryuto ignored details, focusing instead on becoming stronger quickly. Ryuto struggled to process everything. The Dragon King bluntly stated his objective remained simple: defeat the Demon Lord and Demon God. The Dragon King warned him lacked power to save the hero or change the world, despite his recent growth. Rather than despair, Ryuto accepted the criticism. He realized his confidence had grown excessive and acknowledged his present limitations. Even with newfound abilities, he concluded his strength remained insufficient. Remembering earlier words, he prepared himself for greater challenges. The Dragon King warned that Moses, a reincarnated sage, understood this world deeply. Unlike villagers, sages could reshape reality itself. Ryuto accepted the challenge confidently. Believing Moses underestimated him, he decided to exploit that assumption and manipulate the sage. Their discussion ended, and morning arrived. A new day began as events within the academy continued moving forward. Brian protested fiercely when instructors discussed expelling students. He insisted Ryuto would become a great hero despite their judgment. The instructor dismissed Brian's claim completely. Frustration filled Brian's face as his warning received no serious consideration whatsoever. Students noticed movement near the academy entrance. Attention shifted immediately as someone pointed toward an unexpected arrival, approaching steadily. Ryuto reached the destination, carrying Koharu and multiple packs alone. His endurance astonished observers who watched his remarkable finish. Declaring success for 2 participants, he carried the exhausted Koharu across the finish line and completed the challenge. Brian questioned Ryuto's missing magic cuffs. Ryuto requested medical aid for Koharu first, then prepared to explain everything. Ryuto reported an Oni attack, destroyed his cuffs. Although evidence remained unclear, signs of battle supported his account. Students received orders to relocate immediately to a new academy building. The sudden command created confusion throughout the gathered group. Discussions spread during the march. Students considered recent Oni attacks and concluded the old campus could no longer remain secure. Ryuto questioned the academy's intentions privately. He wondered whether recent events connected somehow to Koharu's possible expulsion from school. Using gathered information, Ryuto mapped enemy movements. He discovered a large Oni force advancing and immediately thought about Cordelia. Remembering Cordelia's strength, he hesitated. Despite trusting her abilities, he still wondered whether he should intervene personally. While traveling, Ryuto questioned his next move. Lilith accompanied him silently as he considered Cordelia's situation carefully. Reaching a decision, Ryuto declared he would join Cordelia's team. His resolve strengthened once he identified a clear objective. Learning the fortress held the academy's main force, he planned a detour. Lilith questioned the route change unexpectedly. Ryuto approached Arthur and requested assistance. Although surprised by the request, Arthur listened as Ryuto explained his intentions. Resting briefly, Ryuto coordinated preparations through Lilith's telepathic connection. With arrangements completed, she began observing the new school. Lilith used flight magic to scout ahead. Spotting smoke and disturbance, she returned quickly and warned everyone of danger. The instructor confirmed the new school building was surrounded by ogres. Concerns spread through students as reports arrived. Lilith reported a massive horde advancing rapidly. Unsure of its target, she recommended changing their destination immediately to avoid being caught. Additional observations revealed academy members gathered near a fortress. The instructor accepted the information and altered plans to move toward that location. When concerns arose about navigation through Wellham Forest, Lilith confidently offered assistance and produced a magical guide for the group ahead. Using her power, she cleared a route through obstacles. The group followed, advancing toward their objective. Arthur and Brian raced through a torn path while escaping pursuit, discussing the advancing ogre horde. Koharu suddenly sensed a change in surrounding energy, her expression stiffening as an unexpected realization interrupted her concentration. While maintaining a protective spell, she revealed she had created copies to watch routes, leaving Ryuto surprised by the scale of her abilities. Confident the escort force could handle remaining threats, Ryuto decided to move ahead, entrusting Koharu with safety, while seeking the fortress objective alone. At the Western Fortress, a fierce battle ended as a young warrior defeated the ogre general, prompting soldiers to charge. Cordelia instructed everyone to rest and recover while remaining attentive, reminding soldiers to gather arrows as preparations continued throughout fortress defenses. Reports described repeated enemy attacks over 2 days, exhausting resources and personnel. While Cordelia focused on eliminating stronger ogres personally, learning the fortress faced mounting pressure, Cordelia demanded an immediate counterattack, believing decisive action could halt enemy momentum completely. The commander rejected her proposal, insisting their duty was protecting the fortress. warning disaster could follow if another general arrived. Cordelia argued heroes were soldiers too, yet the order remained unchanged, leaving her frustrated while leaders prioritized defense above all. Fortress leaders concluded the ogres acted, suspecting a powerful king coordinated attacks, while delaying defenders until reinforcements arrived. Cordelia proposed striking deep into enemy territory to eliminate their leader quickly, but urgent reports interrupted discussions before decisions were finalized. Outside the fortress, countless ogres surged forward together, their disciplined advance confirming suspicions that stronger leadership directed the growing invasion. Witnessing the approaching horde, commanders realized the massive force targeted their position directly, threatening to overwhelm defenses through sheer numbers. Among the charging monsters, a ferocious ogre roared fiercely, displaying overwhelming confidence, as the advancing army prepared for battle ahead. Cordelia noticed the charging ogres suddenly retreating, questioning their motive, while suspecting the assault had merely created an opening elsewhere. Lilith burst through the battlefield alone, crossing enemy ranks at remarkable speed while ignoring danger and heading straight toward opposition forces. Watching from afar, Cordelia recognized Lilith immediately as powerful impacts erupted across the battlefield, scattering ogres caught in her path. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Cordelia seized the opportunity, ordering a coordinated counterattack, while directing mages and soldiers against retreating enemies. Artillery bombardment struck the battlefield repeatedly before cavalry advanced behind the explosions, launching a fierce charge against disrupted ogre forces. Cordelia directed archers, infantry, and cavalry simultaneously, then charged toward enemy headquarters herself, while ordering defenders to secure fortress lines. Her advance unleashed devastating destruction across the battlefield, scattering ogres and tearing through formations that attempted blocking her approach. Ogres watched Lilith continue forward relentlessly, despite limited strength, becoming astonished, as her determination carried her through fierce resistance. Lilith suddenly halted, drawing Cordelia's attention immediately, as both sensed something unusual, emerging beyond the battlefield and advancing forces. Standing alone ahead, she faced a gathering presence while numerous ominous creatures appeared, signaling a dangerous threat approaching rapidly. Lilith discovered two ogre kings, commanding the battlefield together, immediately recognizing the overwhelming danger their combined presence created for everyone. Facing the approaching rulers, Cordelia proposed cooperation against the shared threat, setting aside personal differences for survival and victory. Lilith admitted disliking Cordelia, while Cordelia returned the sentiment, yet both accepted that confronting two kings separately was foolish. Without further discussion, the uneasy alliance began instantly as both women moved together, preparing attacks while maintaining constant awareness. The ogre kings struck first with tremendous force, shattering the ground violently and announcing the beginning of their confrontation. Cordelia and Lilith quickly divided responsibilities, each selecting an ogre king as their target while advancing fearlessly toward the decisive confrontation. Their agreement settled immediately, and both girls stepped forward confidently, ready to challenge their opponents and determine the battle's outcome. A horned monster emerged from the raging darkness and fixed its gaze forward. Violent energy surged around its body. Cordelia and Lilith rushed into battle together, gripping their weapons tightly. They advanced without hesitation, preparing themselves against the threatening creature. The monster launched a brutal strike toward them. Cordelia reacted immediately, moving across the battlefield while Lilith watched carefully. Startled, powerful magic collided across the area, releasing waves of force. Explosions erupted repeatedly, covering the surroundings with destruction and debris. The monster remained standing, despite the attacks. Cordelia criticized Lilith's reckless method, while another voice questioned how long their game continued. Ryuto appeared behind the monster and crushed part of its head effortlessly. Cordelia smiled confidently while Lilith watched. That night, leaders gathered within Sakuma's castle to discuss the war. Reports revealed every fortress had fallen, except the western stronghold. One commander blamed fleeing mercenaries for the southern fortress collapse. Another dismissed his complaints, turning the discussion toward remaining defenses. Several knights explained the western fortress still resisted because Hiro-sama defended it. The northern fortress vanished completely, leaving no survivors. Lilith corrected their assumptions during the meeting. She revealed eastern Oni supported the ogres, proving the enemy forces exceeded expectations. The vice-captain reported eastern monsters possessed advanced magic beyond western methods. Scouts also discovered a massive Oni believed to command forces. The grim report shocked everyone present. One elder realized the situation had worsened significantly, fearing their defenses faced complete collapse. A noble blamed the eastern girl for attracting disaster. He argued the Oni followed her presence, bringing danger toward them. Cordelia rejected emotional accusations and urged everyone to analyze facts. She reminded them the enemy's purpose remained unknown. The vice captain explained, enemy movements had slowed considerably. Small groups gathered around Sakima's, suggesting a large encirclement operation soon. Cordelia requested permission to speak and proposed opening every city gate. She urged immediate battle against the Oni before conditions worsened. She explained the barrier offered little protection against eastern monsters. Her plan concentrated enemy leaders at gates for organized defense. Cordelia argued reinforcements would never arrive because other nations ignored warnings. Remaining inside the city guaranteed defeat without meaningful resistance. Another commander confirmed neighboring territory faced attacks as well. Missing scouts and absent messages proved the crisis spread widely. The commanders accepted Cordelia's strategy after careful consideration. Responsibilities were assigned for each gate, and the meeting concluded. As everyone departed, the Lord announced the meeting room would no longer be used. Ryuto entered quietly, while others followed orders. Several officers questioned allowing a villager into military discussions. They suspected Cordelia's unusual proposal originated from someone influencing her decisions. The Lord admitted curiosity about that mysterious advisor. He continued studying recent events, believing the unknown figure deserved attention. Looking toward Ryuto, the Lord recalled an acquaintance from years earlier. Similarities between them stirred memories and deepened his interest. Ryuto stepped forward before Cordelia and Lilith. He calmly declared the situation remained manageable, insisting this crisis was different. Ryuto explained the enemy differed from a true catastrophe. Their generals appeared weaker than expected, suggesting unnatural interference behind events. He proposed the monsters were forcibly evolved through artificial means. Koharu listened carefully, while Ryuto outlined his theory confidently. Using strength rankings, Ryuto organized defenders among 4 gates. He identified the western gate as the greatest concern. Ryuto assigned Koharu to protect the western gate. He encouraged retreat if necessary, believing her power exceeded king-class opponents. Entrusting the western gate completely to Koharu, Ryuto prepared for battle elsewhere. He urged her to protect classmates proudly. Ryuto finalized the defense plan and encouraged everyone confidently. He instructed Cordelia and Lilith to fight freely without restraint. 2 days passed before the expected attack. Dark enemy forces gathered outside Tsuchima's, surrounding the northern gate in silence. Cordelia observed enemy positions carefully from the walls. Their numbers concentrated heavily in the east, matching Ryuto's earlier prediction. An older knight approached Cordelia and recognized her immediately. Remembering past battles, he noticed her calm confidence greatly. Cordelia explained her composure without hesitation. Trusting a powerful ally at her side, she awaited the coming battle. Cordelia expressed confidence in the mysterious female mage. The veteran knight trusted her judgment completely and believed victory remained possible. The knight apologized for treating Cordelia as a child. On battlefields, he regarded her as a capable soldier. The surrounding soldiers declared their loyalty openly. They promised unwavering support, strengthening Cordelia's resolve before the approaching confrontation greatly. Warning signals echoed across the fortress walls. Enemy forces finally advanced, marking the beginning of the long-awaited battle. The veteran knight urged Cordelia to fight without concern. Grateful for their trust, she accepted their support and smiled. Cordelia charged directly into the enemy formation, without hesitation. Her swift attack struck first, forcing surrounding Oni generals into confusion. Explosive power erupted across the battlefield as she shattered attacking monsters, declaring engagement. She confronted the northern army head-on alone. At the southern gate, defenders noticed someone advancing toward enemy lines. The unexpected movement immediately drew attention across the battlefield. Lilith stepped forward despite warnings from allied mages. They demanded space for offensive spells, but she ignored objections. Calling upon her father's golden dragon, she unleashed devastating magic. A massive attack surged forward, targeting the enemy army. Lilith's dragon magic descended across the battlefield with overwhelming force. A colossal blast struck enemy positions, shaking the entire area. Soldiers stared speechlessly at the destruction before them. Lilith calmly turned around, seemingly unaware of the chaos she created. Ryuto observed the battle's progress from afar. Satisfied with northern and southern fronts, he shifted attention eastward instead. The veteran lord suddenly asked Ryuto about Bernard. Surprised by the question, Ryuto revealed Bernard was his master. The lord immediately understood their connection and recognized the resemblance. Remembering Bernard's hardships, he expressed concern for his pupil. The veteran lord turned toward Ryuto and requested his assessment. He wanted an honest opinion regarding the battlefield situation ahead. Ryuto answered confidently, without showing concern. Believing victory was certain, he described the entire conflict as completely manageable. Before further discussion continued, a massive enemy suddenly appeared. Recognizing the threat immediately, Ryuto prepared himself while the battle entered a dangerous new phase. Ryuto confronted a towering armored demon whose overwhelming presence shocked observers, while someone recognized the rare Emperor class and watched carefully. The veteran lord stepped forward, determined to challenge the threat himself, believing a fallen captain's legacy deserved protection before danger expanded. Ryuto calmly corrected him, revealing his master Bernard remained alive near his village, instantly overturning assumptions and leaving the veteran stunned. Drawing his weapon, Ryuto advanced against the Emperor-class opponent, studying every movement carefully while judging abilities hidden behind armor. The massive demon responded immediately, matching Ryuto's actions with frightening precision, proving the battle would demand skill beyond strength. Ryuto unleashed an enormous slash across the battlefield, forcing Ryuto to face a devastating attack capable of overwhelming ordinary fighters. He watched calmly as the massive strike vanished into a distant point, leaving only open sky where destruction remained. The veteran lord and surrounding soldiers stared in disbelief when the Emperor and most Oni suddenly disappeared without explanation. Realizing the danger, Ryuto admitted his weapon nearly erased space itself, then warned everyone about remaining enemies approaching rapidly. The veteran lord recovered from shock and immediately commanded his forces to engage, preparing defenses against surviving Oni threats. Confident the battlefield remained secure, Ryuto left the remaining Oni to allied forces and departed without concern or hesitation. Using a wide detection skill, he surveyed surrounding areas, confirming stable conditions while deciding to assist Cordelia's ongoing defense. A sudden explosion echoed across the region, causing Ryuto to stop immediately and search for the unexpected disturbance. Moments earlier, another battle unfolded within the town, where an Oni raised chaos among buildings and frightened defenders. A vigilant archer intercepted the threat, calmly targeting approaching Oni while treating them as simple prey rather than enemies. The archer's attack devastated advancing Oni, smashing through their ranks and scattering bodies across the battlefield with overwhelming force. Witnessing enemies vanish unexpectedly, the archer froze in confusion, unable to understand where the remaining Oni had disappeared. Elsewhere, hidden Oni gathered around terrified civilians, revealing someone had concealed their presence from normal detection abilities completely. After hearing the report, Ryuto realized enemy concealment rendered surveillance useless, raising fears that another gate faced danger. Unable to confirm conditions at the western gate, Ryuto wrestled with a difficult choice while civilians remained threatened elsewhere. Ryuto recalled Cordelia and Lilith, realizing their support had eased his burden greatly and influenced decisions throughout the ongoing conflict. Several minutes passed as Ryuto cleared another area, acknowledging his companion's efforts while finishing remaining threats with confidence. The instructor directed citizens toward evacuation routes, urgently organizing movement, while maintaining order as danger continued spreading through town. The academy instructor strengthened defensive barriers against incoming attacks, yet enemy pressure exceeded expectations and steadily shattered his protective magic. Ryuto arrived before catastrophe struck, destroying the threat instantly and praising his teacher's efforts before taking responsibility himself. Ryuto declared eliminating monsters suited a villager's role, then stepped forward confidently, while his instructor watched in astonishment behind. He crushed surrounding enemies effortlessly, forcing the teacher to question reality and regret previously dismissing Ryuto's humble class completely. The instructor admitted he had opposed Student McLean before, finally recognizing that Ryuto had been responsible for past events. Ryuto casually asked whether he had passed the instructor's test, showing confidence, despite the dangerous battle continuing around them. Learning of a larger threat, Ryuto requested flight assistance, entrusted local defense to his instructor, and rushed forward eagerly. Ryuto activated Simple Surface Survey once more, concentrating carefully while searching for hidden threats responsible for ongoing destruction everywhere. Confirming no civilians remained nearby, Ryuto prepared an unusual plan and produced a special seed for cultivation magic. Planting the seed, he activated farming cultivation and combined it with the descent of the dragon god technique. Power erupted violently from the ground, shaking buildings and transforming the battlefield, as something enormous emerged from below. A colossal dragon-like entity appeared above the city, leaving observers speechless, while Ryuto's extraordinary cultivation strategy revealed its results. Ryuto expanded his search ability across the battlefield, using detailed analysis to trace concealed enemies hidden beneath confusion and chaos. Following movements through the earth itself, he exposed disguised Oni positions, proving concealment skills could not escape detection. Powerful attacks erupted from multiple directions, striking hidden targets, and forcing several concealed monsters into the open immediately. Ryuto discovered another Emperor-class Oni nearby, realizing the invasion involved greater forces than previously believed and demanding caution. The newly revealed Emperor roared fiercely above the city, displaying overwhelming power while preparing to unleash destruction across the area. The Emperor launched a destructive assault against the giant dragon, unleashing powerful strikes while attempting to break its advance. Ignoring the attack, the dragon retaliated immediately, crashing into the Emperor and driving the massive opponent violently downward. Both monsters exchanged relentless blows, shaking the battlefield repeatedly as neither side showed signs of yielding control. The dragon's roots and overwhelming strength gradually overpowered the Emperor, crushing its movements and restricting possible escapes. A devastating impact erupted through the Emperor's body, spreading destruction across surrounding buildings and pushing the battle toward conclusion. The shattered Emperor lay defeated beneath the dragon's overwhelming power. Watching the scene, the instructor trembled and called it monstrous. Before recovery became possible, a devastating finishing attack descended from above. Twin beams struck the battlefield directly, engulfing the area completely. At Sakima's west gate, guards shouted evacuation orders as a shadowy monster crashed through streets. Koharu watched nervously when the creature launched a massive attack toward the gate, realizing stronger enemies were expected elsewhere, not here. Arthur suddenly appeared before Koharu and intercepted the threat, shocking her completely, while Brian stared, confused by events unfolding before them. Koharu questioned Arthur's actions, wondering why he protected her, but he treated defending the gate as simple duty and common sense. As more enemies approached, Arthur ordered Koharu and Brian to run, while fighters remained behind, preparing resistance together against the advancing threat force. Arthur and Brian faced the shattered battlefield as a powerful strike erased the monster, leaving Koharu stunned. Cordelia and Lilith arrived at the gate and confidently took command, offering support while preparing to confront remaining enemies. Arthur quickly instructed Koharu and Brian to rescue trapped citizens inside the church, while defenders maintained positions against approaching foes across the district. Cordelia stepped toward Koharu and urgently requested assistance, drawing her attention from the battle, while others continued guarding evacuation routes. Lilith dismissed the idea immediately, claiming Koharu could not contribute much, causing tension within the group, despite mounting danger. Lilith criticized Koharu harshly, claiming Ryuto trusted her with the gate, while failure and hesitation only worsened the chaotic situation. A powerful Emperor monster appeared at the west gate, forcing Cordelia and Lilith into action despite their disagreement moments earlier. Lilith unleashed magic and promised only 3 minutes of support, while Koharu stood uncertain as battle preparations intensified rapidly. Cordelia apologized for her request and promised protection, yet Koharu lowered her head and quietly refused the responsibility offered. Koharu questioned why Cordelia remained behind, learning she feared combat, disliked being a hero, and wished she could escape. Cordelia recalled Ryuto encouraging her to escape burdensome expectations, promising she could abandon hero duties and seek peace elsewhere. Koharu asked why Cordelia stayed, learning she wished to protect Ryuto and cherished companions, believing strength carried responsibility toward others. Cordelia declared pride in her role, choosing protection over retreat because trusted allies stood beside her against danger. Accepting her decision, Cordelia joined the battle again while asking Koharu to keep her private fears hidden from others. Left alone with those words, Koharu lowered her head silently, struggling with uncertainty, while distant fighting continued across the city. While battle raged around the gate, Koharu rejected Cordelia's reasoning internally, believing the answer she sought remained completely different. Confusion spread through her mind as memories and emotions collided, leaving her questioning whether her earlier conclusions were mistaken. Dark feelings surfaced violently, and Koharu convinced herself that everyone around her constantly judged, dismissed, and looked down on her. Lilith and Cordelia noticed the sudden change immediately, staring with alarm as an unsettling presence emerged from Koharu unexpectedly. Surrounded by monsters, Cordelia sensed something strange beyond the battlefield. Realizing Koharu's emotional outburst had triggered an unknown disturbance, Cordelia sensed the disturbance too late, as a violent force erupted beneath the battlefield, launching destruction upward with overwhelming power. A gigantic dark entity emerged over the city, dwarfing surrounding monsters, while Cordelia watched in shock at its appearance. The enormous creature gathered power and attacked relentlessly, spreading chaos across the battlefield, while defenders struggled to understand the situation. Koharu completely lost control, laughing wildly while attacking monsters herself, and declaring brutal hatred toward the Oni surrounding her. Arthur rushed over and grabbed Koharu firmly, startling Lilith as he realized the gloomy girl had awakened unexpected abilities. Koharu exploded with anger, imagining insults from everyone around her and fiercely arguing against accusations that existed only within her mind. Cordelia questioned her identity, while Koharu insulted Cordelia and Lilith, rejecting their advice and refusing to accept criticism. Declaring future revenge against both women, Koharu rushed away recklessly, while her unstable emotions continued spiraling further out of control. Charging through the battlefield, Koharu attacked Oni aggressively and mocked them, treating the dangerous monsters as simple targets. Despite her rage, Koharu remembered kindness from village residents, creating conflict between gratitude and hatred as she continued fighting. Empowered by raging energy, Koharu floated above the battlefield and unleashed devastating attacks, tearing through countless monsters without hesitation. Observing from afar, Arthur's group realized Koharu displayed abilities linked to Eastern battle priestesses, while her personality changed drastically. They explained that Eastern techniques borrowed spiritual power, allowing unusual effects without exhausting magic reserves through conventional methods. Lilith compared the process to forcing a river with bare hands, warning that Koharu's body might suffer severe consequences. Despite her destructive strength, Arthur recognized the Emperor remained overwhelmingly powerful and feared Koharu could not defeat it alone. Lilith proposed a strategy against the Emperor, insisting victory remained possible if Cordelia cooperated and supported her plan completely. Cordelia immediately accepted the proposal, trusting Lilith's judgment and charging forward without hesitation, despite the overwhelming threat ahead. She struck repeatedly at the Emperor, but her attacks caused limited damage because the monster recovered from wounds extremely quickly. Koharu's attacks disrupted the Emperor's movements, preventing counterattacks, while she angrily claimed ownership over the battle and target. Seeing both girls acting recklessly, Lilith stopped them sharply and demanded cooperation instead of rushing forward independently again. Cordelia struggled against the Emperor's regeneration, realizing her attacks achieved little while repeatedly buying time for Lilith's preparation. Lilith finally unleashed her strongest dragon magic, ordering Cordelia away before releasing an enormous attack directly at the Emperor. The devastating spell struck successfully, exploiting weaknesses unique to Oni, while dragon magic proved especially effective against their defenses. The Emperor suffered heavy damage and roared violently as its protective abilities collapsed beneath Lilith's overwhelming magical assault. Although pleased with the result, Lilith realized the Emperor survived, forcing her to question whether she had reached her limits. Koharu confidently signaled success, believing the Emperor had fallen, while lingering energy drifted across the ruined battlefield, still carrying uncertainty. Observers explained Koharu's attacks became effective only after Lilith destroyed the barrier, allowing direct damage against enemies and finally breaking their protection. Convinced victory was secured, Koharu celebrated loudly as Cordelia and Lilith watched, surprised by her enthusiasm and reckless confidence. Lilith praised Koharu's achievement and acknowledged defeating an Emperor Oni, giving recognition despite earlier conflict between them and their tense exchanges. A mysterious robed figure appeared overhead, evaluating Koharu's accomplishment and drawing everyone's attention without explanation or revealing immediate intentions. The newcomer declared Koharu worthy of joining his family, ending the confrontation with an unsettling invitation that raised new questions. Cordelia spotted a bound Oni resembling Ryuto. Distant figures watched the battlefield, raising uneasy questions about his identity. She compared the stranger with memories from scorched scenes, yet Lilith urged haste, refusing uncertainty. Lilith rejected the resemblance completely, insisting no monster could match Ryuto, while shock spread among companions observing the scene. Koharu raised her hand, identifying the Oni god instantly, then proposed exploiting an opening before the enemy reacted, while others weighed the risk. The Oni dismissed spirit-based attacks, effortlessly making Koharu freeze as he revealed insight, explaining the Emperor Oni's defeat and his overwhelming power. The Oni god suddenly broke into uncontrollable tears, screaming in grief as overwhelming emotions consumed him, and startled everyone watching closely. Still crying, he declared his brothers were dead, yet welcomed the group as family, leaving Cordelia and Koharu shocked. The Oni god revealed a disturbing plan to rebuild his people through surviving women, treating population loss as a solvable problem. Refusing to listen further, Lilith unleashed a powerful attack toward him, sending destructive energy forward with complete determination. Lilith admitted victory seemed impossible and ordered Cordelia to retreat immediately, choosing survival while Koharu reacted with surprise and concern. The Oni god appeared beside Cordelia and Koharu instantly, complaining about interruption while his sudden movement shocked both girls completely. Cordelia protected Koharu with her body, yet a violent impact erupted around them as the overwhelming enemy closed distance effortlessly. The Oni god ignored the attack's outcome, remembering instructions not to harm Cordelia, while casually deciding to follow those orders. Koharu attempted another strike, but the Oni god countered immediately, knocking her away and disrupting her offense before completion. Noticing Koharu carefully, the Oni god recognized her as someone from the human homeland and questioned her presence in Western lands. Koharu demanded answers from the stranger, but the Oni god looked confused and questioned her identity. Despite her obvious frustration, she revealed she survived a clan destroyed by Oni, while the Oni god casually admitted involvement without recognizing her family. Koharu questioned why terrifying Oni remained in Western lands despite sparing her life, exposing contradictions within their past encounter. The Oni god explained spirits abandoned weakened bodies lacking blood, then coldly declared Koharu unnecessary because her strength had faded. Without hesitation, the Oni god stated Koharu stood near death already, while blood spilled from her mouth before stunned witnesses. The Oni god forgot Koharu immediately, offered a casual farewell, then departed calmly, while bringing unconscious Lilith and Cordelia. In the past, Ryuto offered assistance carrying a burden, yet Koharu stubbornly refused help and insisted on handling everything herself. Struggling across rough ground, the exhausted Koharu endured intense pain alone, forcing herself forward despite wounds and overwhelming hardship. Ryuto gently questioned whether people close to her truly wanted such sacrifice, prompting Koharu to reconsider her feelings. Reflecting on her answer, Ryuto stated that nobody lives without regrets, sharing a quiet belief shaped by experience. Koharu recalled her painful past, remembering countless failures where weakness prevented her from protecting cherished people, despite sincere determination. Ryuto revealed he earned another chance through relentless effort, urging Koharu not to surrender, while warning stubborn isolation creates mistakes. He encouraged Koharu to trust companions instead of carrying every burden herself, offering guidance drawn from his own experiences. His words stirred forgotten memories, helping Koharu realize support had always surrounded her, even when she believed herself alone. Accepting that realization, Koharu unleashed her burning power and declared the dreamlike world would vanish together with her flames. The Oni god reconsidered Koharu's declaration, correcting himself and showing interest, instead of dismissing her determination completely and immediately. Amazed by her resolve, the Oni god promised recognition if she survived unleashing everything, then challenged her without restraint. Koharu rejected his mockery and launched herself forward fiercely, driving her spear downward with unwavering intent to prove herself. Her attack exploded against the battlefield, yet the Oni god remained unharmed and mocked the result, while provoking further resistance. Accepting the challenge completely, Koharu released her full power and flooded the battlefield with relentless attacks from every direction. Koharu's attacks struck relentlessly from every direction, yet the Oni god endured everything calmly while criticizing her inefficient approach. Ignoring his taunts, she intensified the barrage and swore to pierce his body, pouring determination into every attack launched. Her strength finally collapsed, leaving her kneeling and exhausted, as the Oni god concluded the fierce struggle had ended. The Oni god mocked her disappointing performance, while Koharu searched desperately for Cordelia and Lilith through fading consciousness alone. A sudden voice declared victory belonged to everyone together, startling the Oni god as unexpected developments unfolded behind him. A gigantic spirit manifestation emerged behind the battlefield, revealing the true source of strength that had remained hidden until then. The enormous entity struck the Oni god directly, finally damaging him and creating an opening through a carefully prepared attack. Realizing the ambush succeeded, the Oni god thanked his opponent sincerely, acknowledging the person responsible while feeling strangely relieved. Multiple attacks pierced the Oni god before he could recover, leaving him stunned as the unexpected assault continued relentlessly. Ryuto arrived at the crucial moment, praised Koharu's efforts, and revealed their coordinated ambush had finally turned battle. Ryuto entrusted Lilith and Cordelia to Koharu. He reassured her warmly, and she accepted responsibility for protecting them. The Oni god's body suffered severe damage from repeated attacks, leaving massive wounds across his chest and weakening him. Despite his injuries, the Oni god praised the assault sincerely, recognizing the precision and effectiveness behind their strategy. The Oni god compared himself to a trapped monster, explaining the ceiling effect merely delayed defeat rather than ending him. Ryuto approached calmly and asked whether farewells were finished, while the Oni god laughed and welcomed their company briefly. Ryuto suddenly struck the Oni god mid-conversation, interrupting him again and landing a powerful blow that shattered the brief exchange. Annoyed yet excited, the Oni god rushed forward with a fierce grin, eager to continue fighting Ryuto. despite accumulating injuries. The Oni god crashed through shattered debris, but Ryuto remained calm. He tracked the enemy's movement carefully, preparing another decisive strike ahead. Ryuto lunged forward with overwhelming speed. The Oni god noticed his approach, yet the distance vanished before any defense formed. His attack landed directly against the Oni god's body. Violent force erupted outward, tearing flesh apart while Ryuto watched closely. The damaged Oni god attempted resistance, despite severe wounds. Ryuto followed immediately, driving another crushing blow that hurled him away. Explosions burst across the battlefield as impacts chained together. Ryuto stood firm, maintaining pressure while the Oni god suffered continuously. Ryuto launched relentless attacks, striking the Oni god repeatedly across the sky. Each impact forced the enemy backward without granting recovery. Shockwaves scattered everywhere as countless collisions erupted. Observers could only follow bursting impacts, while both fighters moved beyond sight. Koharu watched nervously, unable to track their movements. She realized Ryuto matched the Oni god's strength and possessed extraordinary healing. A sudden realization struck Koharu. Her expression changed as she continued watching the battle, struggling to comprehend Ryuto's true nature. The Oni god appeared excited. Despite severe injuries, praising Ryuto's combat ability, the enemy approached cheerfully, while Ryuto answered calmly. The Oni god questioned Ryuto's occupation, assuming his strength came from an exceptional class. Ryuto calmly answered while studying his opponent. When Ryuto revealed he was merely a villager, the Oni god froze briefly. The answer completely contradicted everything expected. Rather than mocking him, the Oni god became delighted. He admired Ryuto's determination, recognizing immense discipline behind such impossible growth. Filled with excitement, the Oni god declared a desire to continue fighting. Ryuto remained cautious while listening from a distance. The Oni god admitted defeat was unlikely for Ryuto. Despite disappointment, he acknowledged the battle's outcome and Ryuto's superiority. The Oni god explained the difference between Oni and humans. Respecting Ryuto's power, he offered a proposal meant to end conflict. Without hesitation, the Oni god revealed his request. He pointed directly at Ryuto, expressing a strong desire for recruitment. The Oni god invited Ryuto into the Oni family. He praised Ryuto's bloodline and imagined greater prosperity for his people. He described the tribe's declining condition and fading glory. Preserving the Oni legacy for future generations remained his goal. The Oni god argued that humans caused the land's troubles. He insisted the true conflict belonged to humanity alone. The Oni god reminded Ryuto how humans treated exceptional villagers. He argued society feared anyone whose strength exceeded expected limits. He described human prejudice, recalling people who judged worth through occupations alone. Ryuto listened quietly without showing agreement or anger. The Oni god urged Ryuto to abandon humanity completely. He insisted the Oni tribe offered acceptance, respect, and belonging instead. Growing enthusiastic, the Oni god imagined joining forces with Ryuto. Together he claimed they could reshape the entire world. While speaking passionately, the Oni god suddenly noticed something strange. Looking down, he realized one severed hand was missing. The Oni god stared at his severed arm in disbelief. Panic replaced confidence when regeneration failed, leaving the wound completely unchanged. Confusion overwhelmed the Oni god as strange sensations spread. Realizing Ryuto's attack caused irreversible damage, he finally understood the danger. Ryuto approached the kneeling Oni god without hesitation. Looking down calmly, he declared the battle finished and the enemy defeated. The Oni god stared upward in shock, struggling to accept defeat. Beside him, Ryuto remained silent, while certainty slowly settled over his mind. Rejecting reality, the Oni god unleashed another transformation, and declared the battle had only just begun, despite defeat already looming over him now. Empowered by desperation, the transformed Oni god displayed multiple arms, and stood proudly, believing renewed strength could overturn the battle's conclusion against Ryuto. Moments later, confusion replaced confidence as he examined his altered body. Something felt wrong, and his expression shifted toward growing unease and doubt, realizing the problem. The Oni god panicked when several arms vanished unexpectedly. He shouted in alarm, unable to understand the collapse of regeneration. The transformed Oni god collapsed into panic as his legs vanished completely. He desperately questioned when Ryuto had delivered the fatal attack. Staring helplessly at his deteriorating body, the Oni god finally understood. Ryuto's earlier strike had already determined the battle's outcome. Fear overwhelmed the Oni god completely. Refusing death, he cried out desperately, wishing to witness the future glory of his tribe. With the Oni god gone, the conflict quickly shifted. Knights destroyed infiltrating Oni forces while neighboring nations reclaimed control successfully. 1 week later, authorities organized a massive operation against remaining Oni. Their reduced numbers left little chance for long-term survival. Leaders, nobles, and special students assembled before the throne as rulers gathered to review the consequences of the recent war and crisis together. Sage Moses received formal recognition from the assembly as officials highlighted his importance during the conflict. The audience applauded while Moses stepped forward with composure, earning praise for defending the Magic Academy against Oni attacks and safeguarding humanity's knowledge. Discussions credited Moses with reducing casualties, analyzing enemy movements, and helping resolve dangerous situations that threatened several regions. Further commendations were extended to the special students who protected their positions, while Ryudo listened quietly, remaining unconcerned about recognition or public praise. Ryudo felt satisfied seeing Cordelia and Lilith receive recognition. Watching their achievements acknowledged publicly brought him quiet happiness during the ceremony. The assembly announced Ryudo's accomplishments before the gathered audience. For saving countless lives, he would receive the title ministerial. Many attendees reacted with surprise and curiosity. Some questioned how a villager earned such honors, while others praised his contributions. Ryuto accepted the announcement calmly without seeking attention. Nearby, Lilith reacted noticeably, unable to hide her emotional response completely. Standing beside Cordelia and Lilith, Ryuto finally shared the same stage. The crowd applauded, while the three received recognition together. Standing proudly during the ceremony, Ryuto looked toward the future. Recognition strengthened his resolve, and greater ambitions began taking shape. While others celebrated, Moses watched coldly. He resented seeing a villager receive honor, alongside respected elites and heroes. Reviewing recent events, Moses acknowledged Ryuto's remarkable ability. Such achievements seemed impossible for an ordinary villager, raising serious suspicion. His attention shifted toward Cordelia and the hero. Their unexpected performances, complicated calculations, and threatened plans he had prepared carefully. Recognizing several assumptions had become unreliable, Moses reconsidered his strategy, determined to adapt. He quietly prepared a new approach. While visiting the city with his little sister, Moses accompanied her sightseeing. Excited by the outing, she eagerly asked him around. The siblings explored various shops together. She enjoyed browsing merchandise and making purchases, while Moses quietly followed beside her throughout. As they continued walking through busy streets, his sister suddenly noticed something alarming. Her cheerful mood disappeared within a single moment. A crazed knife-wielding murderer attacked pedestrians indiscriminately. Panic spread through the area as terrified civilians scattered, struggling to escape danger. Moses reacted immediately when the attacker chased his sister. Witnessing the threat, he rushed forward, while bystanders shouted in shock. The killer's blood-stained hand tightened around the knife. Violence filled the scene, marking the horrifying climax of the sudden attack. Moses collapsed in shock and terror. Unable to process what happened, he stared helplessly at the devastating outcome. Overwhelmed by guilt, Moses blamed himself for failing to act. He believed intervention was possible, yet fear had frozen him. Consumed by regret, he apologized repeatedly through tears. The weight of his weakness crushed him as reality settled heavily. Holding the victim's body, Moses remained surrounded by destruction. Grief overwhelmed him while he mourned the life he failed saving. Years passed following the tragedy. Moses gradually rebuilt his life, leaving grief behind while moving forward through steady determination. Preparing carefully for an important occasion, he adjusted his appearance. Documents rested nearby, suggesting a significant change awaited him. Looking into a mirror, he reflected on his journey. Though recovery took time, he finally managed to stand again. While heading home from work, Moses considered his first day. Exhaustion lingered, yet he seemed quietly satisfied with progress. His thoughts ended abruptly when a violent collision erupted nearby. The sudden impact shattered the calm atmosphere surrounding him completely. Following the collision, Moses found himself before a mysterious goddess. A strange system appeared, presenting conditions for reincarnation and growth. After examining the options carefully, Moses accepted reality. He learned memories would remain intact, despite being reborn as a villager. The goddess explained he could choose 2 skills before reincarnation. Moses considered practical abilities that would support future development effectively. Although retaining memories offered advantages, Moses hesitated briefly. Starting a new life while carrying old regrets felt complicated. Remembering the tragedy that haunted him, Moses reached a decision. More than anything else, he desired overwhelming strength. Before accepting reincarnation, Moses questioned the goddess thoroughly about skills, growth, and future possibilities. He wanted certainty before beginning again. remembering his past failure. Moses made his choice with determination. He vowed to protect precious people and never repeat regret. Ryuto arrived at a new dorm after earning the ministerial title. Granted a private room, he settled while Lilith unpacked belongings with interest. Ryuto realized the unexpected title elevated his status and academy standing. The fortunate change created opportunities. Lilith complained that a sage had taken credit for Ryuto's achievements. She remained frustrated by the unfair recognition. Ryuto explained he could not defeat the sage directly. Lilith reacted aggressively, suggesting elimination of their enemy. He presented 3 reasons supporting his theory. First, Moses possessed exceptional abilities matching the feats attributed to Ashkenaz, making him the likely culprit. Ryuto suspected Moses caused the fake disaster and controlled monsters. Despite connecting several clues, he lacked evidence and could not prove anything. Presenting his second reason, Ryuto explained that many people remembered only the Ashkenaz battle. Lilith listened closely as doubts emerged. He revealed several individuals forgot crucial events entirely. Ryuto believed memory manipulation affected them, creating confusion and distancing people from truth. Ryuto rejected the idea that Moses altered memories personally. He reasoned such actions suggested another factor, causing Lilith to reconsider. He proposed a third party operating behind the scenes. Comparing trusted allies aiding him, he suspected Moses received similar support. A group of masked figures gathered around a large table. Their secret meeting focused on reviewing recent events. The discussion shifted toward the Sachima's battle. One member requested an evaluation of Ryuto, whose actions had attracted significant attention. A participant stated, Ryuto was neither reincarnated nor extraordinary by origin. They credited his growth to training, mentorship, and unusual circumstances. The council examined connections involving dragonkin and lizard forces. Despite concerns, they postponed deeper investigation and moved the meeting forward. As the session concluded, one member praised the investigation. Another questioned Cordelia's judgment, suggesting her conclusions had become increasingly irrational. The council criticized Cordelia's performance as a hero. Zero openly supported placing her under Holy Knight supervision, despite objections raised. Zero accepted responsibility for guiding Cordelia personally. Her confident response suggested strong influence within the organization and considerable authority there. Several members questioned Cordelia's future role. Zero dismissed concerns, focusing instead on strengthening her faction against growing evil god believers. The council discussed increasing numbers of reincarnated individuals. They concluded an uncontrolled hero could trigger disaster greater than ordinary monster threats. A masked member called for immediate preparation against monsters. The gathering united behind plans for a large-scale campaign across the world. Leaving the meeting chamber, Zero questioned Moses about Cordelia's strength. The conversation shifted toward sensitive matters involving reincarnated individuals. Moses reminded Zero that contact between reincarnated people violated strict rules. His response revealed caution and concern about hidden activities. Zero casually teased Moses while walking beside him. Their relaxed exchange contrasted sharply with the secrecy surrounding their organization. Zero doubted Cordelia alone defeated the Oni god. She also questioned reports claiming the powerful enemy had disappeared completely. Moses reviewed Cordelia's report and reached a conclusion. Since no known reincarnated matched the description, suspicion fell upon Ryuto. Zero explained that status plates revealed suitable roles from birth. Despite this, she dismissed suspicions that Ryuto was reincarnated. She argued many reincarnated remained undiscovered by the church. She questioned why Moses ignored alternative possibilities during his investigation. Teasing him playfully, Zero suggested hidden activities were occurring behind scenes. Moses remained silent while she avoided giving details. Moses accepted that Cordelia would enter Zero's supervision. His decision reflected trust in her abilities despite their differing views. He worried Cordelia lacked sufficient preparation for future dangers. Believing ordinary training was inadequate, he sought her survival instead. Moses stopped before leaving and sincerely asked Zero to protect Cordelia. His concern revealed personal feelings hidden beneath restraint. Zero immediately noticed Moses's attachment to Cordelia. She confronted him directly, suggesting his concern extended beyond ordinary responsibility. Ignoring the remark, Moses stated he would inspect Cordelia's condition. Personally, his serious attitude convinced Zero the matter was important. Watching him depart, Zero reflected quietly on his behavior. The exchange strengthened her belief that Cordelia mattered greatly to him. The scene shifted to a grim aftermath. Bloodied feet resting upon the ground hinted that violence had already occurred elsewhere. Moses revealed his preparations had reached completion. Confidently targeting Ryuto, he challenged the villager to surpass heroes and prove expectations. Standing before a grotesque creature, Moses appeared to oversee its existence. The disturbing scene suggested a dangerous scheme advancing steadily. Elsewhere, a messenger delivered important documents. The arrival interrupted routine matters and immediately drew attention from those present. The order announced Cordelia's transfer to the Holy Knights Kanzai Union. Shock spread quickly as officials processed the decision. Senior members condemned the organization's reputation and methods. Despite strong objections, the command originated from higher authorities beyond challenge. Lilith reacted to Cordelia's transfer with amusement. She viewed the assignment as a demotion and openly teased the departing princess. Ryuto apologized for casualties linked to his strategy. Cordelia rejected blame toward others and accepted responsibility for resulting consequences herself. Cordelia firmly declared she would bear the burden alone. Her determination impressed everyone, though Ryuto responded with a playful reprimand. Before leaving, Cordelia promised to train hard within the Holy Knights. Ryuto handed her a special item for protection. Cordelia gratefully accepted the jade necklace from Ryuto. He instructed her to call for help whenever danger appeared around her. Cordelia accepted Ryuto's gift and promise with gratitude. Ryuto firmly assured her he would come whenever she needed help. The group separated across the countryside. Cordelia departed toward her new destination while Ryuto watched her leave from afar. Lilith warned that discovering the pendant's true purpose could anger Cordelia. She questioned whether Ryuto had considered that possibility. Ryuto answered without hesitation. Even if Cordelia hated him, protecting her life remained far more important than preserving affection. Reflecting on recent events, Ryuto identified the transfer's source. He concluded Moses had arranged Cordelia's reassignment to the Holy Knights. Ryuto concluded Moses arranged events to isolate Cordelia deliberately. Despite concerns, he viewed the transfer as valuable training opportunity. Comparing motives, he realized both he and Moses wanted Cordelia stronger. Their difference lay in methods and intended outcomes. Ryuto reflected on hidden forces manipulating heroes and demons. He suspected Cordelia had been prepared for purposes beyond heroism. His thoughts centered on mysterious beings influencing events. Ryuto understood only that heroes possessed special significance to them. Questioning hero restrictions, he connected several mysteries together. He believed Cordelia, the fourth hero, would become the key. Ryuto identified a weakness in Moses's strategy. Cordelia's current vulnerability created an opportunity to redirect attention toward himself instead. Determined to act, Ryuto decided to become the substitute target. He planned to replace a hero and attract Moses's focus. To accomplish that goal, he investigated the hidden forces. Understanding their obsession with heroes became his highest priority now. Ryuto realized direct action was impossible alone. He considered another route to contact them and searched for reliable assistance. Keeping Cordelia's safety as his objective, he prepared for confrontation. He resolved to uncover the truth and defeat them. Ryuto and Lilith visited a guild seeking admission. An elf receptionist immediately refused, insisting applications were limited to graduates only. Ryuto presented his credentials and persisted despite resistance. Knowing rank determined influence, he sought advancement to support Cordelia effectively. The receptionist mocked his ambitions and dismissed him repeatedly. She boasted about the guild's prestige while refusing serious consideration. Their argument attracted attention throughout the building. The guild master finally appeared, surprising everyone and recognizing Ryuto immediately. Bernard knelt in the meeting room, crying heavily and repeatedly apologizing, while his dramatic remorse startled everyone. Ryuto listened from his seat as Bernard continued bowing, forcing others to calm him before the conversation could proceed. Unsettled, Bernard asked Ryuto for cooperation protecting Cordelia, then questioned why an elf worked under human authority, despite common social expectations. Ryuto explained some elves lived among humans voluntarily, often becoming wanderers or joining guilds instead of isolated communities governed solely by their kind. Bernard recalled restrictions targeting stray elves years earlier, prompting Ryuto to connect the policy with his training. Ryuto realized Bestaha, his village, was affected by the elf restrictions. Bernard explained other nations copied the policy despite limited resistance. Bernard wondered whether a particular elf had attracted Ryuto's interest. Sitting beside Lilith, Ryuto calmly denied Bernard's mistaken assumption immediately. Ryuto stated he had two objectives. Lilith eagerly offered assistance, while Bernard listened closely as Ryuto prepared his requests, carefully. Ryuto revealed his first objective, gaining rank quickly without drawing attention. He directly asked Bernard for support achieving that goal. Bernard quickly understood the request and agreed. When he asked for specifics, he postponed explanations and promised details later. Ryuto revealed his second objective, raising Lilith's level. He requested a quest involving subduing humans, placing her development first. Bernard immediately understood the proposal. Ryuto confirmed Lilith already knew the risks, while Lilith remained composed and prepared herself. Bernard selected a suitable quest. The scene shifted toward violent conflict, where armed opponents faced sudden attacks during a mission. Lilith overwhelmed numerous bandits with exceptional skill. Survivors panicked, reporting 2 bandit hunters, and warning others about her. Then moved 1 year earlier at the Dragon's Village. Lilith expressed interest in learning swordsmanship, beginning her path forward. A woman from the Dragon's Village accepted Lilith as her student. Owing gratitude, she promised swordsmanship lessons and began explaining fundamentals. The instructor described 3 attack methods: blow, thrust, and graze. Rather than killing immediately, each strike weakened an opponent gradually. She taught leverage over strength, explaining proper sword movement. Lilith learned power came from technique, balance, and controlled motion. Lilith practiced several stances while studying strategy. The instructor explained positioning, defense, and opportunities for counterattacks during combat situations. The lesson continued with stance changes. Lilith learned to disrupt opponents' pace, understanding every stance carried strengths and weaknesses. The instructor taught stance transitions, showing attacks emerge naturally from movement. Mastering stances allowed control without relying on direct strikes. She explained these lessons were only fundamentals. Superior understanding of stances granted overwhelming advantages, enabling victory against stronger opponents consistently. Lilith sparred against the instructor and suffered repeated defeats. The veteran exposed flaws in her technique, experience, and judgment. The instructor demonstrated impossible-looking swordsmanship, defeating opponents despite expectations. Lilith witnessed skill overturn conventional assumptions and battlefield common sense. Asked why she pursued swordsmanship, Lilith answered firmly. She wanted strength to protect the place she considered her home. Lilith analyzed her shortcomings during training. She lacked finishing power, so she sought versatility while adapting her dragon magic effectively. The instructor suggested learning knife throwing alongside swordsmanship. Lilith accepted the advice, hoping additional skills would expose enemy weaknesses. Ryuto observed Lilith's progress and judged it promising. He believed recognition mattered, though society would still underestimate him. Reflecting on Bernard's success, Ryuto admired his path. Bernard's connections and achievements had elevated him into leadership positions. Ryuto learned, villagers could attempt rank examinations after major accomplishments. Still, no villager had ever attained an official rank. Ryuto reflected on Bernard's history. Despite earning recognition as an orc killer, Bernard preferred modest achievements and secured lasting trust. He learned rank required more than combat ability. Achieving it meant gaining influence, status, and recognition within national affairs. Ryuto concluded reaching a rank was necessary. Recognition would let him stand beside heroes and participate in greater matters. The bandit suppression mission ended successfully. Ryuto reported completion, presented rescued captives, and requested officials verify everyone carefully. While authorities handled the aftermath, an elf official reviewed documents quietly. Noticing her attention, Ryuto invited her to speak. The elf official praised the mission's success and rescued captives. Despite gratitude, she remained troubled by Lilith's overwhelming combat ability. Speaking with Ryuto, the official admitted greater concern. Lilith had eliminated many elves calmly, leaving a difficult impression behind. Lilith explained her motivation directly. Strength was never pursued for glory. Her determination originated from a deep desire for revenge. Remembering earlier years, Lilith recalled sword training. Improving her abilities seemed enjoyable, and steady progress encouraged greater dedication daily. Her purpose gradually expanded beyond herself. Surrounded by companions and younger students, Lilith trained harder to protect those precious people. Lilith recalled the day everything changed. A mysterious swordsman appeared among fallen bodies, marking the beginning of her obsession. The swordsman mocked surviving witnesses and welcomed revenge. His terrifying confidence left deep scars on everyone who heard him. Watching the massacre, Lilith failed to understand his actions. Fear, confusion, and helplessness overwhelmed her thoughts. Completely then. Years later, Lilith finally defeated that man. Through killing him, she grasped the harsh principles governing their world. The memory ended as Ryuto and Lilith received promotion to E rank. Satisfied, they discussed food before returning. Walking through the city, Ryuto noticed a hooded figure sitting among ruins. The contrast with surrounding prosperity immediately caught attention. He stopped and examined the streets carefully. The mixture of impressive construction and visible poverty created an unsettling impression. Ryuto observed decaying buildings standing beside recent developments. Rapid economic growth had produced inequality, leaving many ordinary citizens struggling. A growing discomfort troubled his thoughts. Lilith noticed his reaction, but he remained focused on the disturbing realization. He questioned why the problem escaped his notice before. Looking around again, he sensed something fundamentally wrong here. Ryuto followed his suspicion into a narrow passage. Examining the area closely, he noticed traces suggesting concealed activity recently. Standing with Lilith beneath the archway, Ryuto studied the surroundings. Small clues convinced him someone had occupied this location. Investigating further, he discovered evidence of concealment magic. The spell masked a person's presence, explaining his lingering uneasiness. Realizing the situation exceeded his abilities, Ryuto called Lilith for assistance. He requested help uncovering whatever remained hidden. Lilith accepted immediately and activated Dragonify. Focusing her power, she prepared to reveal the secret concealed within shadows. Lilith combined her abilities with Ryuto's support. Together they erased concealment magic and stripped away additional magical interference completely. The hidden presence finally emerged. Dark energy scattered across the ground, exposing evidence that someone had concealed themselves deliberately. An unconscious elf woman appeared before them. Her torn clothing and condition suggested she had suffered severe hardship recently. Ryuto approached cautiously and examined the situation. Neither he nor Lilith understood the full truth behind her appearance. While healing the elf, Ryuto remained unaware of greater circumstances. Their encounter had been arranged as part of a scheme. Cordelia finally revealed herself. Watching from a distance, she smiled confidently, indicating the unfolding events matched her intentions. Zero addressed Cordelia directly and thanked her for arriving. Her words suggested prior knowledge and deliberate preparation behind events. Introducing the location as the deserted land, Zero welcomed Cordelia warmly. Her cheerful attitude contrasted with the suspicious circumstances. Elsewhere, several important individuals unknowingly moved toward the same outcome. Their intersecting paths signaled a major convergence of fate. Ryuto and Lilith watched a rescued elf awaken slowly from exhaustion, her eyes opening cautiously. The elf noticed Ryuto beside her bed, and Lilith quietly, realizing strangers had sheltered her and ensured her recovery. Ryuto gently explained their rescue and introduced himself alongside Lilith, helping the confused elf understand where she was and why they offered assistance. He described how Lilith changed her clothes and cleaned her wounds, while healing herbs and magic restored her strength. Gathering herself despite lingering weakness, the elf looked toward her caretakers and finally revealed her name as Liz, easing their uncertainty at last. Lilith suddenly ordered Lilith toward the bath, insisting on proper cleanliness while surprising Ryuto with her forceful attitude. Ryuto recalled finding Liz collapsed earlier, while Lilith initially wanted to ignore the situation, fearing trouble from helping a stranger. While resting in Ryuto's arms, Liz quietly asked Lilith not to become angry, revealing concern, despite her weakened condition. Lilith imagined herself as Liz's mother, causing a strange realization that left her frozen while exaggerated thoughts filled her mind. Accepting that idea completely, Lilith declared they should save Liz, then wondered whether Ryuto's role made him the father. Liz observed Ryuto calmly and recognized he intended to rescue her immediately, praising his growing ability to understand and support others. A guild member arrived and reported securing the surroundings, assuring everyone no threats remained while guards maintained watch beyond sight. The man explained elves possessed remarkable healing abilities and described the hidden shelter, a useful emergency facility beneath an ordinary structure. Wanting answers about Liz's circumstances, Ryuto permitted the guild member to begin his report without delay or interruption. The report revealed northern tribes captured elves regardless of origin, then transported them beyond the mountains toward the distant north. The guild member explained northern nations beyond the mountains, describing long conflict between elves and beastmen, ending with defeat and silence. He added that elves followed separate factions and strict traditions, leaving many uninformed about distant territories, despite sharing ancestry. Another rumor claimed northern beastmen enslaved elves, forcing captured victims into servitude, which explained growing concern regarding Liz's situation. During a bath, Liz suddenly transformed into a small dog-like creature, shocking everyone and interrupting the serious discussion completely. Excited by her transformation, Liz reacted energetically, while Ryuto and the guild member recoiled, struggling to understand the unexpected change. A dangerous situation erupted suddenly. Ryuto reassured Lilith and the guild member, ordering them back while preparing to handle matters. Sensing immediate danger, Ryuto calmly instructed everyone to evacuate. A hostile beast advanced nearby, radiating aggression and threatening the room. The transformed creature staggered across the floor. Then magical energy surged unexpectedly. Before anyone reacted, the beast changed again. Ryuto stared in shock, as Liz reverted into a sleeping girl with animal ears, lying motionless after the transformation. Lilith explained the attack targeted the guild member. The strike carried overwhelming magic power, while Liz caused trouble, unintentionally. Ryuto concluded Liz attacked the guild member from fear rather than hostility, suggesting she confused him with another person entirely. Discussion shifted toward Liz's origins. Her mixed traits suggested beastman and elf ancestry, though artificial creation remained another possibility. Ryuto considered the issue carefully. Beastmen and elves rarely formed relationships, despite comparable strength, making Liz's existence extremely unusual. While analyzing events, Ryuto focused on one question, wondering why Liz had been abandoned at that specific location. Evidence suggested assassination attempts and a powerful curse. Liz's clothing indicated status, while delayed rescue would have ensured death. Ryuto questioned the assassination theory, noting hidden magic protected Liz. Such preparation suggested someone expected rescuers to discover her. Additional evidence deepened suspicion. Liz carried a concealment gem and could have sought help herself, making her situation seem planned. Ryuto proposed another possibility. Someone might still be monitoring Liz secretly, while answers depended on learning information directly from her. The scene shifted to deserted land, headquarters of the Holy Knights Kanzai Union, where crowds filled busy streets and alleys. Elsewhere, Cordelia walked behind Zero through the city. Around them, residents continued daily activities without noticing anything unusual. Zero guided Cordelia through a rough district, explaining such residents were common there, and warning her sheltered upbringing faced challenges. While leading Cordelia onward, Zero rejected her former name completely, introduced herself differently, and announced an entrance examination awaited. Inside the facility, the vice captain welcomed the hero respectfully and presented a restrained individual prepared for demonstration purposes. The vice captain introduced the captive as Daz, displaying the unusual figure before continuing his explanation about the organization. He explained Daz rapidly advanced ranks after years of stagnation. Zero expected Cordelia, as a hero, to understand. Zero began Cordelia's examination by releasing Daz. The captive immediately seized a weapon, forcing everyone to react cautiously. Daz escaped confinement and rushed outside. The vice captain declared Cordelia's test: simple, capture or eliminate the fleeing target. Zero warned that hesitation would increase casualties. Understanding the urgency, Cordelia prepared herself despite obvious nervousness and uncertainty. Encouraged by Zero's cheerful attitude, Cordelia launched into pursuit, racing across the city while focusing entirely on her mission. Cordelia reached a devastated area filled with victims. Seeing the destruction firsthand, she realized the situation was far worse. Daz reveled in the chaos around him, boasting that countless victims provided experience points and increased his strength significantly. Cordelia struck decisively with her sword, defeating attackers instantly. Bodies scattered apart while her powerful attack cleared the battlefield. Daz stared in disbelief while falling helplessly. Cordelia's overwhelming strength surpassed expectations, leaving him unable to understand defeat. The crowd erupted with cheers as danger vanished. Cordelia remained calm, watching the aftermath. While confirming the threat ended, citizens celebrated enthusiastically and thanked Cordelia. Grateful survivors praised their hero while others prepared food and drinks together. Cordelia struggled to understand the citizens. Despite heavy losses, they laughed freely and even gambled on her battle's outcome. Summonie offered simple praise for her victory. The encouragement contrasted sharply with Cordelia's confusion regarding the crowd's behavior. Zero congratulated Cordelia and explained the examination. She also noted Cordelia showed little hesitation when killing a dangerous criminal. Zero revealed an important exception. People above level 100 gained significantly greater experience points from defeating other humans. She explained human levels normally stopped around 150. Reaching level 140 greatly slowed future growth. Zero revealed methods to surpass natural limits. One option involved entering the demon realm and pursuing further growth there. She explained another path. High-ranked adventurers often gained experience through killing humans, making advancement easier beyond certain levels. Zero admitted some adventurers followed that path completely. Several eventually became serial killers while pursuing greater power and experience. She explained their organization hunted such criminals. Protecting citizens and eliminating dangerous murderers formed an important responsibility of their duties. After hearing the explanation, Cordelia finally understood the union's purpose and accepted why the organization continued operating. Cordelia rejected Zero's methods completely, arguing her conclusions were wrong. Furious and determined, she challenged Zero's beliefs without hesitation whatsoever. Zero stepped forward before Cordelia and the crowd, wearing a smug grin while presenting herself dramatically, turning serious tension into amusement. Raising her hand confidently, Zero announced a betting game about the duel, encouraging spectators to gamble while treating combat like entertainment. Cordelia stared in disbelief at Zero's proposal, feeling insulted and frustrated, because the situation appeared completely absurd and disrespectful. Zero insisted she was sincere, explaining her actions reflected personal principles, then confidently swung her long hair while defending herself. She declared the wager would be 3 minutes and 5 seconds, leaving Cordelia speechless as pressure mounted before battle began. Cordelia faced Zero across the battlefield, carefully observing her opponent's unusual stance, while preparing herself for an unfamiliar and dangerous duel. Studying Zero closely, Cordelia analyzed the strange sword, grip, robe, and posture, trying to understand the purpose behind them. Zero suddenly attacked with overwhelming speed, launching multiple thrusts, while advancing aggressively, forcing Cordelia to react before understanding everything. Cordelia blocked repeated strikes, yet Zero's relentless movements and changing angles steadily increased pressure, preventing any opportunity to counterattack. Closing the distance instantly, Zero slipped past Cordelia's guard and swung decisively, maintaining complete control while pushing the duel forward. Zero maintained a calm smile while continuing her assault, moving her blade unpredictably and showing complete confidence despite Cordelia's resistance. Cordelia defended repeatedly as strange attacks arrived from unexpected directions, yet Zero suddenly paused, causing confusion during the intense exchange. Without warning, Zero launched another strike, immediately after stopping, forcing Cordelia back and preventing her from establishing any rhythm. Watching carefully, Cordelia realized Zero lacked a fixed sword style, combining different techniques freely instead of following established forms. Recognizing the pattern, Cordelia concluded Zero mixed numerous schools together, creating an adaptable approach that made her movements difficult. Cordelia abandoned observation and advanced directly, tightening her stance before accelerating forward, determined to challenge Zero through disciplined swordsmanship. Launching herself aggressively, Cordelia unleashed precise strikes toward Zero, forcing her opponent to block repeatedly while adjusting under pressure. Cordelia continued attacking without hesitation, chaining movements together smoothly and driving Zero backward through relentless, well-practiced offensive techniques. While exchanging blows, Cordelia relied on established forms, believing structured techniques remained effective even against opponents using unconventional methods. Trusting countless refinements accumulated through generations, Cordelia maintained continuous attacks efficiently, seeking victory through endurance, precision, discipline, and experience. Cordelia suddenly noticed an opening within Zero's movements, her expression sharpening as she prepared a calculated response during combat. Using disciplined technique, Cordelia exploited the moment perfectly, launching a precise counterattack designed to overcome Zero's unpredictable fighting style. The clash intensified as both swords collided repeatedly, but Cordelia executed another prepared maneuver, forcing Zero into an awkward position. With their weapons entangled, Cordelia revealed a concealed blade, attempting to catch Zero off guard through an unexpected tactical strike. Zero reacted instantly to the hidden weapon, neutralized the surprise attack, then threw Cordelia down, escaping danger without suffering damage. Cordelia pinned Zero to the ground and pressed her hidden blade forward, believing the duel had finally reached its conclusion. Maintaining her position over Zero, Cordelia confidently declared victory, convinced her strategy had successfully overcome every obstacle presented. Before celebrations could begin, Zero suddenly escaped through an unexpected move, leaving Cordelia stunned as the situation reversed. Losing her balance completely, Cordelia crashed across the ground while Zero regained freedom, turning the apparent victory into failure. Cordelia grimaced in frustration and struggled to recover, realizing Zero had slipped away again despite being trapped moments earlier. Zero stood over the fallen Cordelia and calmly asked whether the match was finished, leaving her opponent shocked and speechless. Checking the time, Zero confirmed the duel lasted exactly 3 minutes and 5 seconds, matching the wager she announced earlier. With the bet fulfilled, Zero cheerfully accepted victory and joked about buying lunch, treating the intense duel casually. While reflecting on the exchange, Cordelia noticed something unusual about Zero's leg movement, though it seemed unimportant initially. Cordelia reconsidered the escape carefully, doubting it was simple reflexes and suspecting Zero had used another hidden technique. Cordelia demanded an explanation for Zero's escape, still shaken by defeat, while Zero casually revealed that special abilities influenced outcomes as well. Zero explained her talent simply granted the ability to win, presenting the answer confidently while leaving Cordelia increasingly puzzled. Zero then encouraged Cordelia to keep growing, saying a hero could someday surpass her, turning the conversation into motivation. 1 week into hiding, Ryuto and Lilith guided Liz through a crowded food district. She stared excitedly at stalls. Liz sampled grilled skewers while asking permission for every choice. Ryuto encouraged her curiosity, letting simple experiences become treasured moments during their outing. Using a privacy skill and an amulet, they avoided attention. Liz ordered more food confidently, while Ryuto monitored reactions. Lilith discovered children's clothing and eagerly promoted various outfits. Ryuto explained local prejudice against elves and answered patiently, despite her enthusiastic sales pitch. Lilith imagined raising many children wearing those outfits. While Ryuto warned Liz don't go too far. Ryuto noticed a figure watching from behind a wooden partition. The stranger avoided attention, causing him to quietly observe further. Continuing through the market, Liz cheerfully ran ahead while carrying purchases. Ryuto and Lilith followed calmly, though his attention remained divided. Liz sensed Ryuto's concern and questioned his situation. Rather than dismissing her curiosity, she waited seriously for an honest explanation. Ryuto hesitated before responding, unsure how much information to reveal. Liz accepted his silence, though disappointment briefly appeared across her face. Seeing her reaction, Ryuto reassured Liz with kindness. He promised protection and invited her to remain with them. Ryuto reflected on widespread discrimination against elves. Learning humans participated in such oppression troubled him and deepened concerns about Liz. He considered seeking assistance from elves. Yet doubts emerged. Long-standing resentment toward humans could cause rejection before discussions even began. Reviewing available clues, Ryuto noticed Liz feared something beyond humans. Her circumstances seemed unrelated to northern elves relocated elsewhere. That realization raised another question. If Liz lacked ties to northern elves, what connection could she possibly have with beastmen? Ryuto recalled the northern region ruled by beastmen. Linking his homeland, elves, and beastmen together only complicated matters further. Ryuto weighed difficult choices regarding elves, beastmen, and hidden conflicts. Acting recklessly could worsen tensions and increase Cordelia's burden significantly. Lilith suddenly proposed a condition for accepting help. She wanted herself called Mama while naming Ryuto Papa with excitement. She suggested posing as a family would attract less suspicion. Ryuto reluctantly accepted the idea despite visible embarrassment. The arrangement changed roles completely. Ryuto became the older brother while the girls assumed elder and younger sister identities. Treeing the new relationship, Liz addressed Ryuto as older brother. The unfamiliar title left her surprised while testing it. Liz called Ryuto by his new family title, startling him completely. Embarrassment overwhelmed his composure while she watched with amusement. Delighted by his reaction, Lilith boldly declared her affection. Ryuto remained unimpressed, leaving her dramatic confession without the response expected. Ryuto explained the statement felt strange because they appeared similar in age. He rejected the roleplay, while Lilith looked disappointed. Liz quickly shifted attention toward Lilith, thanking her enthusiastically. Ryuto reminded everyone about their assigned family roles, though doubts remained. The conversation settled as they continued through the market. Ryuto encouraged consistency with their disguises, while Liz followed cheerfully. Back at the guild hideout, Ryuto questioned Bernard about suspicious followers. He wanted confirmation regarding identities and possible motives behind surveillance. Bernard explained 2 groups had followed them. One likely belonged to Norlai's company, whose trainees frequently acted like street thugs. Ryuto learned rumors connected Norlai's with transporting elves. The possibility that Liz had been discovered immediately raised serious concerns. Despite Bernard's suggestion to investigate further, Ryuto advised patience. He preferred gathering information carefully before taking any direct action. Bernard accepted the decision and focused on protecting the hideout. Left alone, Ryuto quietly considered the growing dangers surrounding Liz. Ryuto reviewed recent events and confirmed several groups had tracked them. However, none appeared capable of locating their hideout. Since their pursuers showed no immediate movement, Ryuto avoided acting hastily. His attention shifted toward a more important concern. Holding a familiar pendant, Ryuto worried about Cordelia's safety. The unresolved situation weighed heavily on his thoughts and judgment. Elsewhere, a hooded figure wearing a matching pendant traveled alongside mounted forces. Their coordinated movement suggested an organized operation. Leading the group, Zero observed developments calmly. After spotting suspicious activity, she identified someone as a terrorist scout and remained alert. Zero reflected on centuries of conflict. The church had rejected native beliefs and emerged victorious from a devastating religious war. Confident in church authority, Zero prepared an attack on a passing caravan. She expected support while targeting supposed enemies of believers. Her forces revealed their true intentions without restraint. Zero ordered pillaging and violence, driving followers into a frenzied assault. Mounted troops charged forward at her command. The attackers crashed into their targets aggressively, overwhelming resistance through speed and force. When the battle ended, survivors searched the aftermath. One man mocked the equipment while noticing the complete absence of women. The cloaked Cordelia praised the attackers' strength. Elite holy knights had overwhelmed opposition rapidly, proving far more dangerous than expected. Amid the battlefield, a mysterious figure confronted the survivors. He correctly guessed they were reincarnated individuals, shocking everyone present. The Oni god, a personal grudge against reincarnated people. He blamed one for deceiving and killing his own brother. Consumed by hatred, he threatened brutal revenge upon his enemies. Grief and rage had completely twisted his judgment and actions, determined to honor his fallen brother. The Avenger unleashed a powerful attack, energy gathered within his hand before release. The Oni god evaded retaliation and questioned reincarnation. Confused, Cordelia struggled to understand his motives while facing unexpected pressure. Demanding answers, he searched for additional hidden enemies, his attention fixed on surviving targets as tension rapidly intensified. A sudden impact struck the Oni god without warning. The unexpected blow interrupted questioning and completely changed the battle's flow. More unseen attacks followed immediately, launching combatants through the air. The horned warrior realized an invisible technique was involved. Despite repeated strikes, the Oni god remained confident. He believed his body would recover completely before reaching the ground. The Oni god crashed violently into the ground. Expecting regeneration, he instead awoke confused among scattered debris and shattered remains. Trying to recover, he discovered his healing had slowed dramatically. As consciousness faded, an unknown woman questioned his understanding. The woman introduced herself as Zero and declared absolute confidence. She claimed anyone opposing her would inevitably face defeat. Though forced to halt, the armored warrior remained composed. Rather than panicking, he appeared ready to reveal something important. Zero calmly addressed the battlefield while destruction surrounded her. She boasted about her group's strength, displaying overwhelming confidence before everyone. Zero turned toward the fallen Oni god and addressed him as hero. The question lingered unanswered across the devastated battlefield for several moments. The Oni god stared ahead in confusion, unable to grasp events. His shaken expression revealed uncertainty, fear, and doubt about Zero's overwhelming power alone. Ryuto was mentioned as someone who could not defeat Zero either. Hearing that assessment, the Oni god lowered his guard and reconsidered the situation completely. Ryuto arrived with Lilith and Liz beside adventurers. The group reacted with surprise, questioning their presence. He calmly explained their contract terms, stating 3 participants would join the mission and share rewards fairly without excluding Lilith or Liz involved. 2 days earlier, Ryuto attended a discussion regarding porter hunting incidents. Reports showed skilled carriers possessing item box abilities were being targeted. The meeting detailed item box powers, explaining its stored luggage within separate space, allowing users to transport equipment easily regardless of weight limits. Further information revealed porters relied on the rare skill, whose capacity increased with level growth, making experienced users valuable targets. Bernard explained numerous suspicious porter deaths occurred recently. Investigation revealed overlapping locations between crime scenes and one adventurer party repeatedly appearing. Ryuto questioned what kind of group could ambush porters successfully. Bernard explained wealthy clients commonly hired powerful private escorts. Bernard considered the pattern carefully and estimated the suspects belonged to a C-ranked party. Ryuto reacted with visible surprise. He explained each party member possessed strength, comparable to a ranked adventurer's. Such power allowed them to overwhelm targets efficiently. Bernard added several strong adventurers had vanished as well. Ryuto confirmed they were missing, suggesting a larger conspiracy existed. Bernard revealed every porter death was reported as an accident. The involved adventurers disappeared, leaving only a damaged sword fragment behind. Examining the fragment, Ryuto realized it was made from orichalcum. Bernard admitted conducting independent research despite guild hesitation. Their investigation uncovered links to the Norlize company. Bernard suspected its influence pressured the Adventurers Guild into silence. Ryuto accepted Bernard's request immediately. He planned to pose as a porter while accompanying in a ranked party transporting materials. Reaching the gathering point, adventurers protested Liz's presence. They acknowledged her item box skill, yet doubted her suitability. Despite objections, the party accepted Ryuto, Lilith, and Liz. The leader urged cooperation, then ordered everyone to begin moving. Entering the hunting grounds, the adventurers fought numerous lizardmen efficiently. Their coordinated attacks eliminated monsters quickly while Ryuto observed. The party selected a campsite and discussed patrol duties. Their successful hunt proved hiring a porter was practical. While others relaxed, Ryuto quietly studied their behavior. Several members exchanged suspicious expressions, drawing his attention immediately. Ryuto eventually uncovered the truth behind the mission. The adventurers revealed hostile intentions, confirming Bernard's suspicions were completely correct. Ryuto defeated the attackers and questioned their strength. Their abilities seemed insufficient for defeating B-ranked opponents, despite earlier reports. Searching for Liz, Ryuto discovered Lilith, standing calmly beside captured enemies. Their failed attack left him briefly confused. Realizing Lilith acted independently, Ryuto ordered the prisoners restrained. He rushed forward, regretting his mistaken assumptions about her. One captive suddenly approached Liz from behind. His desperate movement suggested he intended using her as leverage. Before the plan succeeded, a beast struck the attacker violently. The ambush collapsed completely as the enemy suffered defeat. Ryuto reflected on the situation quietly. He had suspected the truth already, yet personal pride prevented him from accepting it. Watching the battlefield, Ryuto realized Liz acted to stop further bloodshed. He never wanted a child carrying such burdens. Understanding her circumstances better, Ryuto concluded Liz lacked full control over her powers, despite possessing overwhelming strength. Multiple summoned beasts surged across the area aggressively. Ryuto stepped forward immediately, determined to prevent unnecessary casualties. Ryuto repeatedly ordered the creatures to retreat. His firm commands gradually calmed them, stopping the violence before it spread. Liz transformed into a beast-like form and began crying. The aftermath overwhelmed her emotions, revealing fear hidden beneath strength. Ryuto approached carefully and reached toward Liz. His calm presence helped her regain awareness and return gradually. Seeing her distress, Ryuto blamed himself instead. He apologized sincerely, insisting Liz bore no responsibility for the incident. Unable to hold back her feelings, Liz rushed forward and embraced Ryuto tightly. He stood surprised, yet accepted it. Lilith watched the scene silently from a distance. Her expression changed slightly, suggesting unexpected thoughts crossed her mind. Ryuto questioned the defeated adventurer about a recently activated magic item. He demanded answers, suspecting another hidden threat remained. Cornered and heavily injured, the captive revealed the item's purpose. With hatred lingering, he declared everyone present would die. The magic item activated immediately. Strange energy erupted outward, signaling the beginning of a dangerous unforeseen development. A brilliant flash spread across the area. Ryuto and the others watched cautiously as the disturbance expanded rapidly. Massive monstrous creatures emerged before Ryuto. Their terrifying appearance confirmed the item had summoned an even greater threat. The summoned monsters obeyed their master's final command and targeted Ryuto immediately. Their reckless scheme backfired, unleashing uncontrollable beasts against everyone. Ryuto's attack struck the beast's exposed fangs, shattering crucial evidence. The creature screamed in panic while Lilith watched silently. Liz covered her mouth as the wounded beast staggered. Its broken jaws trembled repeatedly, revealing damage that worsened. The beast lunged wildly despite severe injuries. A violent impact erupted across its head, crushing resistance and scattering debris. Ryuto and Lilith stared at the aftermath in shock. Ryuto realized the destroyed fangs had been important evidence for their investigation and suspicions. Before Ryuto could react, a cloaked figure appeared unexpectedly. Unable to sense him earlier, Ryuto reached out urgently, seeking answers from the stranger. A hidden beast lunged from behind Ryuto without warning. Lilith spotted the danger first and shouted urgently, forcing his attention backward. Ryuto observed the creature calmly while it attacked. Its movements appeared crude and predictable, revealing little combat experience or discipline. The beast charged again with its jaws wide open. Ryuto advanced directly, determined to recover the evidence lodged inside. Ryuto's strike forced the creature to cough violently. A solid object emerged from its mouth, while saliva spilled across the ground. The beast lowered its head and stared toward Ryuto. Holding the recovered evidence, he paused cautiously as its behavior changed. Liz stepped forward and begged Ryuto to stop hurting the beast. Her plea revealed concern, causing him to reconsider immediately. Ryuto asked Lilith for the Grim Reaper's cuffs. He also requested clothes for Liz, while preparing another solution carefully. The cursed item transformed the beast into a small dog. Liz watched quietly, surprised by the harmless creature before her. Ryuto decided the animal should be trained instead. Their group discussed keeping it safely under supervision, rather than eliminating it. He named the dog Aruto. giving it a fresh beginning. Gathering courage, Liz requested permission to share her story. Liz began explaining her past to Ryuto and Lilith. She revealed unknown pursuers sought her life, forcing constant concealment. She described a long conflict between McKinley and Forsrium. The Beast King ended the war, securing victory for Beastmen. Following Forsrium's defeat, devastation spread across the kingdom. Men faced execution while women endured humiliation under the Conqueror's rule. The elven princess suffered a harsh fate as well. Sold to the second Beastman prince, she entered a false marriage. What began as a political arrangement slowly changed. Genuine affection developed between them, altering the course of their lives. 2 years passed, and Liz was born into the family. Her parents cherished her deeply, enjoying a brief period of happiness. Liz's father helped lead reconciliation efforts between elves and beastmen. Growing cooperation created hope that long-standing hostility might finally end. The Beastman King observed these developments with growing anger. Political tensions intensified, and his hostility toward the situation surfaced openly. Liz was declared an abomination and marked for execution. Supporters arranged her escape, though their contact died before meeting her. Finishing her story, Liz admitted her uncertainty through tears. Feeling powerless and lost, she struggled to decide her future. Ryuto thanked Liz for sharing her painful past. His kind response eased her fears. While Lilith listened beside them, Ryuto reassured Liz that she was no longer alone. Promising protection alongside Lilith, he offered comfort and dependable support. Relieved by their encouragement, Liz finally smiled. Her expression softened as trust gradually replaced the anxiety burdening her. Ryuto requested additional information regarding relations between elves and beastmen. Determined to understand everything, he began investigating the broader situation. New reports revealed discrimination against elves within human territories. Unaware of these circumstances, Liz remained confused about recent developments. Ryuto reflected on Liz's account and noticed several inconsistencies. Her isolated upbringing explained gaps in knowledge about external affairs. Reviewing available information, he formed several questions. The Beastman King's motives, timing, and actions appeared unusually inconsistent and suspicious. Another concern involved a resistance organization operating secretly. Ryuto found it difficult to believe such a group remained hidden. Investigation revealed the organization's leaders were Liz's Aunt Felice and the legendary elf magician Abe McMillan instead. Ryuto considered another possibility regarding Sage Abe. Rumors claimed his death centuries earlier, yet surviving connections seemed increasingly plausible. Ryuto focused on understanding the situation correctly. Asking about magical beasts, he sought details that might explain important differences. Liz explained beastmen shared close connections with animals and magical beasts. Humans occupied a recognized position, though not completely equal. According to Liz, beastmen viewed humans more favorably than elves. Humans remained animals to them, yet received better treatment. Ryuto questioned whether humans lived within the Beastman kingdom. Liz hesitated briefly, recalling only limited observations from her past. Liz remembered seeing a few humans from afar. Believing they were guests of royalty, she knew little else. Ryuto reviewed the recovered magical device fragments carefully. The evidence raised questions about how inexperienced adventurers summoned Oruto successfully. He recalled detecting a hidden observer briefly. Their concealment vanished momentarily, suggesting advanced skills beyond ordinary individuals' capabilities. Ryuto concluded someone controlled Oruto remotely before removing restrictions. Such rare magical tools seemed impossible for common adventurers to obtain. Combining the clues, Ryuto suspected Moses. Beast taming and powerful concealment abilities matched the methods used during incidents. Memories from childhood strengthened Ryuto's suspicions further. Moses rarely appeared within the village, despite living there for years. Ryuto remembered Moses spent much of his youth in Bestaha. His travels as a sage began only after gaining recognition. Reviewing every clue carefully, Ryuto rejected premature conclusions. Liz's situation and other incidents required separate consideration for proper analysis. He remained troubled by abilities that concealed multiple enemies. Believing reincarnated individuals were involved, he prepared for direct confrontation. Determined to overcome stronger opponents, Ryuto strengthened his resolve. He recognized that further growth would be necessary ahead. Bernard arrived unexpectedly and requested Ryuto's presence. Someone from the academy wished to meet him without delay. Ryuto arrived at the academy and entered a grand chamber. Cordelia waited alone, creating an uneasy atmosphere there. Opening the conversation, Ryuto apologized for arriving late. Cordelia remained silent briefly before preparing to reveal her feelings. Cordelia finally addressed Ryuto directly and exposed her determination. Declaring they would never meet again, she left him stunned. Cordelia declared she would never meet Ryuto again, and rejected returning home while he quietly accepted her decision, turning away. Cordelia offered a brief farewell and passed beside Ryuto, believing their paths had finally separated completely. Ryuto suddenly called out, causing Cordelia to freeze and stare back in surprise as he questioned her silence and hesitation, seeking an answer. Cordelia reached the door with trembling hands, attempting to leave, yet her uncertainty deepened, while Ryuto watched quietly from behind, awaiting her choice. She shut the door and rushed away, leaving Ryuto standing alone, yet her hurried retreat revealed unresolved feelings. Cordelia hid her tears and recalled events from 4 days earlier, revealing painful memories that continued affecting her thoughts and emotions. During a fierce battle, Zero fought relentlessly against enemy forces, cutting through opponents while flames and destruction spread across battlefield. Zero suddenly noticed an incoming attack and reacted instantly, striking the dangerous projectile before it could reach her position. With determination burning across her face, Cordelia pushed forward through overwhelming pressure, refusing to yield despite the intensity surrounding her. Zero confronted a defeated enemy leader and calmly acknowledged the achievement, confirming she had eliminated a powerful S-rank equivalent opponent. Cordelia angrily demanded an explanation for attacking the village, insisting the assault appeared unrelated to the conflict involving pagans entirely. Zero calmly questioned her concern, suggesting villages naturally became targets during warfare, and treating such destruction as ordinary. Confused by the response, Cordelia listened as Zero argued villagers existed for specific purposes and should not survive. Zero explained 3 meanings behind villagers, describing low status, poor combatability, and experience value as defining traits. Continuing the explanation, she claimed villagers functioned as resources, supporting stronger individuals and serving as bait against monsters. Zero explained villagers influenced monster growth and warrior advancement, claiming their numbers determined strength, experience gains, and battlefield balance. She continued describing villagers as expendable shields, stating their deaths carried little consequence while laws offered them virtually no protection. According to her, heroes gained fame, rulers secured authority, and powerful figures earned rewards while the entire system benefited. Zero casually summarized the process, explaining success depended only on controlling village populations and reducing them whenever necessary. Horrified by the revelation, Cordelia denounced the Holy Knights as murderers, rejecting their justification while Zero stood calmly before her. Zero dismissed Cordelia's outrage and questioned her reaction, showing little concern for the suffering caused by the village attack. Grabbing Cordelia firmly, Zero argued that strength ruled everything, insisting the powerful naturally dominated and consumed weaker people. Cordelia attacked in anger, but Zero easily handled the assault and mocked her, treating resistance as foolish and pointless. While exchanging blows, Zero claimed someone precious to Cordelia would die, causing her confidence to vanish instantly from fear. Zero revealed plans involving Bestaha's border village and the Magic Academy, shocking Cordelia with another scheme targeting innocent lives. Cordelia dropped her weapon and stared at the devastation around her, realizing the overwhelming gap separating her from Zero's power. Overcome with despair, Cordelia begged Zero to stop, but Zero answered with force and knocked her down without hesitation. Zero granted Cordelia 1 week to settle her affairs, promising consideration only if she returned with a comrade's request. Cordelia struggled to contain her emotions, biting back tears while facing the painful reality forced upon her circumstances. Remembering those events, Ryuto quietly touched his chest and resolved to become much stronger for the challenges ahead. Cordelia remembered Ryuto's reassurance and realized he still believed in her, encouraging hope despite the painful situation surrounding them. Ryuto hardened his resolve and decided another unresolved matter required attention, preparing himself for a decisive confrontation ahead. Following a lead, Ryuto arrived at a large building shrouded in silence, believing important answers awaited within its halls. Examining a document, Ryuto searched the corridor carefully but found only a dead end where his destination should exist. As confusion grew, he discovered a mysterious seated woman holding papers, suggesting she possessed knowledge connected to his search. Ryuto closed the letter and faced the mysterious woman, recognizing she expected a discussion regarding information connected to his search. Moses calmly welcomed Ryuto, assuring privacy within the strange space while offering comforts and demonstrating unusual abilities before negotiations. Ignoring the hospitality, Ryuto stepped forward with determination, making clear he came seeking answers rather than casual conversation. Ryuto took a seat and prepared the letter, while Moses accepted his seriousness and shifted directly toward the main topic. Moses revealed he was reincarnated and expressed a sincere wish for Cordelia to find happiness and peace someday. Sharing the same desire, Ryuto requested details about becoming a hero, beginning an important exchange between fellow reincarnated individuals. Ryuto questioned whether a villager could become a hero. He wondered if gaining sufficient merit would finally allow him. Moses responded with confidence, assuring Ryuto his goal remained achievable. His calm support strengthened determination and eased uncertainty greatly. Hearing Moses mention the special skill called God Eater, Ryuto froze, briefly. Surprise crossed his face as realization emerged. Moses apologized and revealed careful observations of Ryuto's growth. He noted abilities impossible for villagers, including absorbing curses and wielding extraordinary power alone. Explaining further, Moses described years of research. The God Eater skill could manufacture heroes, though previous attempts ended in failure. Moses explained that becoming a hero required more than raising status. Special events and unique qualifications determined whether someone gained that role. He proposed a possibility regarding the hidden God attribute. Its true nature remained unknown, while corrupted status text concealed information. Moses revealed Cordelia possessed a white plate during childhood. Humanity treated the God attribute as non-existent, despite rare evidence appearing. Religious authorities investigated corrupted letters found on hero statuses. Their findings were interpreted as proof supporting the hero designation system. Ryuto considered the explanation carefully while comparing personal experiences. Moses suggested corrupted skills and unusual circumstances, complicated reincarnation. Moses explained his earlier understanding of job aptitudes. Unlike social systems from history, the hero role followed completely different principles. He proposed another theory regarding heroes, people unable to comprehend the God attribute, possibly named descending divine beings heroes. Moses revealed the God attribute existed among certain spirits and monsters. Human status plates could not display or identify it. Even without direct recognition, humans sensed traces of abnormal power. Moses believed this perception influenced hero aptitude classifications greatly. Ryuto listened quietly as Moses raised another concern. He questioned whether the Holy Church controlled authority over determining heroes. Moses argued heroes benefited the Holy Church greatly. Their appearance stabilized nations, strengthened authority, and maintained order across regions consistently. Ryuto requested clarification about villagers becoming heroes. Moses highlighted suspicious patterns where disasters and church influence seemed closely connected. Moses noted, Ryuto expected gaining the God attribute through God Eater. However, the plan failed, despite extensive preparation beforehand. He revealed the absorbed gods were merely imitations. No quantity of false divine beings could grant the true attribute. Moses presented a mysterious object called Beginning of Life. He declared it an authentic fragment belonging to a real god. Moses offered the divine fragment to Ryuto. Absorbing it through God Eater could grant the god attribute and hero potential. Ryuto questioned whether Moses had truly met those beings. Moses revealed contact with their servant and exchanged the sage's blood. Combining the divine fragment with God Eater created a possibility. Moses believed this method could finally awaken the god attribute. When Ryuto mentioned compensation, Moses dismissed the idea immediately. He treated the arrangement casually and emphasized their friendship instead. Moses made one sincere request before concluding everything. He asked Ryuto to protect Cordelia because his responsibilities remained overwhelming. Moses extended his hand and proposed sealing their agreement. Ryuto accepted calmly, understanding the importance of the promise made. Their hands clasped firmly as Ryuto voiced his reason. He accepted the responsibility primarily for Cordelia's sake and future. The serious atmosphere faded once their deal concluded. Discovering they shared Japanese origins, both reincarnates spoke more comfortably together. Their conversation eventually reached its conclusion. Moses and Ryuto exchanged farewells, acknowledging mutual respect before preparing to separate. Once alone, Moses dropped his composed expression completely. A disturbing grin spread across his face, revealing hidden intentions beneath. Leaving the meeting behind, Ryuto reviewed Moses's words carefully. He suspected deception existed, yet valuable information had still been obtained. Ryuto returned through the forest and found Lilith waiting. She greeted him quietly while he headed back toward home. Lilith noticed the mysterious divine fragment immediately. Concern appeared as she questioned whether Moses intended manipulation through the offered item. Ryuto admitted the possibility could not be dismissed completely. Even so, he remained uncertain and continued considering the opportunity seriously. Believing the potential reward outweighed the risk, Ryuto opened the container. He chose to drink it and pursue greater strength. Ryuto blamed his own weakness for relying on others. He believed Cordelia needed greater strength to protect herself independently someday. Inside the house, Lilith reported everyone was resting safely. Ryuto confirmed defensive measures before preparing to consume the divine fragment, trusting Lilith to watch over him. Ryuto activated God Eater. The dark power spread across his arm immediately afterward. His transformed hand developed monstrous features and sharp claws. Ryuto examined the change carefully while enduring unfamiliar sensations silently. The transformation produced an unpleasant taste through his altered hand. Ryuto reacted with disgust while Lilith watched the strange effect. The divine fragment triggered a violent reaction immediately. Dark growths erupted across Ryuto's body, spreading rapidly beyond his control completely. His transformed arm expanded into a monstrous shape covered with claws. Intense pain surged through him as the mutation advanced. The corruption continued accelerating without restraint. Crystalline spikes and black growths engulfed Ryuto further while Lilith rushed forward desperately. Lilith cried out in panic as Ryuto's condition worsened. A mysterious phenomenon consumed his body, leaving the outcome uncertain. 3 years earlier, 13-year-old Ryuto exchanged rapid strikes with the Dragon King, testing technique, timing, and control. Ryuto pressed forward, launching another attack while the Dragon King calmly countered, reading movements and maintaining clear superiority throughout the demanding exchange. Exhausted from prolonged combat, Ryuto collapsed while the Dragon King raised his hands, surrendered. Pleased with the outcome, the Dragon King revealed a reward, presenting a small ring and declaring it belonged to the match winner, Ryuto. Confused by the gift, Ryuto examined the ring closely. As the Dragon King explained, it was the ring of the Dragon King. Versatile. The Dragon King instructed Ryuto to rely on Lilith whenever he faced circumstances beyond his ability, stressing she alone could rescue him. A vision of Lilith appeared quietly before him, while the Dragon King's final request emphasized protecting her carefully no matter what. Ryuto stared at the ring resting on his finger, absorbing the Dragon King's words while reflecting silently on Lilith's importance. A sudden memory surfaced, showing Lilith calling Ryuto's name with alarm, her expression shaken as danger unfolded before her. Half a year earlier, 15-year-old Ryuto charged through a monstrous realm, desperately pursuing Beelzebub. While surrounded by countless gaping mouths, Ryuto rushed through swirling jaws, swinging his weapon toward Beelzebub while threading dangerous gaps. Zone's massive mouth struck back, forcing Ryuto onto the defensive, while Lilith watched helplessly and called out in alarm. Ignoring pain, Ryuto retaliated fiercely, driving another attack into the creature and shouting angrily as the battle intensified with relentless force and momentum. The exchange grew harsher as Ryuto pushed forward, blasts colliding around him while multiple mouths emerged to intercept his advance. Lilith gasped when an enormous mouth snapped shut, attempting to devour Ryuto completely, leaving his fate uncertain amid the chaotic struggle against Beelzebub. The gigantic mouth closed around Ryuto, twisting inward through endless layers of teeth, seemingly trapping him within Beelzebub's overwhelming attack completely. A violent eruption burst from inside the Beelzebub, as Ryuto unleashed power outward, tearing through the monstrous jaws and shattering resistance. Standing alone amid the destruction, Ryuto raised his transformed arm, displaying newfound strength while the battlefield settled. The corrupted power spread across his body, forming a terrifying hand filled with fangs. While a sinister smile appeared, Ryuto stared in shock as dark creatures emerged around him, their jagged forms and countless eyes suggesting another dangerous threat ahead. Dark entities surrounded Ryuto as corruption intensified, their monstrous shapes closing in, while an enormous eye observed the scene silently. Elsewhere, a pale-haired figure drifted through darkness, noticing a disturbance and turning attention toward Ryuto's desperate condition from afar. The figure reached outward and established a connection, extending assistance across the void while Ryuto remained trapped within danger. The conflict ended with heavy injuries, leaving Ryuto unconscious on shattered ground, while Lilith rested against him protectively. Ryuto slowly awakened, noticing her presence beside him. Realizing she had rescued him once more, he expressed quiet gratitude. Ryuto checked his status after recovering, confirming he remained a villager despite recent changes. While examining lingering signs, he gazed through the window, clenched his fist, and reflected on survival, determined to grow stronger before facing future threats once again. Elsewhere, Cordelia confronted Zero, drawing her sword and formally issuing a duel before assembled forces amid rising tension and expectations. Cordelia declared her intention to defeat Zero and earn command of the Holy Knight's Order, displaying unwavering resolve. In past, Zero stood before her father, requesting permission to remain in tennis club, yet he dismissed her wish completely. His condition was simple and unforgiving, only stronger grades would justify discussion, pushing Zero into relentless study. Zero checked her results, seeing an A score displayed, bringing relief and hope that effort had finally earned recognition from her demanding parent. She presented the achievement, but her father remained unmoved, repeating his order to abandon tennis, rejecting the evidence. The words struck deeply, and Zero stared blankly as a racket symbolically broke, crushing her determination and ending the dream she cherished most. Zero accepted her father's demands, with a forced smile, hiding disappointment while promising greater effort. Years passed, and Zero encountered a reckless biker gang causing chaos, their loud arrival startling students and drawing attention across streets. Watching them leave, Zero considered the group irritating and immature, noticing their hostility toward authorities while reflecting on their behavior. She traveled alone by train, quietly focusing on her phone, remaining detached from surrounding passengers and unaware of danger approaching. A sudden crash shattered the carriage window beside Zero, leaving her stunned as someone outside watched through a broadcast and laughed. The collision became unavoidable as vehicles crashed violently, glass scattered everywhere, and Zero's consciousness slipped away while darkness swallowed everything. She opened her eyes within an unfamiliar place, noticing strange architecture and distant destruction, realizing the world around her had changed. From a high structure, Zero observed hooded figures surrounding someone below, their weapons raised while tension filled the devastated landscape. The scene resembled recurring visions, revealing another moment from the same mysterious sequence, where conflict persisted beneath ruined surroundings. Armed attackers charged simultaneously toward Cordelia, matching fragments from earlier memories as Zero witnessed familiar violence unfold again. The vision reached its 1000th repetition, showing the same hooded warrior surrounded by attackers, convincing Zero this memory carried significance. Zero mocked the outcome while standing beside Moses, observing the blood-stained battlefield where Cordelia appeared to have fulfilled expectations. Moses requested an explanation, questioning the situation carefully as Zero claimed she completed her assigned role, yet withheld details. Zero dismissed concerns by calling it an experiment, while Moses directly asked what actions she had taken regarding Zero. Moses calmly reassured her, insisting Cordelia's unique ability surpassed everyone else, making any interference incapable of changing victory. Zero posed a question about whether a villager could become a hero, directing attention towards Zero and the possibility before them. Moses immediately rejected the idea, insisting Ryuto remained only a villager and could never reach the position of hero. Despite that judgment, he suggested Ryuto might transform into something entirely different, implying an outcome beyond ordinary classifications and expectations. He justified his actions as necessary for the world and fellow reincarnates, presenting his plans as beneficial, despite uncertainty surrounding them. While their discussion continued, the battlefield remained active, and a sword pointed toward the wounded figure standing amid destruction. A furious boy accused Cordelia of murdering his father, then charged forward with a sword, driven entirely by grief and vengeance. Cordelia remained motionless, despite the attack showing no concern while the boy screamed desperately and rushed closer with determination. The blade pierced her body, yet she barely reacted, causing the boy's confidence to collapse as fear replaced anger. Zero suddenly intervened and executed the attacker instantly, treating his actions as deserving punishment while ending the confrontation immediately. She mocked his fear, explaining Cordelia had already healed similar wounds before, proving the attack never threatened her survival. Cordelia confronted Zero directly, revealing she had observed everything and recognized hidden emotions concealed beneath her ruthless conduct. She accused Zero of avoiding personal responsibility, how subordinates carried out killings while Cordelia remained distant from bloodshed. Zero connected Cordelia's fearful eyes to her past, identifying a resemblance to her mother and exposing a deeply buried weakness. Realization struck Zero as Cordelia questioned whether someone forced her actions, suggesting she hated killing despite her reputation. Cornered by the accusation, Zero nervously laughed and dismissed it as a misunderstanding, avoiding a direct answer completely. Zero answered calmly, suggesting disagreement with their methods should be resolved logically, while armed followers surrounded her without concern. Cordelia stepped forward despite the threat, facing the gathered enemies directly and refusing intimidation from the weapons surrounding her. She boldly challenged her opponent to a duel, declaring she would seize leadership and personally stop the alliance's actions. The proposal amused Zero, who acknowledged Cordelia's sincere intentions even while preparing to reject the confrontation's premise entirely. Zero revealed Cordelia targeted the wrong person, explaining another leader controlled operations, leaving Cordelia shocked and speechless instead. The deputy head stepped forward and accepted Cordelia's challenge, declaring himself her opponent, while immediately meeting her attack head-on. He demonstrated overwhelming strength, revealing power far beyond expectations, and forcing Cordelia backward as the difference became unmistakably clear. Comparing his abilities with the Alliance leaders, Zero proposed a wager confidently, leaving Cordelia uneasy as the confrontation escalated. Cordelia blocked the deputy's advance and accused him of sharing responsibility for atrocities, insisting others retreat. The deputy, claiming the hero misunderstood the situation, then challenged assumptions behind the accusations and ongoing judgment against his group. As weapons clashed, he declared everyone gathered under that command was wicked. While Zero watched the confrontation unfold, he questioned whether enjoying another's suffering was truly strange, exposing darker emotions many people concealed beneath social expectations and restraint for long periods. The discussion turned toward resentment, arguing hidden negativity existed within everyone, while memories of persecution fueled unforgiving hatred actions. The deputy revealed his resentment, condemning privileged people who mocked others for circumstances of birth. Cordelia listened. Cordelia suddenly noticed his movement disappear. Recognizing an invisibility skill, she reacted with alarm as an unseen attack approached rapidly. A strange distortion appeared high above, energy gathered within a circular formation, signaling that a powerful technique was activating overhead. The attack descended like a pillar from the sky. The deputy endured damage, while Cordelia stood ready, observing the result. Zero watched with surprise as Cordelia executed the only practical strategy. She countered unseen abilities without killing her opponent completely. Witnessing Cordelia's strength, observers acknowledged the hero's true ability. Cordelia declared herself vice commander, taking authority over the organization immediately. The soldiers accepted her command. She prohibited killing innocent villagers and warned that future crimes and violence would receive punishment. Cordelia boldly vowed to eliminate opposition. Zero responded lightly, suggesting her transfer into another holy order instead of conflict. Caught off guard by the proposal, Cordelia hesitated. The gathered forces remained silent, while flames illuminated the battlefield behind them. Zero revealed the Holy Church also hunted pagans and villagers. Cordelia realized the problem extended beyond one organization alone. Cordelia learned opposing the church meant becoming its enemy. Realizing the consequences, she struggled to accept the harsh reality presented. A suggestion emerged for protecting villagers and her family elsewhere. Another possibility involved endless conflict against the Holy Church itself. Overwhelmed by pressure and uncertainty, Cordelia broke down emotionally. Unable to find an answer alone, she desperately begged for salvation. A glowing pendant appeared before her eyes. A confident voice promised immediate help, offering hope amid her despair and confusion. The pendant's light intensified around Cordelia. She stood frozen in surprise as an unexpected power responded to her plea. Ryuto activated Samuel's powerful weapon and charged forward. Surrounded by enemies, he unleashed destructive strikes while Zero observed closely. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield. Debris scattered everywhere as Zero moved through the chaos, carefully tracking developments. Additional opponents prepared another attack. Ryuto launched himself forward at high speed, forcing them to react before completing their plan. The confrontation concealed a greater danger. Invisible attackers approached from multiple directions while Zero and two enemies served as distractions. Ryuto intercepted the hidden assault precisely. Simultaneously, Zero kicked aside nearby fighters, preventing interference and exposing the attackers' failed ambush. Zero raised a mysterious object and stopped others from interfering. Her intense expression revealed determination as she protected the confrontation from interruption. Zero challenged Ryuto directly, insisting reincarnates should settle matters themselves. Their weapons clashed fiercely, marking the beginning. Ryuto listened, as others condemned Cordelia for countless deaths. Yet he refused simple judgment, recognizing burdens carried through brutal conflicts alone. He answered calmly that he had also taken many lives, revealing shared responsibility and challenging accusations directed solely toward Cordelia. Facing Zero, Ryuto declared strength decides possession, while weakness invites loss, then launched forward, showing conviction forged through battles. Ryuto's attack struck with overwhelming force, blasting through a towering structure, scattering debris everywhere and demonstrating power beyond expectations. Zero watched the destruction with shock, masking concern through mockery, while Ryuto's assault continued relentlessly, leaving little room. Zero survived Ryuto's destructive strike and mocked his failure to finish the battle immediately, revealing confidence despite suffering considerable damage. Ryuto pressed forward with repeated attacks, but Zero evaded smoothly, boasting superior strength while exposing openings created by his swings. Zero activated a special technique called critical striking Ryuto with severe damage while hindering recovery, demonstrating a dangerous advantage. Ryuto listened as Zero revealed knowledge about reincarnates, mentioning his growing fame and independence since the Kejiro Tower incident. Zero invited him to join her organization and work alongside Cordelia, while warning he risked exploitation under Moses. Ryuto answered with an unsettling smile, refusing Zero's proposal because betraying a shared friend conflicted with the loyalty he still valued deeply enough. Zero argued Cordelia was underestimated, insisting their side possessed enough power for protection and remained stronger than fading organizations, facing uncertain futures ahead. Ryuto revealed Cordelia's growth came from careful observation, not simple levels, explaining she studied Zero relentlessly and built countermeasures for every move possible. Cordelia suddenly struck, proving Ryuto's assessment correct, while exposing weaknesses among Zero's followers and shifting momentum toward their side during the fierce clash. Ryuto declared victory was certain, meeting Zero's taunts head-on as confidence replaced hesitation and strengthened his resolve to overcome every obstacle before him. Ryuto and Zero exchanged rapid attacks, their weapons colliding repeatedly as neither side yielded ground, pushing the confrontation into greater intensity. Zero revealed hidden abilities, explaining she could predict outcomes, perceive concealed attacks, and continuously choose actions leading toward favorable results. Using extensive calculations, Zero analyzed countless possibilities, claiming her power guaranteed victory whenever even the slightest chance of success existed. Excitement spread across Zero's face as her predictions reached near certainty, convincing her the battle's conclusion already rested within reach. Zero suddenly stumbled during a crucial moment, shocking Ryuto and Cordelia alike, while disrupting expectations and creating an unexpected opening. A wooden splinter flew unexpectedly across the battlefield, striking Ryuto's hand and interrupting movement at a decisive instant during combat with surprising timing. Zero reminded him critical damage slowed regeneration, expecting accumulated wounds to decide victory, while Ryuto remained unusually composed and ready for another exchange. Zero offered surrender, promising safe passage through the gate and claiming no resentment. Yet Ryuto rejected the proposal without showing doubt or fear. She calculated favorable odds, then charged confidently, believing victory approached. But Ryuto's reaction suggested an unseen factor remained in play and threatened certainty. Her probability suddenly collapsed, leaving Zero stunned as revised calculations revealed worsening outcomes, exposing flaws within her predictions and battle strategy at once. Zero could not understand her declining odds, while Ryuto identified a hidden limitation within her foresight and calmly exposed it. Ryuto explained her ability only observed events within a restricted range, leaving outside influences capable of disrupting every prediction she made. Closing the distance, Ryuto challenged Zero's confidence, asking whether she had ever faced another opponent possessing a similarly unusual power. Ryuto attacked relentlessly, declaring her defeat inevitable while targeting recovery opportunities, causing Zero's projected victory rate to continue falling sharply. From shadow, Lilith appeared unexpectedly beyond the battlefield, becoming the external factor that shattered Zero's calculations and confidence. Lilith approached Ryuto's wounded arm and unexpectedly treated the injury herself, leaving Zero stunned while restoring damage affecting his condition. Zero reacted with disbelief at Lilith's strange method, while the small girl continued confidently, ignoring embarrassment and objections completely. Ryuto's arm rapidly transformed, revealing draconic features as Lilith finished her assistance, causing concern among observers watching the battle. The Dragon King explained that Ryuto and Lilith shared dragonfolk blood, allowing temporary full dragonization through their combined heritage and power. Further revelations connected Ryuto's transformation to power obtained from a god, suggesting his dragon form possessed frightening potential beyond expectations. The Dragon King explained Critical could not overcome an evil dragon's immortality, revealing his transformation had already surpassed ordinary limits. Ryuto activated Demonic Gate Principle, unleashing a terrifying form as dark power erupted outward and dramatically altered the battlefield. The Dragon King warned that Cordelia's destined death by an evil dragon remained unchanged, implying Ryuto's transformation carried dangerous consequences. Zero stared in astonishment as Ryuto's monstrous dragon form emerged completely, transforming the confrontation into something far beyond her expectations. Despite witnessing the transformation, Zero questioned whether changing forms alone could truly alter the battle's outcome or guarantee victory. Zero suddenly lost balance and collapsed backward, confused by the unexpected development, while searching for an explanation behind the strange shift. She checked her body in alarm, convinced her missing limbs were illusions, yet uncertainty spread as Ryuto's transformed presence approached. Ryuto stood within a dark circular gateway, surrounded by ominous energy, preparing another attack while maintaining relentless pressure against Zero. A powerful strike launched forward, bypassing Zero's expectations and defenses, leaving her unable to properly react before impact arrived. The attack tore through Zero completely, devastating her body and sending her flying across the battlefield as the overwhelming blow landed. Zero panicked as every simulation failed, realizing her predictions no longer provided answers against Ryuto's overwhelming transformed strength and pressure. Facing the gigantic dragon form, her calculated victory rate reached 0, leaving her trapped before an opponent beyond expectations. Desperate to survive, Zero activated Holy Robe, a defensive ability intended to shield her from the devastating force approaching. Trusting the barrier completely, Zero planned to block the attack and withdraw immediately, believing escape remained possible despite circumstances. Ryuto dismissed her confidence, revealing the incoming force was not even an attack, undermining the assumptions supporting her defense. Zero realized every outcome ended with her being devoured, understanding her defenses could only delay defeat against Ryuto's monstrous form. The deputy earlier suddenly intervened, striking Zero aside before the fatal attack landed and interrupting the overwhelming confrontation completely. Protecting the Holy Maiden became his priority, and he quickly carried Zero away while creating distance from Ryuto's advancing threat. The deputy stood between Ryuto and his allies, preparing for battle, despite witnessing the terrifying power displayed moments earlier. Filled with determination, the deputy warned Ryuto not to harm the Holy Maiden, declaring his resolve to defend her. Ryuto's monstrous dragon form receded gradually, revealing his human appearance again, as the battle ended and immediate danger disappeared. Lilith questioned his decision to spare their enemies, but Ryuto admitted responsibility, explaining he had abandoned people before and carried regret. Looking across the battlefield, Ryuto recognized the Holy Order's downfall was unavoidable, while Cordelia silently reflected upon the aftermath. Cordelia called out to Ryuto and Lilith, then accepted his offer of assistance as they prepared to move forward before the graves. Ryuto chose remembrance over excuses, admitting his failures and promising to properly mourn those lost. Cordelia expressed determination to uncover the Holy Church's true nature, then questioned Ryuto about reincarnates and the mysteries surrounding them. Their discussion continued across a battlefield covered with fallen soldiers, emphasizing the immense cost left behind by recent conflicts. A survivor learned the Kansai Union had been destroyed, reacting with shock while confronting the devastating reality before them. Far away, hooded figures gathered around a table, quietly exchanging information as they assessed developments connected to the conflict. The group revealed communication with other holy orders had vanished, while images of destruction suggested a far larger crisis unfolding. Cordelia returned from a difficult mission and entered the Lord's residence. The Lord welcomed her warmly. The Lord suddenly assigned another task. Cordelia stiffened when he mentioned schoolwork, realizing the challenge differed from battlefield duties and required patience. He explained that the Holy Knight orders had vanished overnight, creating confusion across the region. Meanwhile, Cordelia's transfer remained unresolved. The Lord believed Cordelia should experience life suitable for her age. He emphasized personal growth and broader understanding beyond constant heroic responsibilities alone. With border security gone, immigrants and mercenaries continued entering the country, increasing uncertainty across communities. The Lord warned that national stability remained fragile. He urged preserving peace while possible, believing greater dangers would soon threaten. Arthur organized a lively gathering celebrating returning school friends. Guests shared food and drinks while crediting Brian and Ryuto. Around the grill, friends enjoyed the meal and spent time together. Ryuto joined the group, while disguised companions blended in. Arthur proudly explained that Brian inspired the party idea. With proper permission, everyone relaxed and enjoyed the gathering. Arthur approached Ryuto and asked for help with class notes. Their conversation suggested growing familiarity, while others noticed they were becoming closer friends. 2 months earlier, Arthur and Brian spotted a dragon soaring above Sakuma's. Its sudden appearance alarmed them. Arthur realized the dragon was heading toward the western gate. He immediately prepared himself while Brian watched anxiously. Arthur decided to scout the situation and search for stranded civilians. Brian warned him retreat remained possible, yet Arthur stayed determined. Arthur rushed forward despite the risks and encouraged Brian. Suddenly, a violent impact erupted ahead, forcing him to halt immediately. Brian recalled his father's words about a humble villager gaining strength through support. Reflecting deeply, he finally understood their meaning. Brian reflected on the dragon incident and realized nobody would believe his account. Everyone's memories had become unclear, leaving only fragments behind. Considering the strange situation, Brian wondered whether memory-altering magic existed. He suspected Ryuto might somehow have erased everyone's recollections. Brian decided not to question the matter further. He believed attention had been diverted deliberately, preventing unusual events from attracting scrutiny. Arthur admitted only a few people still remembered everything clearly. Standing beside Ryuto, he promised patience regarding the Malcolm family's revival. Ryuto explained, reincarnates were people possessing unfair advantages. Cordelia listened quietly while returning with him, feeling uncertain about the discussion. Ryuto explained soy sauce to Koharu while cooking. Interested by the flavor, he requested some, and she eagerly offered leftovers. He excitedly suggested miso seaweed and other seasonings. His enthusiasm surprising everyone around the gathering and prompting curious questions. While discussing ingredients, Ryuto listed several unfamiliar dishes he could recreate from memory, leaving Cordelia aware still. Lilith quietly watched Ryuto from a distance while wondering about his opinion of her, carrying private doubts beneath her calm expression. Koharu cheerfully mentioned herself, causing Cordelia to ask who she was. Meanwhile, Liz remained focused on eating her meal, ignoring the conversation entirely. Ryuto noticed an unfamiliar girl acting strangely during the gathering. Concerned by her condition, he approached and asked whether she felt well. Cordelia examined Liz carefully and became confused about her race. Uncertain conclusions only deepened her curiosity regarding the young girl's origins. Lilith suddenly embraced Liz and jokingly declared she and Ryuto had a daughter. Her teasing claim surprised everyone listening nearby. Lilith fiercely guarded Ryuto from imagined rivals while provoking arguments. The others reacted casually, treating her dramatic remarks as harmless. Liz admitted she never had friends before. Ryuto comforted her warmly, assuring her she belonged with them and was accepted. Liz quietly accepted Ryuto's kindness and reflected on his words. Her brief response revealed growing trust toward the companions around her. Standing alone beside the water, Liz remembered her lonely circumstances. Thoughts of her new surroundings contrasted sharply with her past. Moses approached Liz and noticed her attachment to the group. His question suggested interest in her changing loyalties. He revealed coordination behind attacks against the Holy Knight orders. Liz's reports about Ryuto had assisted their plans significantly. Further schemes emerged as the conspirators discussed Zero and Ryuto. Recognizing his strength, they prepared new methods to manipulate hostility. Moses declared that enough preparations had been completed to destroy the world. He intended for conflicts to eliminate obstacles, creating a future dominated. He ordered continued surveillance of Ryuto. He revealed Liz's true identity, confirming Elizabeth was secretly a reincarnate involved in his plans. Cordelia recalled Ryuto mentioning reincarnates. Confused by the unfamiliar term, she questioned its meaning, seeking answers beyond simple explanations from Cordelia. While reflecting on Ryuto's actions, Cordelia realized she lacked romantic feelings. Still, his constant protection left her carrying unusual curiosity. Sitting with Cordelia, Lilith voiced her doubts. Ryuto never displayed desire toward her, making his dedication seem increasingly mysterious. Lilith explained that during their separation, Ryuto devoted himself to training, studying extensively, and gathering rare items for growth. Hearing this, Cordelia questioned his methods. Lilith described harsh spiritual training, clone battles, and relentless efforts, leaving Lilith astonished. Cordelia learned Ryuto regularly bought flowers and women's accessories using a skill. The revelation surprised her and deepened questions about him. Lilith pointed out neither she nor Cordelia had received gifts. Ryuto always disappeared when purchasing them, increasing their suspicions. A possibility emerged in their discussion. They wondered whether another woman existed, believing that explained why Ryuto remained unaffected by them. Lilith admitted feeling jealous because she stayed beside Ryuto often. Despite improving herself, he treated her gently yet distantly. Cordelia revealed a significant date was approaching. Determined to uncover Ryuto's secret, both girls joined hands and formed an alliance. The next day, Cordelia and Lilith entered the market district. Their guide criticized their disguises while preparing surveillance on Ryuto for the mission. Lilith appeared wearing a dramatic ninja outfit borrowed from Koharu, hoping concealment would help her follow Ryuto unnoticed through crowded streets and shops. Girl interrupted the operation with exaggerated ninja poses, while Cordelia protested impatiently. Meanwhile, Ryuto entered a store, leaving them scrambling to continue tracking. A mysterious black outfit was presented as another recommendation from Koharu. Its special effect supposedly made the wearer invisible to surrounding people during observation. Wearing the outfit, Lilith tested its effect. Cordelia still noticed her through a mirror, causing confusion and raising doubts about the item's reliability. Ryuto suddenly spotted Cordelia and Lilith despite their efforts. Carrying flowers, he questioned their behavior, leaving both girls startled and utterly exposed instantly. Unable to maintain the disguise, Cordelia blurted excuses while Ryuto calmly admitted he had never hidden anything from them in the first place. Lilith removed her hood while Cordelia stood speechless. Then Ryuto unexpectedly invited both girls to accompany him, causing surprise and curiosity to grow. A short journey led the group across open hills far from the bustling city. Their destination remained unclear to the curious girls present. Reaching a quiet spot, Ryuto stopped and declared the location suitable. The girls watched closely, confused by the flowers and his intentions there. At the remote location, Ryuto knelt before a fire and placed the bouquet within it. Cordelia questioned the sacrifice. Ryuto prepared chairs and warned that his explanation would be lengthy. He decided to reveal truths about reincarnates. As daylight faded across the mountains, both girls listened quietly. The atmosphere grew serious while Ryuto gathered his thoughts carefully. Ryuto admitted hiding his story deliberately. He confessed that saving people satisfied him personally, and that he concealed unfair motives. Cordelia openly revealed her feelings for Ryuto. He responded that he already knew and had used those emotions to justify helping. Cordelia demanded an explanation for Ryuto's actions. He answered bluntly, revealing that her resemblance to his younger sister influenced him. The confession stunned Cordelia. Lilith reacted immediately, gripping her chair tightly while tension spread across the hilltop gathering there. Struggling to contain her emotions, Cordelia asked whether she merely served as a replacement for his lost sister all along. Ryuto offered no comfort. He confirmed her painful conclusion directly, leaving Cordelia devastated by the answer she received instead. Unable to endure the response, Cordelia struck Ryuto with all her strength. Her heartbreak erupted openly, transforming sorrow into anger. Cordelia's strike sent Ryuto crashing into rock. Remaining calm, he thanked her, then asked Lilith to escort Cordelia back safely. Lilith accepted his request and prepared to leave. Before departing, Ryuto acknowledged Cordelia's growth, recognizing how much stronger she had become. 2 days passed. While walking through the city with visible injuries, Ryuto heard Cordelia call his name from behind. Without warning, Cordelia punched Ryuto again. She apologized immediately, explaining the blow was repayment for striking him previously. Cordelia declared them even and confidently lectured him. She warned that strength meant little whenever someone carelessly lowered their guard. Cordelia smiled proudly after catching Ryuto off guard. Lilith watched from nearby, criticizing their behavior while the tension finally eased. Cordelia hurried forward with renewed determination. Her mood had improved greatly, and she seemed ready to move beyond recent heartbreak. Several days earlier, Moses stood within a dark chamber surrounded by floating crystals. He reviewed information concerning significant events quietly. He examined reports describing Ryuto's overwhelming abilities. Despite alarming conclusions from others, he rejected claims that Ryuto was uncontrollable. Continuing his assessment, Moses discussed recent operations and broader objectives. He remained focused on weakening ancient powers threatening the world. An unseen figure questioned Moses about failed objectives and suspected reincarnate interference. Concerns grew regarding plans surrounding the world's future. Moses received criticism for his actions. Despite mounting doubts from others, he remained calm while accepting responsibility for explanations. The discussion shifted toward forbidden experiments and monsters. Moses defended his decisions, then revealed a project called Reverse Reincarnate. Moses proudly reported major progress. Reverse Reincarnate had passed verification, and he promised reincarnates could return home within 18 months. Smiling confidently, he explained his dedication. Because he originated from another world himself, reincarnation research became his lifelong pursuit. Leaving the meeting behind, Moses reflected on difficult responsibilities. Another voice warned that his choices could eventually attract scrutiny and consequences. A black cat approached Moses and voiced concern. It worried that if Moses suffered Zero's fate, trouble would follow. Moses laughed at the cat's complaints. Their familiar exchange revealed long acquaintance, allowing both to speak openly without restraint. The cat listed Moses's countless duties involving reincarnates, recruitment, mediation, and supervision. It argued no amount of Moses's seemed sufficient. Moses listened quietly before offering a simple conclusion. The more responsibilities he fulfilled, the busier he inevitably became. Cordelia's concerns echoed through Moses's conversation. The cat wondered whether reincarnates would abandon destruction, while Moses emphasized discretion. Moses answered calmly. If reincarnates embraced destruction, he believed they should follow that path fully and accept the resulting burdens. The cat promised friendship regardless of events. Moses appreciated the loyalty, and their discussion ended on a quieter note, filled with mutual trust-respect. At Altna Magic Academy, Ryuto attended lectures about magic and sorcery distinctions. He analyzed clues regarding Moses, while considering intentions carefully. Ryuto recalled the battle against Zero. During the conflict, an unusual item box appeared unexpectedly, prompting questions about its value. The deputy explained the item carried significant worth. He repeated a commander's assessment, emphasizing its importance to Ryuto's arrow. Had left instructions concerning the item. She ordered it transferred only if someone besides Moses defeated her. She declared only her victor could challenge Moses properly. She rejected Moses' desires, placing hope in a worthy successor capable of changing events. Ryuto opened Zero's item box and discovered 3 contents. He accepted them gratefully, recognizing valuable evidence connected to Moses' activities. He examined the accessible recording first. The journal and name list remained encrypted, suggesting restrictions prevented immediate investigation and understanding. The recording revealed discussions about invisibility and gratification. Moses appeared connected to the Kanzai Alliance, whose members obtained powerful rare skills. Ryuto compared the information with Zero's abilities. He concluded her invisibility and future sight likely explained several suspicious developments. He formed a new theory regarding Moses. Copying and pasting skills could explain the Alliance's strength and Moses' vast powers. Ryuto welcomed the information. He believed Moses could mass-produce heroes through copied skills, while secretly targeting mutual love involving Cordelia alone first. He examined Moses' intentions. He predicted traps, isolation, and manipulation of grieving Cordelia, while considering another existence behind the unfolding scheme. A sudden sound interrupted his analysis. Ryuto paused immediately, turning attention away from theories and toward reality. He rejected firm conclusions. Ryuto admitted uncertainty about Moses' abilities, recognizing excessive speculation could become dangerously misleading. Ryuto compared influence and resources between himself and Moses. The assessment highlighted Moses' advantages, despite Ryuto's formidable allies. Entering his dormitory room, Ryuto found Lilith cuddling Liz. Lilith complained about neglect, jokingly claiming she was replacing his sister completely. Ryuto ordered them elsewhere, but Lilith refused. She remained beside Liz, insisting conversation mattered more than proper dormitory rules. Cordelia arrived and questioned the unusual gathering. She explained personal business with Ryuto, then requested his time despite everyone present. Without hesitation, Cordelia grabbed Ryuto and hurried away. Her urgency prevented further discussion, leaving the others watching silently behind. While moving through the academy, Cordelia handed Ryuto a sealed letter. She explained it contained correspondence exchanged with her mother. Cordelia explained the letter concerned Ryuto directly. She intended discussing everything first, yet her mother arrived before preparations finished. Ryuto's mother rushed forward and embraced him enthusiastically. Surprised by her sudden appearance, he struggled to process the unexpected greeting. She praised Ryuto's growth and appearance while apologizing repeatedly. Cordelia thanked him sincerely for enduring problems caused by her family. Reading further, Ryuto discovered troubling information. Their village appeared controlled by Cordelia's father, raising serious concerns about local conditions. Cordelia revealed her father purchased village lands using wealth. Farmers lost property, accumulated debts, and eventually became laborers under him. Cordelia explained her father's actions affected the McLean family. Unable to stop him, the mother sought help through Cordelia instead. Cordelia considered the matter personal, yet Ryuto disagreed. He declared it their shared problem and offered support immediately, before leaving. Ryuto handed money to Cordelia's mother. He hoped easing financial pressure would calm tensions surrounding her husband. He and Cordelia traveled to Sakmima's. They entered the reception room of a major bank branch for negotiations. There they met Cordelia's father directly. The man acknowledged Ryuto's survival, while Ryuto thanked him with measured composure. Cordelia's father criticized Ryuto's behavior around his daughter. He questioned Ryuto's maturity and demanded he act more responsibly. Instead, Cordelia immediately fired back. She condemned her father's actions, accusing him of hurting her mother while wasting wealth carelessly. Unmoved by criticism, her father insisted he protected the village. He dismissed objections, claiming children could not understand responsibilities. Cordelia grew angrier at his attitude. She even complained about his marriage plans, while Ryuto quietly observed the argument. Ryuto recognized the reasoning behind those actions. With protectors gone, villages faced threats from bandits, beasts, invaders, and speculators. During the argument, Cordelia accused her father of abandoning the village. He openly admitted it, shocking everyone present there. Ryuto revealed his intention clearly. He would save the villagers himself, even if Cordelia's father suffered financial collapse afterward. 3 days passed before a new mission began. Ryuto traveled near Altna Magic Academy toward the mysterious Wellum Forest. Reaching the location, the group examined the surroundings carefully. Confusion spread because the area differed from expected descriptions completely. Ryuto explained the truth behind the landscape. The former plain had shifted elsewhere, leaving no actual forest remaining there. Ryuto explained the region contained a massive wormhole. He purchased the polluted land cheaply, registering ownership under official names. He revealed the territory once belonged to Lacoon. Despite political decline, historical connections still provided valuable opportunities and significance. Ryuto admitted the purchase served another purpose. He wanted ties with King Albert while focusing on rescuing villagers. First, he described a hidden shelter beyond the wormhole. The location could protect evacuated villagers and remain functional for many years. Examining the damaged environment, Ryuto noted unstable mana. He decided the land required forceful restoration before purification became possible. Ryuto began restoring the polluted land. Using powerful skills repeatedly, he focused energy into a tiny plant growing there. The plant reacted immediately and expanded at tremendous speed. Massive roots and branches spread outward across the transformed landscape. Cordelia and Lilith watched the enormous growth. The structure resembled a legendary world tree, leaving them astonished and uncertain. Ryuto explained it was an imitation rather than genuine. He planned to stabilize mana first, then convert it into fertilizer. Several days later, attention shifted elsewhere. The story introduced Jonas McLean and Charlie McLean, Ryuto's father and mother. Ryuto's parents settled into their new home. Following his advice, debts vanished, infrastructure improved, and preparations for relocation proceeded. His father reflected on recent changes. Although relocation helped greatly, restarting agricultural work remained difficult and uncertainty persisted. Checking the crops, he discovered seedlings already sprouting. Powerful environmental effects were constantly influencing cultivation across the restored land. Unexpectedly examining a small garden, he found healthy soil and few obstacles. Excitement grew as farming possibilities expanded further. Carrying supplies, he remained cautiously optimistic. He decided to observe results for a month before making decisions about future plans, investments, and expansion. Ryuto's father hurried through the flourishing settlement carrying supplies. Surrounding crops and trees had expanded enormously, transforming ordinary farmland into abundance. Reaching the harvest area, he stared in disbelief. Fruits had grown excessively within days, leaving even an experienced farmer amazed. Ryuto visited the fields and asked about the crops. His father complained their growth exceeded expectations, leaving harvest management increasingly difficult. His father admitted the crops tasted excellent, yet remained concerned. Ryuto explained his methods were harmless and caused no danger. Ryuto discussed the golem workers helping with labor. Liz and Oruto adapted gradually, though his father found them unsettling. A golem approached silently during their conversation. Ryuto insisted familiarity would come eventually, while his father felt uneasy watching. His father shifted topics toward ongoing projects. Ryuto explained Charlie prepared spices carefully, while other developments continued steadily. Ryuto explained the root crop required processing before use. He continued selective breeding experiments while encouraging cultivation, despite its unpleasant taste. His father accepted the explanation. Ryuto considered expanding production, believing the crop stored well and could eventually reach broader markets. While planning future business, Ryuto reflected on attracting other villagers. Maintaining large-scale illusions remained difficult, limiting progress considerably. Using guild connections, he secured trade routes and gathered information. Bernard's reports revealed authorities investigating the Holy Knight Order's disappearance. Further discussion suggested Zero likely survived recent events. Questions remained unanswered, while attention focused on her whereabouts and safety. Ryuto analyzed Moses carefully and questioned his motives. He reviewed past combat experiences, preparing countermeasures against hidden abilities and threats. He sat alone, organizing his thoughts. He concluded defeating Moses required better preparation, determined to anticipate every possible move. His planning ended abruptly when officials summoned him. Ryuto received notice ordering his appearance before an important tribunal. Ryuto entered a towering chamber where several figures observed him. Their elevated positions emphasized authority while he remained composed. Masked representatives formally addressed Ryuto before the assembly, acting under student council authority. They began questioning him regarding matters. The tribunal listed Ryuto's alleged violations, including absences and dormitory issues. Unimpressed, he questioned why such accusations mattered. Ryuto challenged the proceedings calmly, arguing many students behaved similarly. The official insisted loyalty and study obligations justified scrutiny. A noblewoman interrupted with insults, mocking Ryuto's origins and appearance. Her remarks revealed hostility rather than genuine concern. She pushed for trial by combat and quickly gained support. Ryuto recognized her influence behind the orchestrated hearing. The woman was identified as Victoria Venison, a powerful noble. She enjoyed exposing weaknesses and publicly condemning chosen targets. Ryuto considered Victoria's actions carefully. He realized approaching the influential Venison family might explain the tribunal's sudden attention. A recollection revealed Ryuto receiving the court summons. He instructed companions to avoid confronting the student council regardless. Lilith questioned his decision to participate. Ryuto acknowledged force remained available, but preferred resolving matters through established procedures. Ryuto explained his broader objective involved changing society's mindset. He believed lasting progress required order, rather than coercion. He outlined connections between several nations and organizations. He hoped cooperation, including possible support from Victoria, would resolve conflicts. Ryuto reviewed interconnected rival factions and organizations. He designed a strategy exploiting existing conflicts, making opponents pressure each other. The hearing transformed into a duel. Victoria and Ryuto faced one another directly as officials declared trial by combat. Victoria charged confidently toward her opponent. Ryuto remained calm, revealing information linking her family interests to broader investigations. Ryuto exposed Victoria's unusual obsession with challenging defiant men. Her reputation grew from repeatedly pursuing dangerous confrontations through duels. He described an incident from Victoria's childhood. Her arrogance met resistance unexpectedly, creating memories that strongly shaped her behavior. Victoria relentlessly pursued one particular boy. Her obsession intensified until affection replaced rivalry, convincing her he finally surrendered. The story turned horrifying. Victoria killed the boy she pursued, displaying satisfaction afterward, and treating the tragedy disturbingly lightly. Following that incident, Victoria repeated similar violence against weaker targets. Society largely ignored her actions because victims lacked influence. Her reputation expanded through repeated killings during legal duels. Students nicknamed her the Dueling Lady of Justice afterward. Ryuto ended the explanation through action. Before Victoria could respond properly, he struck decisively and launched her away. Ryuto cut Victoria's hair during the duel. He declared open hostility toward the Venison family, leaving her shocked and trembling. Instead of anger, Victoria reacted strangely. She became excited by the humiliation and swore she would never forgive him. Ryuto realized his plan succeeded unexpectedly. Getting closer to Victoria became possible, though the outcome felt awkward and embarrassing. Ryuto presented homemade mayonnaise for a tasting test. Cordelia, Lilith, Bernard, and Koharu sampled the unusual sauce. Ryuto asked for opinions. The group noted strong seasoning, strange appearance, and unpleasant texture, while Koharu remained bluntly critical. Further comments revealed conflicting impressions. Lilith found sour aromas with light taste, while Bernard considered the mayonnaise remarkably plain, reflecting on poor sales. Ryuto concluded local preferences differed greatly. Several practical factors explained why the product failed, despite his mother's efforts previously. Ryuto considered separate egg mixtures and lemon flavoring, while companions compared personal preferences and debated differences in tastes. The group imagined better uses for mayonnaise. Grilled meat seemed promising, prompting interest from guild cooks, though stronger flavor remained necessary. Ryuto suggested adding pepper for extra impact. Bernard and Cordelia reacted with shock, immediately recognizing the ingredient's extreme value. Cordelia questioned the pricing. Ryuto revealed his low selling cost, then explained Southern pepper supplies made procurement simple and affordable. The discussion shifted toward trade history. Ryuto recalled Western merchants purchasing directly from southern regions, bypassing imperial commercial restrictions entirely. Examining the situation further, Ryuto connected tensions between merchant organizations. Conflicting interests suggested deeper disputes involving commerce, influence, and authority. The conversation uncovered details about the Venison Chamber of Commerce. A powerful family regained influence following tragedies, deaths, illness, and succession. Ryuto connected those events with broader regional turmoil. Multiple disasters occurred simultaneously, suggesting deeper causes behind the northern instability. Realizing important details had escaped his attention, Ryuto decided further investigation was necessary to understand the circumstances from years earlier. The serious discussion ended abruptly when Koharu accidentally dropped dishes. The sudden crash startled everyone, immediately drawing attention away. Koharu knelt among broken plates and apologized repeatedly. Ryuto and Cordelia checked her condition first, prioritizing safety over blame. While Koharu handled her mistake, Ryuto's mother admitted liking clumsy girls. Her daughter questioned the reaction, leaving Ryuto puzzled. His mother continued teasing, imagining Ryuto's future marriage. She suggested her daughters should build familiarity early, causing visible discomfort. Lilith suddenly joined the playful misunderstanding. She apologized over broken dishes, while Ryuto and others watched the escalating situation quietly. Ryuto's mother praised Lilith enthusiastically. Discussion shifted toward becoming ideal relatives, prompting Ryuto to panic and object immediately. His father suddenly grabbed Cordelia and confronted Ryuto directly, revealed that Ryuto had Cordelia in his heart, shocked Cordelia. The teasing continued as Lilith boldly claimed that her ring from Ryuto. Ryuto shocked, while his parents respect Lilith immediately. Refusing further embarrassment, Ryuto pushed his parents aside. He assigned testing duties regarding mayonnaise products and escaped the situation. Ryuto gathered everyone and redirected attention. Standing before the group, he announced a serious discussion and prepared explanations carefully. Bernard sensed the change immediately. Choosing not to interfere, he excused himself quietly, leaving the younger members behind. Ryuto shifted toward urgent matters. He requested information about every participant and introduced the subject of transmigrators before future battles. Ryuto finished explaining transmigrators and their influence. The group listened carefully, realizing hidden forces had shaped many major events. Bernard, Koharu, and Liz reacted with concern. Ryuto acknowledged their surprise before moving directly into a historical review. Ryuto summarized early imperial history. Human settlements expanded steadily, monsters emerged, and specialized heroes gained importance across the continent. He continued through later centuries. Humanity united against disaster, survived devastating wars, and eventually formed the current political order. Ryuto highlighted the sacred church's dominance. Despite centuries of authority, he warned unchecked power could become corrupt and dangerous. Ryuto introduced capitalism as a rising belief. Holding coins, he argued economic influence had grown significantly during recent years. He explained the idea simply, placing paying customers above inherited status. Bernard questioned it while others listened with curiosity and caution. Ryuto linked the concept to ongoing events, suspecting the Venison Chamber of Commerce pursued major changes. Business interests had already been disrupted. Garrett Venison openly supported replacing established systems. He predicted merchants would gain influence and declared new rules were necessary.
Inside a noble residence, a young woman recognized Ryuto McLean's name after seeing his famous mayonnaise. Her father realized the successful merchant and powerful villager were the same person, leaving both surprised by his growing reputation. Determined to redeem herself, the young noblewoman rushed after Ryuto and challenged him again. Ryuto calmly rejected the request, explaining she needed greater strength before attempting another duel against him in the future. Without difficulty, Ryuto restrained the determined challenger and demonstrated the overwhelming gap separating their abilities. After releasing her, he departed quietly, leaving everyone convinced the villager remained far beyond ordinary fighters. The embarrassed noblewoman struggled to overcome her humiliation after another defeat by Ryuto. Meanwhile, her father examined McLean brand mayonnaise and vowed to stop the villager's rapidly expanding influence through every available method possible. Elsewhere, the story shifted to the guild dining hall where respected adventurer Balzac reunited with an old companion. They shared drinks while reflecting on past military service and discussing recent events affecting the guild. Balzac's companion warmly welcomed him without unnecessary formalities. Remembering their long friendship, their reunion created a relaxed atmosphere as both veterans enjoyed drinks together while recalling experiences from their years serving the kingdom. The conversation shifted toward the guildmaster's achievements and the rising popularity of McLean brand mayonnaise. Balzac praised the accomplishment while expressing curiosity about the product that had recently attracted widespread attention across the kingdom. Balzac learned the guild had faced increasing pressure because merchants connected to the Chamber of Commerce had taken many profitable opportunities. Those commercial losses created serious difficulties for guild operations and future development. The guild master admitted the Raccoon Kingdom faced difficult circumstances, while Balzac explained he had retired from military leadership to enjoy life as an adventurer. Their discussion reflected changing priorities after years of service. As delicious mayonnaise dishes arrived, the pleasant aroma interrupted their serious conversation. Balzac eagerly prepared to taste Ryuto's famous creation, unaware the remarkable product would soon leave another lasting impression on both experienced adventurers. Balzac received the freshly prepared mayonnaise dish and tasted it with curiosity. The rich flavor immediately exceeded his expectations, leaving the experienced veteran astonished as he recognized the product's remarkable quality and unforgettable taste. Another bite completely won Balzac over as he enthusiastically enjoyed every mouthful. His overwhelming reaction confirmed Ryuto's mayonnaise possessed extraordinary appeal, making the simple dish unforgettable even for a seasoned adventurer. Several days later, the guild dining hall struggled to keep mayonnaise in stock because demand increased rapidly. Following Ryuto's plan, satisfied customers continuously recommended the product, creating remarkable sales through word of mouth alone. Ryuto explained that popularity itself was never the ultimate objective. Instead, he intended to attract influential people through a product connected to a transmigrator, allowing valuable individuals to discover his growing business naturally. Elsewhere, the Chamber of Commerce received a detailed report about the mysterious condiment called mayonnaise. Officials carefully examined the jar, recognizing the product's growing influence and preparing to investigate its remarkable commercial success. After reviewing the ingredients, the investigators concluded producing a cheaper imitation would be nearly impossible. Expensive materials, difficult preparation, and labor costs prevented competitors from creating an affordable alternative with matching quality. Further discussion revealed uncertainty surrounding the production site and distribution network. Some officials proposed copying the manufacturing process, but others admitted insufficient evidence existed to identify Ryuto's complete business operation. The chairman became furious after learning mayonnaise had already circulated through the guild dining hall for many days. He criticized his subordinates for failing to report the rapidly growing product before its popularity expanded. Disappointed by their incompetence, the chairman assigned the investigation to another subordinate. He immediately ordered every available jar of mayonnaise to be confiscated, hoping to halt the product's spread before losing further influence. Accepting the assignment without hesitation, the subordinate promised to handle the operation personally. Determined to satisfy the chairman, he prepared to seize every available mayonnaise product while tracking down Ryuto's expanding commercial network. Inside a confidential meeting, investigators concluded the mayonnaise incident resembled methods commonly used by transmigrators. They suspected someone from another world was earning influence through familiar products while carefully hiding behind ordinary appearances. The discussion expanded as officials considered whether rogue transmigrators connected to demons or heretics were responsible. They also questioned the mysterious disappearance of several holy knights and the church's supervision over transmigrators. Soon, a mysterious robed representative appeared before the gathering without hesitation. Calmly surveying everyone present, the visitor declared nobody could escape the investigation bureau. Immediately drawing every official's complete attention, the chairman confronted the visitor by mentioning Ryuto McLean, reminding everyone he had previously been declared an ordinary villager instead of a transmigrator. He demanded a convincing explanation for that contradictory assessment. Without showing concern, the mysterious representative blamed everything on the dragon race. According to the explanation, powerful dragons secretly manipulated events, while using Ryuto's villager identity as convenient cover for their scheme. The representative continued claiming the Dragon King orchestrated the entire operation. The fabricated explanation suggested dragons intended to create conflict between transmigrators and other races, diverting suspicion away from the real situation. Afterward, the representative revealed another startling announcement. Within 2 years, a reverse transmigration experiment would supposedly remove transmigrators from the world, making their presence disappear almost completely in the near future. The robed observers accepted the proposal and discussed preparations for those remaining afterward. They promised to provide a list of transmigrators choosing to stay, allowing future decisions regarding their treatment and supervision. Attention returned to Ryuto McLean as the representative displayed his publicly recorded status. His starting skills appeared completely ordinary, providing no evidence suggesting he possessed abilities unique to transmigrators. Finally, another official reminded everyone that the church carefully verified every villager's status to identify transmigrators, since no villager had ever been confirmed as one. Ryuto's identity remained officially accepted despite growing suspicion. The mysterious representative presented additional academy intelligence concerning a sorcerer suspected of cooperating with the dragon race. He encouraged every official to examine the evidence carefully while reinforcing confidence in the sacred church's ongoing investigation. Continuing the briefing, the representative claimed another transmigrator from the demon race secretly manipulated the suspect. He assured the gathering that loyal transmigrators understood their responsibilities and would never protect dangerous individuals threatening stability. Several days later, an anxious merchant hurried into the academy dormitory searching for Ryuto McLean. He urgently delivered troubling news, but Ryuto remained calm after hearing the unexpected report without showing any concern. Ryuto immediately recognized the punishment fee document because the Venetian Chamber of Commerce had already delivered the same notice. Instead of worrying, he concluded the response proved the second stage of his strategy had succeeded. Reviewing the situation, Ryuto explained his mayonnaise business intentionally attracted attention. He wanted influential people to associate the product with transmigrators, creating tension between powerful natives and those from another world. While expanding recognition, Ryuto analyzed the world's competing political forces, explaining that neither side supported democracy. He predicted both factions would eliminate anyone disrupting their existing balance, making his plan produce the expected political reaction rather than feeling threatened. Ryuto admired how quickly his opponents responded. Their cooperation with both religious and commercial authorities revealed fear and paranoia, proving they considered his growing influence a genuine threat. Ryuto concluded his enemies would eventually turn against one another through growing distrust. By exploiting suspicion surrounding transmigrators, he expected rival organizations to weaken themselves without requiring him to confront them directly. Preparing for the next step, Ryuto decided to pay the Chamber of Commerce's requested authorization fee. He also asked his uncle to witness the transaction, ensuring reliable evidence would remain for future developments. With every preparation complete, Ryuto confidently announced the beginning of the third stage of his strategy. His new objective focused on dividing the internal structure of the Venetian Chamber of Commerce from within. After paying the expensive stall authorization fee, Ryuto and his companion visited a cafe managed by Venison. Although the payment seemed unreasonable, Ryuto insisted their true objective was observing the establishment rather than settling debts. Before long, a customer loudly protested after learning his small debt had increased unfairly. Watching the confrontation unfold, Ryuto quietly realized the abusive collection methods marked the beginning of the opportunity he expected. The debt collector falsely claimed the customer now owed 10 gold coins instead of 2. He mocked the struggling merchant's failed business and demanded immediate payment without offering any reasonable explanation for the increase. When the merchant failed to comply, the collectors threatened to seize his daughter as collateral. One thug restrained the desperate father, while another prepared to drag the terrified family away by force. The debt collector continued humiliating the merchant by suggesting he should sell himself and his wife as well. Their cruel proposal exposed the ruthless practices used to pressure helpless families into complete submission. Ryuto suddenly intervened by placing 10 gold coins onto the table. He offered to purchase the merchant's store, instructing him to use the money to repay the inflated debt and protect his family. Refusing to back down, the debt collector invented additional charges, including emotional damages and repair costs. He attempted to raise the payment again, while pretending every accusation served as legitimate evidence. Without hesitation, Ryuto stacked even more coins before the collectors and calmly questioned whether they had any further complaints. His composed response completely undermined their attempt to intimidate the frightened merchant. The overwhelming display of money shocked everyone inside the cafe. While the merchant struggled to understand the situation, the debt collectors hesitated as Ryuto prepared to challenge their dishonest practices directly. Ryuto silenced everyone and declared he had come to negotiate properly. Confident that events were unfolding according to his strategy, he prepared to expose Venison's corrupt methods before every witness present. The frightened merchant accepted Ryuto's generous offer and immediately completed the store transfer. Despite the debt collector's objections, the legal paperwork finalized the sale, placing ownership safely under Ryuto's control. The debt collector refused to believe an ordinary villager possessed such wealth. However, the accompanying guildmaster confirmed every coin was legitimate guild-issued currency, leaving the collector unable to challenge Ryuto's payment. Ryuto revealed he conducted business under official authorization from the Raccoon Kingdom. The collector mocked the kingdom as weak, unknowingly exposing Venison's arrogant ambitions before everyone watching the confrontation. Growing overconfident, the collector openly declared Venison would eventually absorb the Raccoon Kingdom. Ryuto calmly thanked him for revealing those intentions, leaving the collector unaware he had fallen directly into the trap. After leaving the cafe, Ryuto anticipated Venison's next reaction. He smiled confidently, knowing the organization still believed they confronted only an ordinary villager instead of a knowledgeable transmigrator with careful long-term plans. Ryuto then requested another favor from the former merchant. Besides purchasing the store, he wanted introductions to the merchant's trusted friends, hoping to build stronger business partnerships throughout the surrounding community. Soon afterward, rumors spread about an affordable sugar product endorsed by Arnold. Curious customers learned the inexpensive item offered acceptable quality, encouraging widespread interest as demand rapidly increased across local markets. The new product was introduced as McLean brand beet sugar. The familiar branding immediately linked another successful commodity to Ryuto, further expanding his growing commercial influence throughout the kingdom. Ryuto explained that sugar could be produced from radishes, surprising those around him. By transforming another common crop into a valuable product, he demonstrated practical knowledge unavailable to most people in the kingdom. With beet sugar entering the market successfully, Ryuto quietly expanded his business once again. Every new product strengthened his influence, while placing greater pressure on Venison and advancing his carefully prepared strategy. Ryuto explained that beet sugar production succeeded through improved breeding techniques and the village's united efforts. By breaking Venison Chamber of Commerce's monopoly, the villagers greatly increased production while creating a valuable new industry together. The grateful villagers thanked Ryuto McLean for transforming their community through his guidance and support. Accepting their appreciation with a smile, Ryuto believed mutual trust remained the strongest foundation for lasting prosperity and future success. In a rain-soaked cave, a hooded figure lies motionless with hollow eyes, and a masked woman stares down in shock. Crystal spikes tear through the ground as a hidden enemy strikes, and Zero falls screaming while Lilith watches calmly. Victorious, Ryuto contacts Lilith telepathically, confirms Zero is secured, and orders her hidden in the dragon village for careful treatment. Through the dragon ceremony, Ieslin can now relay Ryuto's telepathic words, and hearing him speak to another woman irritates her deeply. Ryuto tells Ieslin the preparations are nearly complete, though she senses he has been growing more distant and reclusive lately. Ryuto rests his hand gently on her head, telling her that people, not wealth, are the world's truest treasures of all. Elsewhere, a startled official grips a troubling report tightly in disbelief. Utterly stunned by the shocking news, it quietly reveals to him. The debt collector reports that every villager has repaid their debts and resigned together at once, alarming his panicked superior further. The funds are already gone, having been spent entirely settling the debt, while the Venison Bank flatly denies their loan outright. Requests for a loan extension are firmly refused, and their remaining properties have already been completely and quietly seized without warning. A masked figure reveals the harsh truth. Venison had targeted this village from the very start, using calculated flattery to manipulate them. Told plainly that he has lost his gamble entirely, the chief still insists he will remain chief until the very end. His daughter refuses to accept defeat, declaring she alone will repay the debt and fully restore their family's damaged honor and name. Thanking their father sincerely for everything he had sacrificed, the siblings assure him the family fortune remains safely secured elsewhere now. In the present, Ryuto notes that Bastaha now owes him a debt too, calling their relationship stable and mutually quite cordial. Cordelia's brother recalls their disgraced uncle Yosef, whose reckless advice had directly caused their father's disastrous and costly failed investment scheme. Rumors claim that nobody truly knew where Yosef went after being exiled, vanishing completely like a shameless villain from old stories. Cordelia wonders aloud whether Yosef might secretly be tied to Venison, since he vanished right before their father's sudden, ruinous downfall. Ryuto compliments her sharp thinking, admitting her wisdom has clearly rubbed off on him, while she teases him playfully in return. Without any hesitation, Cordelia demands that he take full responsibility for his influence and marry her immediately right then and there. Ryuto admits he still cannot see Cordelia as a woman, calling her a sister or grandchild, given the vast difference in age between them. Undeterred, Cordelia vows she will definitely make him fall in love with her someday, striding off confidently as a door creaks shut nearby. Alone afterward, Cordelia screams internally, furious at herself for confessing so bluntly instead of using charm, seduction, or any of her usual tactics. Ryuto quietly notes that Cordelia's status has surpassed his own previous reincarnation, having gained enormous experience far faster than she reasonably should have. Desperate and running out of time, Ryuto admits he cannot choose his methods anymore, accepting that his current approach feels shamefully low and questionable. Meanwhile, inside the Venison Company's guardroom, a furious official demands to know why that villager managed to make such a fool of him. A cloaked noblewoman draws startled attention from the guards, who are strictly ordered from above never to touch this particular villager under any circumstance. Elsewhere, a masked woman gathers conspirators, revealing today's meeting concerns finalizing the details behind their secret plan, the assassination of King Albert. Another woman reveals her own hidden knife, declaring she already knows about the plot and wishes to exploit the coming assassination for herself. Several days later at Magic Academy, Arunai, Cordelia finally corners Ryuto alone, admitting she worried after not seeing him around campus much lately. A forged letter claiming Cordelia is in danger lures Ryuto out. But Victoria ambushes him instead, brandishing a knife with clear violent intent. Overpowered completely, Victoria admits this is the first time she has met someone she cannot imagine ever winning against, offering herself as his. Guards rush in to Victoria's staged scream, only to find her asking if the resulting chaos matched exactly what Ryuto expected her to say. Victoria falsely accuses Ryuto of assaulting her, prompting a bystander to hurl insults about his inferior villager blood before Ryuto tosses the real knife down. Victoria dismisses everyone present, promising to call if anything further happens, leaving her and Ryuto alone once the room empties out. Ryuto calls her performance shameless, having tried framing him as a criminal, while Victoria admits seduction and physical threats both failed against him equally. Victoria muses that she cannot have him executed or expelled, given Cordelia's strong favor, but she could still question Cordelia's position instead. Victoria wonders how long Cordelia's patience might last, if pushed further, smiling as Ryuto demands furiously that she simply state what she truly wants. Victoria finally reveals her real request, a favor, admitting a maid she considers like a sister has just been abducted by bandits named Maria. Victoria offers to forget this entire incident if Ryuto joins Venison's rescue team and saves Maria unharmed, since relying solely on the guild feels too risky. Victoria smiles knowingly, accusing Ryuto of deliberately catering to her rumored preferences purely as a calculated method to approach the Venison Company itself. 3 days later, a nervous young woman gathers with the group, admitting awkwardly that they are little more than a hastily improvised rescue team. Ryuto proposes that the four of them do their absolute best together to rescue Maria, and the enthusiastic girl cheers loudly in agreement. The scene shifts to the Lacoon Country region, deep within the Madasu Mountains, where dense forest and fog stretch beneath the towering peaks. Traveling through the woods, Ryuto quietly doubts Victoria could ever genuinely worry about a maid, wondering instead if this mission hides an assassination attempt. One day earlier, Ryuto learns the guild had already received a request to defeat these bandits, but rejected it for seeming suspicious. A masked judge explains that Lakuin's court obstructed investigations, and the Madace bandits were mysteriously warned right after suspicions arose over illegal mandragora cultivation. The group learns a former Venison employee, named Maria, disappeared, and suspects this bandit request might really be severing ties with Venison. Hooded and smirking, Ryuto remarks that it takes one to know one, admitting he too is quite skilled at deceiving people when necessary. On Mount Madas, a man warns Bernard about 2 dangers waiting ahead. Cyclops have been sighted, giants said to command lightning. A companion dismisses the report as bandit rumors, insisting the beasts were wiped out 5 centuries ago in an old calamity. The other man agrees, but doubt lingers between them. Bernard travels through thickening fog with 2 allies. Reports mention the Holy Knights have vanished, letting the mountain bandits grow bolder and pull in more men. He warns the group to stay alert as the mist grows heavy. Startled by something rushing ahead, one of Bernard's companions realizes their target already fled. They decide to make camp for the night, and plan their approach toward the bandit stronghold. Alone in the dark, Bernard senses something is wrong. Very few people can use enemy detection. Yet the bandits seem to know exactly where he is, as if they all share the same rare skill. Moving through the fog, Bernard strikes down a hooded figure with a quick motion of his hand. He presses forward into the bandit hideout, cautious and alert. Deeper inside, he finds a woman bathing alone, her leg noticeably missing below the knee. Startled by his presence, he steps forward and tells her he is here to help. He asks her name. She gives it hesitantly, Maria, then asks him the same. He introduces himself as Bernard. Maria explains an old scar, saying it dates back 9 years. Hearing this, Bernard suddenly realizes who she might be, asking if she is the same Maria who once worked for the venison 9 years ago. With no clothes or prosthetic left to her name, courtesy of the bandits who stole them, Maria asks if Bernard has anything she can wear. He offers her a spare cane and a plain robe. Maria asks if Bernard snuck into the hideout entirely on his own, surprised to learn he even carries an item box. She questions how he managed it, while Bernard silently continues assessing the ruined hideout around them. Suddenly a violent gust tears through the cavern. Maria and Bernard notice a bandit stumbling back inside, disturbed and confused about why the hideout suddenly stands empty. Bernard reports to his companions that Maria has been rescued safely. But something happened outside during their search. Not one, but 2 Cyclops have appeared near the hideout. The horrifying truth comes into view. The missing bandits were devoured by the Cyclops, their bodies stored inside as food. Bernard reacts fast, calling out to cancel the noise before the beasts can locate them by sound. Trapped with only one way out, front entrance blocked, Maria warns that Cyclops attacks may carry a disorientation effect through their roar. She scrambles to find any alternate path to escape. A knight in armor declares their mission is to slay the Cyclops outright. Beside him, a woman with a staff shouts for calm as the group prepares to face the threat head-on. The knight's crest marks him as a warrior of the Raccoon Kingdom. He swings his blade and calls out its name, Buster Blade, ordering the others to get Maria to safety, while he charges the first Cyclops alone. The blade connects with devastating force, tearing through the creature's massive frame. Its body is thrown back, shattered by the impact of the strike. A second Cyclops emerges, followed by a third. The mage lifts her hand and casts Lighten, easing the weight bearing down on her ally as he pushes through the assault. With her spell taking hold, the fighter's blow gains impossible force. Weight comes crashing down through the last Cyclops, ending the battle in one decisive strike. Maria realizes her cast came too late. Lighten won't reach him in time. Bernard braces on the crumbling ground as the last Cyclops swings down, and the strike lands hard against the fighter beside him. The Cyclops tilts its head confused, as the wounded warrior refuses to fall. Bernard rushes forward with his blade raised, shouting that the fight isn't finished, while the fighter offers him quiet, thanks for staying in it with him. Smoke clears to reveal the enemy was never alone. 5 more Cyclops rise out of the wreckage, surrounding Bernard and his battered ally. Bernard counts them grimly, recognizing the numbers have turned against them. A blinding column of light tears through the horde, shattering rock and flesh alike. Bernard and the fighter watch the explosion rip across the battlefield, as the tide of the fight shifts violently. Armored riders surge forward in formation, lances and blades cutting down what remains of the horde. A mounted knight leads the charge, driving deep into the chaos alongside rows of soldiers under a single banner. The lead knight lowers his visor and addresses the survivors directly, identifying his group as the Knights of Raccoon. He tells them plainly that they are safe now. The knight's tone shifts to shock as he recognizes the man walking toward him. He drops to his knees, tears streaking his face, addressing him as Your Majesty, and begging forgiveness for acting without direct orders. Bernard studies the scene, quietly realizing the situation is far more complicated than he first assumed. The young knight admits the outcome wasn't what he expected, but credits Bernard for making deicide a success regardless. He confesses he never imagined Cyclops would appear in this region at all, adding that thanks to this battle, the teachings of the High King have been upheld. Bernard cuts him off, warning him not to draw unwanted attention by speaking so openly. He clarifies that, if deicide refers to wiping out the Cyclops here, then the job is still far from finished. A rider approaches and asks for a moment of his time. Lightning crashes across the sky as an enormous figure rises from the terrain itself. A voice explains that this creature isn't a true Cyclops at all. It is the spawn of an elder god wearing that shape. Someone else notices with dread that the mountains themselves seem to be moving. The colossal entity swings its massive weapon, sending a shockwave tearing across the battlefield. Debris and lightning scatter outward, as the attack levels everything in its path. Bernard shields Maria and the child in his arms as the blast subsides around them. Maria asks warily whether the king and his knights can possibly stand against something like this. wondering aloud if this monstrous form is the true trump card of the venison. Bernard watches closely, recognizing the moment as a rare chance to measure the king's real strength. The young knight rallies his men, declaring it is time to show the results of all their training. His soldiers answer as one, voices rising together in resolve.